A loading screen marks the beginning of the end. The 100th floor of the Tower of Trials. Golden light pierces through a battlefield of fire as a majestic angel descends over the chaos. An armored boot steps onto the scorched earth. Baek Jinwoo scoffs, telling his enemies that no matter how much they struggle, it's all pointless now. This is Jinwoo, known in this world as God Jinwoo, the undisputed #1 player in Battle of Summoners. It's a dead game that's lost its popularity due to its insane difficulty, leaving only a few dedicated veterans behind. The world chat is buzzing with his name, with players debating if he's hacking or just that good after seeing him clear a boss in 47 seconds. Jinwoo hasn't just played the game. He set records that turned him into a literal legend within its code. A message pops up from a top ranker named Baek, asking if he's still grinding the 99th floor. Jinwoo is confused since he finished that floor ages ago, but he politely asks if they're having trouble with something. To the other players, he's an untouchable idol, but reality paints a much bleaker picture. He brushes them off as busy, while swiping through a mountain of gold on his phone screen. In real life, Jinwoo is just a regular guy on the street who feels like he's completely ruined his future. He's determined to quit for good as soon as he clears this final floor. He spent 10 years obsessed with games, skipping college and avoiding a real job while his parents watched in silent disappointment. Now at 24, he's finally decided it's time to grow up and start acting like a functioning human being. He's treating this final run like a rehabilitation program. One last hurrah before he leaves it all behind. He wants to bring his legendary persona, God Jinwoo, to a successful and honorable end. His celestial archers rain down arrows of pure light, vaporizing everything in their path. Amidst the burning ruins, he pulls up his interface for one last set of commands. He scans through an inventory filled with powerful legendary summons he's painstakingly collected over a decade. In the chat, Rachel notes that he rarely checks his messages and tells the others to just give him a moment. He unleashes his ultimate skill, summoning a massive white whale that glows with ethereal power. Rachel points out that if he reaches the 100th floor right now, it will mark a significant milestone. The angels draw their bowstrings and rain fire directly down on his position. It's been exactly 10 years since they all started this journey together. Amidst the storm of magic and flying arrows, Jinwoo shows no signs of fear. He raises a wall of water, blocking every single attack surging toward him. He grits his teeth, his face illuminated by the flashes of his own spells as he maintains his focus. The other top players watch his progress with a mix of goosebumps and pure awe. Magical arrows continuously clash against his shield, creating a massive display of force. After a while, the angels cease their attack, thinking that within that cloud of dust, the player had been completely obliterated. But as the smoke began to clear, the entire horde was wiped out clean by surges of water magic sweeping across the battlefield. As Jinwoo reveals himself, he raises a hand, commanding the majestic whale floating above to overwhelm them all. Water droplets swirl around his hood as he maintains a cold, unwavering stare. The chat is full of praise for his skills, but then someone mentions a strange announcement that just popped up. A red dragon roars, its mouth glowing with molten fire as the players discuss a new world, opening for those who clear the final floor. Jinwoo stands his ground, staring down the massive beast as fire spills from its jaws. The dragon's flame reflects in his wide eyes, but he doesn't even flinch. He calls out his counter, the blue dragon, a massive serpent of rushing water that lunges forward. The water dragon charges, its jaws open wide as it prepares to douse the flames. The rankers speculate if the game's entire framework is about to change, though Rachel thinks it's just a joke from the developers. Fire and water collide in a massive explosion, creating a violent vortex of steam and energy. Jinwoo stands in the center of the devastation, looking up as the final chat messages fade away. The world-shaking chat messages from Baek continue, wondering if reality itself will shift if Jinwoo actually clears the floor. The speculation focuses on the game world, and the real world merging into one ruled by summoners. A massive explosion of energy fills the tower, signaling the final moment of the raid. Close-up of the victory screen on Jinwoo's phone. CLEARED, you have cleared the 100th floor of the Tower of Trials. In the middle of a busy city street, Jinwoo throws his hands up and screams in pure triumph. People on the sidewalk stop and stare at him, whispering that he must have lost his mind to be cheering that loudly. Jinwoo rubs his phone against his face, crying tears of joy now that he's finally done with the game forever. He takes one last look at the screen, deciding he should at least brag to the other veterans before he deletes it. He notices everyone around him looking up in confusion, their chatter dying down as a strange shadow falls over the street. A sudden, blinding blue light washes over the entire block. High above the skyscrapers, a massive translucent screen identical to his phone appears, mirroring his victory. Another massive display materializes, declaring that the beta testing period for reality has come to an end. Jinwoo stands frozen, staring at the sky with sweat running down his face as he wonders what's happening. Suddenly, the clouds break, and thousands of red scrolls start raining down on the city. People on the street reach out to catch the glowing red parchment, looking at it with sheer bewilderment. The screens above the city flicker with a new instruction: tear the summoning scroll. A young guy asks his friend if it's some kind of promotional event, and suggests they just rip it open. A close-up shows him gripping the red scroll, ready to tear it down the middle. Jinwoo shouts for them to stop, his instincts screaming that this is dangerous. The scroll is torn open with a sharp sound. A violent explosion of magical fire erupts from the scroll, catching the man in the blast. The sky turns a deep red as a final system message confirms: a new world is being created. Nightmarish creatures and massive stone golems begin manifesting in the streets amidst the fire and screams. Jinwoo stands paralyzed, his mind racing as he realizes his game has just become reality. A bright light suddenly illuminates the side of his face. A woman screams as a sickening thud echoes across the pavement. People crowd around a truck stopped at the crosswalk, shouting for someone to help the guy who was just hit. Jinwoo lies bleeding on the road, people around him frantically shouting to call an ambulance. His eyes begin to close as he curses the game with his final breath before passing out. His cracked phone lies on the ground, still displaying the notification that a new world is being created. 3 years later, a hospital TV reports on South Korea's continued struggle in the international player leagues. A pale hand resting on a hospital sheet suddenly twitches. Jinwoo's mother drops her apple, her expression turning into one of pure shock as she looks toward the bed. The peeling knife clatters against the floor as she realizes what's happening. Jinwoo is finally awake, staring at the ceiling with wide, confused eyes and bandages around his head. His mother frantically calls for his father and a doctor as they both rush to his bedside. Jinwoo is stunned to learn that he's been in a coma for 3 whole years since the accident. His father introduces him to his own personal summon, a small pebble golem that waves at him. The golem helps with his father's delivery business, showing how much the world has changed while Jinwoo was asleep. On the news, Rachel, the current world rank 1, is interviewed about the global summoner status. Jinwoo watches the screen, realizing his game's top rankers are now the world's most powerful leaders. Rachel tells the camera that she is still searching for the one true legend, God Jinwoo. Jinwoo stares at the news broadcast, recognizing the powerful figures standing atop the world's hierarchy. He confirms that the woman on screen is indeed Rachel, one of the elite 5 emperors from his game. A shimmering blue system window materializes in the air before him. It displays a prompt asking if he would like to begin the tutorial for this new reality. Sitting in his hospital bed with bandages around his head, Jinwoo lets out a dry laugh. He finds it hard to believe that the virtual world he dedicated so much time to has actually replaced the one he knew. His mother places a worried hand on her chest, urging him to ignore the tutorial and focus on his recovery first. Jinwoo looks back at her and firmly declines, his decision already made. A confident, sharp smirk tugs at the corner of Jinwoo's mouth as he tells his parents he needs to adapt quickly. He dismisses their concerns, insisting that his body is already recovered and ready for the challenges ahead. Though he currently has nothing in this strange new world, Jinwoo grips his bedsheets with renewed determination. He is certain that his mastery of the game will allow him to reach the top of the world once again. Baek Jinwoo sits at his desk, catching up on everything he missed during his 3-year coma. He's returned to a home and a world that are completely unrecognizable. He studies the news reports about the New World Order. A top-ranked summoner named Rachel is all over the headlines, publicly searching for the legendary Jinwoo God. The transition is total. High-stakes duels, raids, and dungeons have moved from the digital realm into physical reality, fundamentally changing how society functions. Mankind has somehow managed to find a way to live alongside these summoned entities. Massive creatures like this fiery armored beast are now a common sight in everyday life. Jinwoo pushes back from his computer, feeling confident. He knows that no matter how much the world has changed, none of these new rankers can match his level of expertise. A system window pops up, asking if he wants to access his cube inventory. He taps yes with a focused look, ready to officially start his journey. A blue screen flickers to life, announcing the official start of the tutorial. He steps onto the dirt of a quiet park, exactly as he planned. He needed a place that was completely deserted to test his abilities. He walks deeper into the empty area, away from the city. He couldn't risk a potentially volatile summon appearing in the middle of a crowd. His tutorial rewards materialize, 2 low-grade summoning scrolls. Jinwoo wipes sweat from his face, feeling the weight of the moment as things finally start to feel real. He grips the red scrolls tightly, whispering a prayer for something halfway decent. He knows starting with garbage would be a death sentence in this new world. The gacha system in his old game was a literal nightmare. Even for a legend like him, the soul-crushing drop rates were a constant hurdle. The hierarchy is brutal, scaling from S rank down to F rank with impossible odds. With a basic scroll like this, he's looking at a mere 1% chance of even seeing a D rank. He clutches the scroll to his chest, practically begging for anything remotely viable. Just a functional E rank would be enough to get him started. He narrows his eyes, focusing all his hopes on the red paper. A D rank would be a dream, but he's realistic enough to settle for a decent E rank. Jinwoo finally tears the scroll down the center, committing to the summit. The system confirms the activation of the low-grade summoning scroll. He watches with bated breath as the process begins. The paper glows with an intense blue light as it splits apart. He wonders for a split second how these manifestations actually look in person. Lightning crackles and energy bursts from the torn scroll. The force of the summoning is much more violent than he expected. The park is illuminated by a massive shockwave of light. Jinwoo stumbles back, shielding his eyes from the electrical discharge. As the summoning scroll gradually faded away, a golden portal began to take shape. A system window announces that he successfully summoned an X-rank wind fairy. The tiny creature stretches and yawns as the golden light fades. Jinwoo is paralyzed with shock. He can't wrap his head around how an X-rank could even be part of the original data. The little fairy rubs her eyes and blinks, looking around with a dazed expression. She seems just as confused as he is. She stares at her own hands, her eyes widening in disbelief. She realizes that she's actually been summoned into the real world. She suddenly bursts into a huge grin, cheering about how incredible this is. Jinwoo just stands there, watching her zip around the air in excitement. He is completely baffled by the situation. He never expected a summon to be able to talk back like this. He leans in, trying to get a better look at the tiny creature. Something about her seems strangely familiar. He asks if she's Lamba. The fairy stops in midair, her playful expression vanishing instantly. She looks at him with an expression of shock and dawning realization. There was only ever one person in the game who called her by that name. Her face flushes bright red as she stammers his old name, Jinwoo God. She can't believe it's really him. Lamba starts crying hysterically, screaming about how much she missed him. She lunges forward and clings to his face with all her strength. This fairy was a top-tier support unit back in the day. If you exploited her hidden mechanics and slotted the right runes, she was unstoppable. He remembers how she transformed his rookie days, boosting attack speed to game-breaking levels. He spent so much time with her that he eventually gave her the nickname Lamba. The gem on her staff glows with energy, representing the power she once held. He recalls how she was purged from the game during a massive bug fix in the first year. He stares at her, still confused as to why she's here now. He remembers being absolutely livid when the developers deleted a summon he'd spent an entire year perfecting. Checking her status window, he sees her rank listed as X, quarantined. It states she was quarantined following the detection of balance-shattering elements. Her active skill, wind pressure, increases the attack speed of a target summon by 3% with every swing of her staff. It's the same broken mechanic that got her deleted. He focuses on the term quarantined status, a label he's never seen before. It raises more questions than it answers. Lamba continues to sob, explaining that she was suddenly hauled off to a bizarre void. She was trapped in a cage and couldn't find any way out. She begs him to promise they'll stay together forever this time. Jinwoo tries to calm her down, completely caught off guard by her desperation. He looks at her with a mix of pity and confusion. He asks her who exactly was responsible for quarantining her in the first place. Lamba tries to recall her time in the void, but the memories are just out of reach. She clutches her head as a sharp pain stops her from thinking any deeper. She screams out, the effort of remembering causing her physical agony. Jinwoo watches her with a worried look, wondering what kind of lock is on her mind. He realizes someone must have placed a cognitive seal on her. The fairy looks dazed, her distress contrasting with the floral background. Jinwoo asks her to just tell him whatever she can manage to recall. Lamba looks frustrated, unable to bridge the gap in her own history. She explains that she and others were placed in isolation, but there's a hard limit on what she's allowed to say. It seems her rank comes with a heavy price of silence. Jinwoo latches onto the word we, realizing there are other quarantined units out there. Lamba confirms it even if she doesn't know where they were held. Jinwoo ponders the possibility of there being 10 or so of these entities. If they were all like her, the balance of the world would be shattered. He looks shaken by the realization. If his theory is right, he might be the only one who can bring back the game's greatest mistakes. He recalls the 10 specific summons that were flagged as bugs and deleted during his time at the top. A silhouette of a winged warrior appears in a golden frame. If every single one of those units was reclassified as an X rank, he's sitting on a gold mine of forbidden power. Another silhouette represents the potential hidden in his inventory. Lamba points out that he gets a window of opportunity every time he uses a scroll. The magic circles of the summoning system glow with a golden hue behind her. Jinwoo looks down at the torn red scroll at his feet. It seems these legendary units only respond to the scrolls that he personally activates. He looks determined, realizing his unique position. He's the only person on the planet capable of pulling these game-breaking X ranks. He wonders if this is a hidden perk for being the one to clear the 100th floor of the Tower of Trials. It's the only explanation for such a massive advantage. He decides to test his luck again, tearing a second low-grade summoning scroll. The blue light of activation surges through the paper. He wonders if every basic scroll he uses is a guaranteed X-rank drop. It sounds too good to be true, even for him. The light fades, revealing a massive blue hairy gorilla. The system identifies it as an F-rank hairy gorilla, and the beast lets out a thunderous roar. Jinwoo's shoulders slump. It seems pulling an X-rank is still at the mercy of the gacha's RNG. He strokes his chin, realizing his strategy needs to remain the same as the old days. He needs to burn through as many scrolls as possible to rebuild his legendary roster. If he can reclaim every single X rank, he'll be even more invincible than he was during his prime as the One Heaven. Lamba flies over to the massive gorilla, still calling Jinwoo by his gamer tag. Tialgo stands tall beside her, ready for orders. Jinwoo tells her to drop the Jinwoo God title and just call him Jinwoo. Lamba looks confused, wondering why he'd want to hide such a glorious name. He explains that the alias is already world famous because of the 5 emperors. Using it now would be like lighting a signal flare for his enemies. He knows his 3-year absence has left him vulnerable. Red warning icons flash in his mind as he weighs the potential threats. If word got out that he was commanding X ranks, he'd be putting a massive target on his back. He needs to stay under the radar until he's strong enough to fight back. Suddenly, the air in the woods begins to ripple and distort. A massive portal tears open right in front of them, catching Jinwoo and his summons off guard. Tialgo lets out a roar of surprise while Lamba floats back, her eyes wide at the sudden manifestation. A system message appears, announcing that they are advancing to the next phase of the tutorial. The portal glows with a brilliant blue energy, officially generating the basic tutorial dungeon. Jinwoo looks at the swirling vortex with a grim expression. He clenches his fist, the gravity of the situation finally hitting home. He's actually going to have to go inside. He stares at the swirling core of the portal. Clearing 1,000 dungeons in a game is one thing, but doing it in real life is a completely different ball game. He wipes sweat from his face, admitting he's terrified of the transition from game to reality. At least his summons will be the ones doing the heavy lifting. He takes a deep breath and looks at his 2 summons. "Here goes nothing," he mutters, trying to find his resolve. Jinwoo leads the way, followed by Lamba and Tialgo as they approach the entrance. It's time to finally adapt to this new, twisted reality. Baek Jinwoo stands alone in the cavern, where the only sound is the rhythmic dripping of water from the stalactites. He takes a breath, adjusting to the damp chill and the heavy silence of the cave. The tunnel stretches out ahead of him, lit by a faint, unnatural glow that makes every shadow look like a threat. It's a lot more atmospheric and unsettling than it ever was on a computer screen. A system notification flickers into existence in front of him, glowing bright blue in the dark. It confirms his entry into the beginner dungeon, the first real hurdle since his 3-year coma. Jinwoo watches the interface flicker with a bead of sweat on his face. He knows that from this point on, there's no room for error. The game mechanics are now his reality. The system rolls out the basic rules for dungeon combat. To stand a chance, he'll need to form a team of summons, highlighting typical units like an ice golem or a gargoyle. Each team has a strict limit of 5 units at any given time. The visual of a golem facing off against a demon drives home the tactical nature of the battles ahead. He looks over his current options, which are looking pretty slim for a starter roster. The system asks if he wants to deploy Lamba and Tialgo to his first active team. Most players would wait until they had a full squad of 5 before stepping foot in a place like this. Entering with less is normally just a quick way to get your character deleted. Jinwoo thinks back to his years as a top ranker, grinding away at the game in his dark room. He's always been the type to rely on a solid plan over raw numbers, even when the odds are stacked against him. He narrows his eyes, focusing on the interface as if he were still back at his PC. This is a process he's performed tens of thousands of times in the game world, and he knows it by heart. His finger taps the yes button with total certainty. He's already got every step of this dungeon's walkthrough perfectly mapped out in his mind. Light flares as his two summons materialize in the cave. Ramba waves a hand with a wink, while Tialgo, a massive blue-gray ape-like beast, lets out a roar that makes the cavern walls tremble. Jinwoo moves deeper into the cave with Ramba fluttering alongside him. He's mentally checking off the specific types of monsters that usually spawn in this tutorial zone. A low, menacing growl vibrates through the air, stopping him in his tracks. Jinwoo tenses up, his eyes darting toward the shadows ahead. The system flags a hungry gray wolf prowling nearby. The mission is simple: defeat the beast and escape the cave if he wants to survive his first day. He stares down the predator, identifying it as an F-class gray wolf. It's the lowest tier of monster, but it still looks deadly enough to end him with one wrong move. A golden light sweeps over his body as the player protection system from the game activates. A semi-transparent hexagonal shield forms around him to absorb any incoming damage. He watches the barrier hum with energy, nodding that the logic from BOS has been implemented exactly as it was. But in this world, things feel a lot more permanent and dangerous. A stark red warning screen reminds him of the stakes. If that shield goes down and he takes a direct hit from a summon, there are no respawns. He'll actually die. The realization hits him hard, and a cold sweat breaks across his forehead. This isn't just a game where failure results in a simple game over screen and a restart. The gray wolf stalks closer, its eyes glowing with a predatory red light. It snarls, baring teeth that look sharp enough to tear through armor. Jinwoo throws his hand forward and gives the order to attack. Tialgo doesn't hesitate, lunging toward the wolf with his massive arm raised high. In an incredibly hilarious scene, as his gorilla just stood in front of the wolf screaming its head off, Jinwoo suddenly realized that the game was a far cry from reality. Jinwoo's heart sinks as he watches the gorilla move. From his perspective, the beast is moving far too slowly to catch the agile predator. He calls out to Ramba, needing a boost to bridge the gap. The little fairy nods, her playful expression vanishing as she prepares to support her teammate. Ramba twirls her staff, whipping up a vortex of emerald energy around her. She activates wind pressure, a skill designed to drastically increase a summon's attack speed. The swirling wind wraps around Tialgo, and he looks momentarily confused by the sudden rush of power. The magic infuses his frame, making his heavy limbs feel light as a feather. Tialgo's eyes glow a fierce yellow as the buff takes full effect. He feels the wind lifting him, cranking his speed to a whole new level. With a burst of speed, the gorilla rockets forward like he was shot out of a cannon. He's a blur of blue fur and green energy as he closes the distance in an instant. Jinwoo clenches his fist in satisfaction. Ramba's X-Class utility is every bit as broken as he remembered from his days at the top of the leaderboards. The wolf lets out a confused snarl, unable to react to the massive creature's sudden transformation into a whirlwind of motion. Up close, the beast looks significantly larger and more intimidating than any sprite Jinwoo ever fought. He starts to wonder if the real world has added some dangerous variables to the mix. Tialgo winds up for a heavy strike, the green wind howling around his arm. Jinwoo can only watch, hopping his F-Class unit can overcome the wolf's raw power. The two beasts collide in a chaotic blur of fur and claws. It's a raw display of strength that sends shockwaves echoing through the tunnel. They grapple in the darkness, snapping and clawing at each other with feral intensity. Jinwoo worries that real-world physics might throw a wrench into his perfect game data. A spray of dark blood paints the cavern walls as a blow finally lands. The sound of the impact is sickeningly loud in the enclosed cave. Tialgo's fist slams right into the wolf's snout, shattering bone. The force of the strike sends blood and teeth flying into the air, but the wolf counters, sinking its fangs deep into the gorilla's shoulder. They crash to the rocky ground together, locked in a desperate struggle for dominance. Jinwoo shouts for Ramba, his voice tinged with panic as his summon takes a hit. He needs her to push that buff to its limit right now. The wind fairy grinds her teeth, swinging her staff with everything she's got. She's pouring every ounce of mana into keeping the pressure high enough for a counter. Tialgo clenches his fist, the emerald wind swirling fiercely around his knuckles once more. He finds his opening while the wolf is still latched onto him. He delivers a crushing uppercut that snaps the wolf's head back. The beast's final howl is cut short as it's sent reeling back into the darkness. The wolf slumps to the ground, its strength finally failing after the intense exchange. The beast is beaten, but the battle isn't over just yet. Ramba prepares to put an end to this encounter, her staff swirling with bright emerald energy. She's not holding back as she readies the final blow. The little fairy unleashes a massive torrent of wind magic that lights up the entire cavern. Magic circles flare around her as she pours all her mana into the strike. Buffed with a dozen effects from Lamba, Tialgo leaps into the air with a deafening roar, his bulging muscles radiating the same green energy. He is about to deliver a thunderous strike down upon his target. The gorilla slams a heavy fist straight into the wolf, the force of the impact cracking the stone floor. The predator doesn't stand a chance against that kind of raw power. A relentless flurry of punches follows, ensuring the beast stays down for good. Every strike is fueled by the magical boost Lamba provided. The dust and debris finally settle, leaving the cave quiet once more. The threat has been neutralized. Jinwoo looks on with a focused expression, while Lamba looks a little winded from the effort. They manage to clear the tutorial without any major mishaps. Tialgo stands over the fallen wolf, his massive chest heaving as the green energy slowly fades away. He looks every bit the victor. The gorilla beats his chest and lets out a final victory cry that echoes through the tunnels. It's a job well done for his first official combat mission. Lamba celebrates with a joyful cheer, floating around her master's head. Jinwoo exhales, the weight of the life-or-death situation finally starting to lift. A clear message pops up, confirming the victory and awarding him 2 low-grade strength runes. He's officially cleared his first dungeon in 3 years. The scene shifts from the dark cave to the glowing skyline of a futuristic city at sunset. A massive tower looms over the buildings, a constant reminder of the world's change. A hand holds a thick stack of cash, clearly enjoying the rewards of a hard day's work. 200,000 won is a massive haul for a single day. This is Baek Jinwoo's lively younger sister who's been grinding to keep their family afloat while her brother was in a coma. She has long pink hair and a responsible, if a bit energetic, personality. She's become what the world calls a rune farming player, a profession born out of the new reality. It's a tough life, but she's made it work. Her days consist of clearing low-level dungeons and selling the runes she finds to more promising players. It's blue-collar dungeon clearing at its finest. Ajin got lucky early on when a mid-grade summoning scroll dropped, which is extremely rare. She's clutching the glowing blue book, realizing her luck just changed. That scroll gave her a C-class shadow elf, allowing her to farm dungeons much more effectively than before. It's been her steady source of income ever since. Her phone vibrates with an incoming call from Jinwoo Oppa. She looks surprised to see her brother's name on the screen. She answers the call while walking through a busy shopping district. She's relieved to hear he's out of the hospital, but things quickly take a turn. Jinwoo mentions that their dad told him she's a rune peddler. Ajin looks absolutely livid at the derogatory nickname. She snaps at him, shouting that she's a professional rune farming player, and he shouldn't use such low-class expressions. Even as a chibai, her temper is pretty explosive. Jinwoo remains calm, ignoring the outburst to ask for directions. He wants to know exactly where the synthesis center is located in the city. The player zones, like the one he's looking for, are built all over the world near these mysterious towers. They've become the epicenters of modern society. They serve as massive commercial hubs for players to handle all their summon-related business. Jamsil Tower is the heart of the zone in Seoul. Everything from synthesis and enhancement centers to specialized dungeons is concentrated in these districts. It's a one-stop shop for anyone trying to climb the tower. The two siblings meet up at a modern cafe later that evening. It's a quiet spot away from the bustling streets where they can catch up properly. Ajin explains that in Korea, towers only appeared in Jamsil and Hyundai. Because of that, the player zones are only found in those 2 locations. They sit by the window with a wide view of the city lights. Jinwoo listens intently as she explains how the current world economy revolves around these zones. Jinwoo realizes that having all those facilities nearby is the most efficient way to help players clear the tower floors. It's a system designed for growth. Ajin leans in, curious about her brother's progress. She asks him what rank summons he managed to get from his starting scrolls. When he tells her he got an E and an F rank, her eyes sparkle with excitement. She's genuinely impressed, nodding that E ranks only have a 5% drop rate. Jinwoo just laughs it off, telling her he must have gotten lucky. In reality, he's holding back the truth about his X-rank summon to keep her out of trouble. He tells her he needs her help to adjust to this new reality as quickly as possible. He isn't planning on staying at the bottom for long. Ajin offers to give him some pocket money later since she's the big breadwinner now. She's proud of how much she makes compared to her rookie brother. Jinwoo jokingly suggests he might become the world's greatest player someday. Ajin just scoffs, thinking he's getting ahead of himself. She reminds him of people like Rachel and Genos, the chosen ones who are seen as legends. To her, those people are geniuses on a completely different level. She insists that regular people like them can't possibly become like those top-tier rankers. Jinwoo just gives a subtle smirk, wondering if that's really true. Ajin stands up, ready to head out. She tells him she'll show him the way to the synthesis center since he's so eager to see it. Jinwoo looks determined, his eyes reflecting a spark of ambition. He's ready to see for himself what the heart of this new world looks like. They step out toward the Jamsil Tower, which glows brilliantly against the night sky. It's a massive monument that holds both the trials and the rewards of this new era. The massive Tower of Trials looms over Jamsil, casting a long shadow across the neon-lit cityscape. It's a landmark that completely redefined the world's skyline. Baek Jinwoo walks through the area with his younger sister, Baek Ajin, who has long pink hair and a curious look. She's asking him about the new summon he just pulled, and he casually mentions it's a wind fairy. The mention of a wind fairy stops her in her tracks. She's never even heard of that type of summon before and immediately demands that he show it to her. Jinwoo flatly refuses to show her, which only makes Baek Ajin call him out for being stingy. He wonders why she's so obsessed with seeing a simple low-rank summon. He tells her to show hers first if she wants a peek at his. She looks surprised by the sudden challenge but doesn't back down. Baek Ajin gives in with a confident smirk and starts her summoning. She warns him not to be too shocked when he sees her pride and joy. Jinwoo watches her closely, curious to see what kind of summon is backing up all that confidence. He's seen plenty of high-tier units, so his expectations are pretty high. A portal of dark energy opens, revealing a C-rank shadow elf, a masked assassin with glowing eyes and twin daggers. It's a sleek, deadly-looking unit. Instead of the amazed reaction she expected, Jinwoo just gives a bored sigh and a flat "oh." It's definitely not the response his sister was looking for. That lukewarm response really gets under Baek Ajin's skin. She reminds him that in this new society, C-ranks are considered high-tier nobles. Jinwoo keeps it to himself that he used to use C-ranks as cheap fodder for fusions. He leans in to get a better look at the masked elf, addressing it directly. He tries to say hello to the summon in Korean, much to his sister's confusion. The shadow elf just stares back at him with a blank, lifeless expression. Baek Ajin asks what on earth he's doing. Jinwoo explains he was just trying to be friendly and ask the summon to keep an eye on his sister. She looks at him like he's lost his mind and asks him since when summons are supposed to talk. The question catches him off guard. A realization hits Jinwoo like a ton of bricks as a cold sweat breaks out on his face. It turns out that in this reality, summons are normally completely mute. Suddenly, Lamba the wind fairy pops out and clings to his face, crying about how much she missed him. She's been chattering away non-stop since the moment they met. Jinwoo tries to confirm what he just heard, asking his sister if it's really true that summons normally can't talk. Baek Ajin confirms that finding a talking summon is practically impossible. He realizes Lamba is an even bigger anomaly than he first thought. In the game, he just assumed humanoid units were updated, but here, she's a unique case that shouldn't exist. Baek Ajin demands to see his summon now that she's shown hers. Jinwoo just brushes her off with a quick later and starts walking away. She shouts after him, calling him a scammer for backing out. Jinwoo knows he has to be careful about Lamba talking in public if he doesn't want to stand out as a target. He tells her to just lead the way while she continues to fume and chase him through the dark streets of the city. As they walk further into the Jamsil player zone, Jinwoo is genuinely impressed by the transformation of the city. The lights and tech are beyond anything he remembers. The neon-soaked streets are filled with players walking around with their summons, from little slimes to floating cat-like creatures. It's a whole new ecosystem. Baek Ajin explains that after the tower appeared, big corporations tore down the old buildings and rebuilt the entire district to cater to the player economy. She points to the tower, calling it a gloomy replacement for the old land of dreams and hopes. She's clearly nostalgic for how things used to be. Jinwoo watches a roller coaster fly by and thinks the dungeons actually make this place more thrilling than it ever was before. To him, the danger is part of the appeal. In their chibai forms, Baek Ajin reminds him that dungeons are places where people go to die, not to have fun. Jinwoo has to admit she's got a point. Jinwoo thinks about how terrifying dungeons are, but seeing the game he played for years become real is undeniably exciting. The line between reality and the game has blurred. He stands in the middle of the glowing plaza, taking in the sights of the new world he's been dropped back into. It's a massive shift from 3 years ago. They pass an exchange center where players are busy trading everything from summoning scrolls to runes. It's a bustling hub of commerce. Baek Ajin points out an information desk for beginners. Jinwoo is hit with a memory of his wealthy friend Baekjin, who used to buy him endless scrolls back in the day. She suggests he should go to the academy run by the player headquarters to learn the basics. She thinks he needs a fresh start. Jinwoo shuts the idea down immediately. As a former legendary player, he knows there's absolutely nothing those academies can teach him. Baek Jinwoo looks at him with a worried expression, still concerned about her brother's mental and physical condition after his long coma. Jinwoo waves her off and tells her to head home first, thanking her for the tour of the city. He's ready to do some solo investigating. He tells her he's going to explore a bit more on his own before heading back himself. She reluctantly agrees and walks away into the crowd. Baek Jinwoo thinks to herself that her brother has been acting really strange lately. She can't quite put her finger on what's changed. She clutches her chest, wondering if he's actually okay, considering he only just woke up from a 3-year coma. The worry is written all over her face. She eventually decides he's just trying to work hard in his own way to catch up, so she'll just have to keep a close eye on him from now on. She shouts one last time for him not to overdo it and to call her if he needs help. Jinwoo gives her a friendly wave and a smile. As soon as she's gone, his face turns serious. He looks around the empty corridor to make sure nobody is heading his way before he takes his next step. Once he's sure the coast is clear, he calls out for Lamba to manifest again. It's time to get some real work done without any witnesses. Lamba pops out of the summon with a bright shout, ecstatic to see Jinwoo again. She's definitely not whispering. Jinwoo immediately puts a finger to his lips, hushing the energetic fairy before she draws any attention. She looks completely stunned by the sudden demand for silence. He crouches low in the alleyway, darting his eyes around to make sure no one heard her. In this world, a talking summon like Lamba is a massive secret he needs to guard. He leans in close, giving her a stern warning that talking while they're out in public is strictly forbidden. The fairy looks a bit nervous as she tries to process the new rules. In chibi form, Jinwoo makes it very clear. She's only allowed to talk while they're inside dungeons. Lamba nods frantically, finally getting the message. Once she's settled, she asks if she should start getting their things organized for whatever comes next. Even if she has to stay quiet, she's still eager to be useful. Jinwoo slumps down in the shadows of the alley, letting out a heavy sigh as he pulls out his phone. Lamba hovers right next to him, keeping him company in the dark. He pulls up his bank account, and the screen shows a miserable balance of just 12,500 won. It's barely enough for a single meal, let alone a player's gear. He stares at the numbers, lamenting how low his life has fallen. Starting over from a 3-year coma with nothing but $10 in his pocket is a rough beginning. He thinks about his tiny fortune as the screen shows an artistic shot of falling bills and a ticking clock. It's a painful reminder of everything he lost during his accident. Jinwoo drops his head into his hands, swearing under his breath at his current state. He knows he needs initial capital if he ever wants to start running serious dungeons. He briefly considers asking his parents for help, but he immediately shuts the thought down as nonsense. He has a flashback to his mother, looking exhausted while washing a mountain of dishes. He thinks of his father, wearing a hard hat and sweating under the weight of heavy pipes at a construction site. They're already working 3 jobs just to keep their home. The image of his mother smiling through her fatigue at her market job hits him even harder. To him, asking them for a handout would make him feel like less than a beast. Jinwoo looks down at his phone with a newfound resolve burning in his eyes. He decides right then that he can do this on his own, even if he has to start from the absolute bottom. He recalls his old legendary title, Jinwoo God, the top ranker who never spent a single cent on the game. He was a master of the non-spender grind. He stands tall in the alley, his face illuminated by the glow of his phone. If he could dominate a pay-to-win game with 0 spending, he can definitely conquer this new reality. A fierce determination takes over his expression as he vows to climb his way back up. He's not going to let a 3-year gap stop him from reclaiming his throne. Suddenly, his phone vibrates with a notification that leaves him completely speechless. A deposit of 500,000 won has just hit his account. Jinwoo stares at the screen in pure shock, wondering where that kind of money could have possibly come from. For a second, he even wonders if it's some kind of player benefit. A series of text messages from his mom pop up. She heard from his sister, Baek Jinwoo, that he was already trying to work, and she wanted him to at least have an allowance. The realization hits him hard, and he can only whisper her name. It's a heavy reminder of how much his family has been sacrificing for him. He flashes back to the hospital, where his mother sat faithfully by his bedside for 3 long years while he was in a coma. She stayed there through every struggle, nursing him and holding his hand even when it seemed like he might never wake up. He remembers her begging for him to just wake up healthy again, her face tired but full of hope. It's an emotional weight that fuels his fire. Jinwoo wipes his eyes, thanking his mother under his breath. He isn't just doing this for himself anymore, he has a debt to pay. He clenches his fist with a grim look of success. He's going to make it, and he's going to make sure his family never has to struggle like this again. His goal is set. He will become the best and let his whole family live in the luxury they deserve. No more construction sites or restaurant shifts for them. He pulls up a holographic shop menu in the dark alley, scrolling through various scrolls and potions. Every second is precious if he wants to catch up to everyone else. To get the materials he needs for real growth, he knows he has to start running dungeons immediately. It's time to stop talking and start acting the part of a top player. Using the money his mom sent, he purchases 3 low-grade summoning scrolls and tears the first one open with a sharp rip. The scroll manifests into a slime mass, an F-rank summon that looks like a miserable, blue, oozing blob. It's a humble start for his new team. He opens the next one and obtains a horned butterfly, another F-rank. It's a small green creature with large, patterned wings and little white horns. The final scroll is a lucky pull, revealing a poison lizard at E-rank. It's a sleek blue reptile with glowing spots on its head and a long, agile tail. Jinwoo crouches down to inspect the lizard, feeling pretty lucky about hitting an E-rank from a cheap scroll. It's a small win, but a vital one. He calculates the odds in his head, realizing that if Lamba is also considered E-rank, he's beaten a 5% chance twice in just 5 tries. He looks at the shivering slime mass with a bit of a grimace. He'll use it to fill out the team for now, but he's already planning to scrap it as soon as he gets something better. He looks at his full lineup: Lamba, the muscular Tialgo, the poison lizard, the slime, and the butterfly. It's a ragtag crew, but it's enough for a team. A confident smile spreads across his face as he clenches his fist. Grinding is what he does best, and he's more than ready to handle whatever the tower throws at him. He thinks about the ultimate goal, finding all 10 of the legendary X-ranks. If he can collect them all, not even an S-rank team on the 100th floor will be able to stop him. Lamba poses with her staff as silhouettes of other powerful entities loom behind her. Jinwoo is ready to sweep through everything and reclaim his status as the god of the tower. Baek Jinwoo takes a confident step forward. He's finally ready to head out and see how the world has changed while he was gone. With Lamba fluttering beside him, he's feeling optimistic about jumping right back into the grind. He pulls out his phone to look up the nearest dungeon, thinking a quick search is all it'll take to get started. Back when this was just a phone game, entering a dungeon was as simple as tapping a stage on the world map. But the real world doesn't work like a mobile UI. Jinwoo stares at his screen, wondering where the shortcut is. His face drops as he keeps scrolling. Something is definitely wrong with the search results. He nearly falls over in shock in the middle of a public player zone. The new reality of the situation is starting to sink in. He stares at the screen, hands trembling while Lamba looks on, equally confused by the news. A massive notice pops up on his feed, breaking down the strict new laws for entering dungeons. He can't believe what he's reading. It says unauthorized entry is strictly forbidden. Dungeons are appearing randomly across the country, and their difficulty is now ranked by the energy levels they emit. But it doesn't matter how easy the gate looks. New government regulations have made it impossible for a newbie to just walk in. A cute illustration on the screen drives the point home. If you aren't an officially registered player, the authorities will kick you out. The weight of it all hits him as he slumps onto a bench, feeling completely defeated by the red tape. Jinwoo sighs, cursing his luck for waking up from a coma right when the laws became so strict. A tiny hand reaches out from behind him and gently pats his shoulder. Lamba tries to cheer him up with an adorable shout, telling him to keep his head high. Seeing her enthusiasm brings a small, genuine smile back to his face. He gives her a gentle pat on the head, thanking the little fairy for the support. Suddenly, his phone starts buzzing with a new alert. It's late at night when he finally takes a call from his little sister, Baek Jinwoo. Jinwoo is lounging on her bed reading a book, checking in to see when her big brother is coming home. He tells her he'll handle his own dinner, then asks if she knew about the mandatory player registration. She bolts upright in shock, realizing she completely forgot to mention the biggest change in the new world. She offers a sheepish apology, swearing it just slipped her mind during all the excitement of him waking up. Jinwoo's expression goes cold as she explains that the government had to step in after so many people died in the dungeons. She describes the absolute chaos of the last few years, with armed guards now posted at every gate, including popular spots like the Dungeon Delicious Cafe. Jinwoo listens, thinking about how tedious the whole registration and testing process is going to be. It seems the authorities are desperate to control the number of players before the entire social system collapses from the inside. Jinwoo changes the subject, asking if he's heard about the competitive global rankings yet. He looks at the list of world-class players like Rachel Rose, noticing that their country is nowhere to be found in the top 100. Ajin laments their low status, wishing a legend like Jinwoo God would finally appear to carry the nation. Jinwoo just stays silent as he hangs up, the reality of the situation weighing heavy on him. He looks out at the glowing neon lights of the city and decides he's done enough for today. Back at home, a pot of stew is already simmering on the stove early the next morning. His parents are already up, with his mother busy cooking while his father reads the morning paper. His father looks up from the newspaper, noticing his son is already dressed for the day. Jinwoo stands in the doorway with his backpack on, ready to leave before it's even 6 a.m. He starts putting on his shoes, politely declining his mother's offer of a quick rice ball before he heads out. He pulls his laces tight, his focus returning as he prepares to face the world. He stands at the entrance for a moment, taking a deep breath before addressing his parents. He looks back with a bright, determined smile, apologizing for being a burden and thanking them for everything. Baek Jinwoo's parents stand at the door, watching their son head out into a world that feels more dangerous than ever. His father sighs as he watches him go, the weight of the new reality finally settling in. He rubs the back of his neck, calling Jinwoo embarrassing for his sudden burst of energy. His wife, however, can't hide her concern, clasping her hands and wondering if their son will truly be okay out there. The father tries to reassure her, mentioning the safety training the government provides now. But as he checks the news on his phone, the headlines about player deaths in dungeons tell a much grimmer story. At the player registration center, Jinwoo stands in a massive queue, eyes glued to the news on his phone. He scrolls through the reports of people losing their lives to delusions of being some kind of chosen hero. He's been immersed in this game world for 10 years, so seeing others treat it with such recklessness feels both pathetic and terrifying. He lets out a weary sigh, knowing exactly how high the stakes really are. "Next person, please," calls out the clerk from the counter. Jinwoo snaps out of his thoughts and steps forward, ready to take his first official step toward becoming a player. He slides his application form across the counter, hands steady despite the noise of the crowd around him. The clerk accepts the paper with a practiced, robotic smile. Jinwoo leans in slightly, asking how many people actually manage to qualify as official players. He wants to know exactly what kind of competition he's up against in this new era. The clerk reveals that out of the thousands in line, only 50 will survive the final test. Jinwoo breaks into a cold sweat, glancing back at the endless sea of hopefuls behind him. He walks away from the counter, footsteps heavy as he processes the staggering odds. He knows this won't be a simple walk in the park. As he moves through the bustling station, he reminds himself that if he can't pass a basic test like this, he doesn't deserve his former glory. He's determined to prove his worth in this new reality. A confident smirk plays on his lips as he thinks back to his legendary title from the game. He wasn't called one of the 5 emperors of the heavens for nothing. The scene shifts to a quiet cafe where people are enjoying their morning coffee, seemingly oblivious to the chaos of player registration nearby. It's a brief moment of normalcy in an increasingly abnormal world. Park Chang-seok, a judge from the player headquarters, sits at a table cluttered with application folders. He flips through them with a critical eye, looking for any sign of genuine talent. He takes a long sip of his iced coffee, grumbling about the headquarters' strict selection process. In his opinion, they should be casting a much wider net if they want to find the true geniuses. Suddenly, the front of the cafe is blown apart in a violent explosion of wood and stone. Dust billows through the room, sending patrons diving for cover as the peaceful morning is shattered. Park is caught off guard, his eyes widening in shock as screams erupt from the terrified crowd around him. He stares through the debris, sensing a hostile presence approaching. A man in a sharp suit walks calmly through the settling dust, his footsteps echoing in the silence. He greets Park Chang-seok by name, his voice dripping with malice. Standing behind the intruder is a massive, red-skinned ogre and a grotesque flying eye-bat. The unnamed gang member mocks Park, noting how relaxed he looks despite the loss of his brothers. Park glares at the man, his jaw set, as he realizes he's dealing with a complete lunatic. He knows this isn't going to be a simple conversation. Thick, gnarled tree roots burst from the floorboards, tearing through the cafe's foundation. Park isn't waiting around to see what happens next. He's calling out his own power. Park stands his ground as his summons materialize, a towering treant and a snarling flame turtle. He looks every bit the high-ranking official as he prepares to engage the terrorist. The patrons scramble for the exits, whispering in terror about the clash between the gang and the headquarters. Deep in the background, Jinwoo is still engrossed in his phone, his breakfast completely forgot. Suddenly, a loud noise pulled Jinwoo back to reality. The cafe has become a battlefield as the 2 players face off, their massive summons filling the cramped space. The air is thick with tension as they prepare to clash. Jinwoo looks back over his shoulder, a bead of sweat running down his face as he realizes he's stuck in the middle of a literal war zone. This is definitely not how he expected his morning to go. The cafe crowd murmurs in confusion as the peaceful atmosphere is suddenly shattered. Something big is going down, and no one knows what's happening. Civilians huddle together, panic setting in as they realize they might be in the crossfire of a deadly encounter. One guy recognizes the man facing down the threat. It's Park Chang-seok, a legendary figure when it comes to dealing with gangs. Baek Jinwoo stands in the background, looking more annoyed than scared as the situation escalates. He just wanted a quiet moment, but reality has other plans. The unnamed gang member stands tall, his massive blood orc and floating Ibat looming behind him. He's here for a fight, and he's brought the heavy hitters to make sure he wins. Park Chang-seok steps up, shouting for everyone to deploy their summons and raise their shields. He knows a gang using high-level summons like this is a code-red emergency. Blue hexagonal barriers flare up as everyone tries to protect themselves. Jinwoo stays back, keeping a close eye on the unfolding battle while his own shield activates. Jinwoo quietly calls for Lamba, Wind Fairy, as he assesses the threat. He needs his own support ready just in case things get even messier. Lamba pops into existence, tilting her head as she tries to make sense of all the yelling and magic. She looks ready to help, but Jinwoo has other ideas. He quickly brings a finger to his lips, signaling for her to stay completely silent. They have a deal about her not talking in public, and he's not about to let her break it now. He whispers a reminder about their promise, while Lamba looks back with a pouty, slightly annoyed expression. She's got plenty to say, but for now, she'll stick to the rules. The gang member smirks at Park Chang-seok, mockingly calling him an apostle of justice before getting down to business. He's clearly enjoying the fear he's causing. The massive blood orc roars, stomping forward and swinging its heavy weapon. The sheer power behind the move sends tremors through the cafe floor. Jinwoo ducks behind a table, deciding that staying low and watching is his best bet. Getting involved is just going to be a giant headache he doesn't need right now. He watches the exchange with narrow eyes, curious to see how the pros of this new world handle a real combat scenario. It's a good chance to gather some data. A barrage of fireballs streaks through the air, courtesy of Park's flame turtle summon. They light up the room as they head straight for the enemy orc. The fireballs collide in a massive explosion, filling the space with blinding light and heat. It looks like a direct hit that should have ended things. But as the smoke clears, the orc is still standing, completely unharmed. A strange red glow pulses across its skin, signaling that something is protecting it. The gang member laughs, taunting Park for such a weak effort. He's fully confident that nothing they throw can break through his summon's defense. Park Chang-seok grits his teeth, his frustration evident as his best attack fails to leave even a scratch. He's starting to realize this fight isn't going to be as simple as he thought. Observing from behind, Jinwoo has identified the issue with this battle. He already has dozens of ways to pierce through that orc's defense. Watching the struggle, Jinwoo couldn't help but feel a twinge of disappointment, inwardly cursing the tactic as absolute trash. To him, the mistake Park was making was as clear as day. In the back, people began whispering that Park was being backed into a corner, and if things continued this way, the congressman would surely lose. The situation was growing more dire by the second. Jinwoo hesitates, weighing the risks of stepping in. If he helps out, he'll definitely be dragged into a mess of paperwork and attention he wants to avoid. The orc's axe comes down again, a massive blade of steel that threatens to end the fight for good. The danger to the civilians is getting too high to ignore. The heavy blade swings through the air, kicking up dust and debris as the orc continues its relentless assault. The sound of the impact is deafening. Jinwoo stares blankly for a moment, the gravity of the situation finally sinking in. If he doesn't do something, people are actually going to die here. He realizes his hope for a quiet life is about to go up in smoke if he gets killed in some random cafe skirmish. He has to take action, whether he likes it or not. Jinwoo finally stands up and calls out to Park, who immediately tells him to stay back because it's way too dangerous. But Jinwoo isn't planning on getting close. Park pauses, confused, as Jinwoo points out that the flame turtle's timing is the reason the fire attacks aren't landing. He's giving advice like a pro gamer coaching a newbie. Jinwoo points directly at the orc, telling Park to look at the buffers supporting it from the rear. He's seen this mechanic 1,000 times in the game. He identifies the real problem. The Ibat is casting a fire resistance buff every time Park tries to attack with fire. That's why the explosions aren't doing anything. He explains the mechanics clearly, showing that a fire attack will never work as long as that buff is active. It's a basic strategy that Park completely overlooked. Park Chang-seok looks over, finally noticing the orc's body turning red exactly when the buffer in the back uses its skill. The realization hits him like a ton of bricks. Now that he knows the secret, Park's expression changes to one of grim determination. He signals his treant to get ready for a different kind of attack. The orc prepares to lunge again, but Park is already one step ahead, waiting for the split second the buff drops. He's got the timing down now. He shouts for the flame turtle to attack at the exact moment the resistance fades. This is the opening they've been waiting for. A massive pillar of fire erupts, this time connecting with full force and scorching the orc's flesh. The strategy worked perfectly. Park is visibly thrilled, his confidence returning as he sees his attacks finally having an effect. He can hardly believe a random civilian had the answer. The gang member is absolutely stunned, his mouth hanging open as he wonders how someone could have figured out his trick so easily. His perfect plan is falling apart. Park's treant slams its massive roots into the ground, sending them snaking toward the source of the buffers. It's time to take out the support. The wooden limbs burst from the floor and snatch the Ibat right out of the air, crushing it instantly. The gang member can only watch in horror as his edge disappears. With the resistance gone, the flame turtle unleashes its ultimate breath, incinerating the orc in a torrent of pure heat. The fight is over before the enemy can even react. The flame turtle's final blast engulfs the area in a blinding pillar of fire, signaling the end of the struggle. The massive blood orc is completely incinerated, leaving the unnamed gang member in a state of absolute shock as his trump card vanishes into ash. He stares at the empty space, unable to believe his summon was defeated so quickly. Park Chang-seok steps through the settling dust, his shadow looming over the defeated criminal who is now backed against his own barrier. The tide has turned completely. The gang member completely loses his nerve, falling to his knees and desperately begging for his life. He offers to surrender and turn himself in, hopping for any way out of the situation. Park Chang-seok looks down at him with cold, unrelenting eyes, unmoved by the man's desperate pleas. He tells the man to shut up as his treant's massive wooden roots surge forward, tightly binding the criminal so he can't escape. There will be no mercy this time. The roots lift the man off the ground as Park reminds him of the harsh new law. Gang members caught in the act are to be executed on the spot. The gravity of the situation finally sinks in for everyone watching. The criminal's eyes widen in sheer terror as he realizes he won't be seeing the inside of a courtroom. His fate is already sealed. Park stands tall, his expression devoid of pity as he prepares his summon to deliver the final judgment. Justice in this world is swift and brutal. The wooden roots tighten and spear through the target, ending the threat with a gruesome spray of blood. The terrorist attack is officially over. Silence falls over the cafe as the patrons slowly process the violent scene they just witnessed. A young couple looks on, trembling as they wonder if the danger has truly passed. The tension breaks as the crowd begins to cheer, hailing Park Chang-seok as a hero for saving them from the gang. They seem more relieved than horrified by the execution. Amidst the celebratory shouting, Baek Jinwoo stands still, a look of profound discomfort on his face. He finds it disturbing how easily the crowd cheers for a death, even that of a criminal. He watches the people around him, feeling more like an outsider than ever in a world that has become so desensitized to violence. Lamba, Wind Fairy, sits atop his head, sharing his somber mood. Jinwoo realizes that the world he once knew is truly gone, replaced by a reality where survival requires a much colder kind of resolve. He'll have to adapt if he wants to stay alive. Heavy footsteps approach as Park Chang-seok walks across the shattered floor toward his unlikely savior. He looks remarkably composed after the execution. He introduces himself formally as a council member from player headquarters and offers his sincere thanks for the tactical advice that saved him. He's impressed by the young man's insight. Park extends his hand, and Jinwoo takes it, though he brushes off his contribution as if it were nothing special. He doesn't want to make a big deal out of it. Park expressed his desire to reward Jinwoo for his help and asked which guild he belonged to, clearly attempting to scout potential talent. However, Jinwoo replied that he had only just submitted his registration application this morning. Internally, the congressman is baffled. He can't understand how someone with such deep knowledge of summon buffs hasn't officially registered as a player yet. It just doesn't add up. He reassures Jinwoo that as long as they can verify his identity with an ID card, the reward process will be smooth. He's determined to track this mysterious person down. Jinwoo pulls out his ID card and hands it over, finally revealing his name to the official. It's a small price to pay for a reward, or so he thinks. Park takes the card, explaining that a standard background check is required before they can issue any reward according to regulations. He's already planning his next move. Jinwoo accepts the explanation and prepares to leave, waving a casual goodbye as he heads back into the city. He's done with the cafe for today. Park's expression remains serious as he watches Jinwoo walk away, his mind clearly working through the mystery of the young man's uncanny abilities. He's not going to let this go. He takes out his phone and quickly taps the screen to start a call, his face set in a grim line. Something about Jinwoo has piqued his suspicion. He tells the person on the other end that he's just sent over some data that needs to be scrutinized immediately. He wants answers. He specifically mentions the name Baek Jinwoo, making it clear that he wants a deep dive into the protagonist's history. He's looking for anything that might explain the boy's expertise. While Jinwoo walks down the street with Lamba on his head, Park gives the order to look into every detail of his life. The hunt for information has begun. The sun shines brightly over the sprawling city, a peaceful contrast to the secret investigation that has just been launched against Jinwoo. The world continues on as if nothing changed. Jinwoo stops to buy a snack, handing a golden brown bun to his tiny companion. It's the least he can do after making her stay quiet for so long. Ramba's eyes light up with joy as she prepares to dig in. Jinwoo comments on how it must have been frustrating for her to keep her mouth shut during the entire fight. He gives her a soft smile, amused by how simple her happiness is. As long as there's good food, she seems perfectly content. Lamba hugs the massive bun with a look of pure bliss, and Jinwoo thinks about how lucky he is that his summon is so easy to manage compared to others. It's one less thing to worry about. His expression shifts back to concern as he wonders if his intervention today will lead to any long-term consequences. He really didn't want to draw any attention to himself. He thinks back to the Blood Orc attack, acknowledging that he hadn't planned on getting involved until he saw the players struggling with basic mechanics. It was hard to just sit there and watch. He knows that without his tip, the outcome for everyone in that cafe could have been tragic. Sometimes, even he can't ignore a disaster waiting to happen. Sitting on a park bench, Jinwoo takes a deep breath and admits to himself that the world has changed far more than he ever expected. He's going to need more than just knowledge to survive. He stares ahead with a sharp, determined gaze, deciding that he can no longer afford to stay on the sidelines. It's time for him to start hunting for real. The preparation stage is over. He begins planning his next moves, focusing on gathering summoning scrolls to build a proper team. His first target is the armored drill instructor, Summon. Next on his list is the explosion dragon mage, known as the Pakryang sorcerer. Since they're only E and D rank units, he knows he can find them within low-grade scrolls if he's lucky. Nearby, Lamba lies on a small cloth, looking completely stuffed and content after her meal. She has no idea about the ambitious plans her master is currently making. Jinwoo stands up from the park bench, his gaze fixed on the urban skyline and the towering skyscrapers in the distance. Lamba jolts at the sudden movement, her small frame flinching as he breaks the silence with a single decisive word. Jinwoo turns with a confident smile, one hand resting on his hip as sunlight filters through the trees behind him. He asks his fairy companion if they should get moving, finally ready to face the world head-on. The camera pans over a cluster of high-rise glass buildings under a clear blue sky. A voice rings out in shock, cutting through the usual city bustle. Park Chang-seok is on the other end of the line, his jaw dropped as he listens to the report. He just found out that Baek Jinwoo spent the last 3 years in a coma after a car accident. He can't believe what he's hearing. He wonders if being bedridden was the only reason a guy with this much talent remained an unregistered player until now. A flashback shows people standing in a town square, surrounded by floating red banners as the world turned upside down. 3 years ago, everything humanity knew was replaced by a chaotic new reality. Back in the present, Park is so rattled he almost drops his phone and briefcase. The news that Jinwoo applied for registration immediately after being discharged is completely unheard of. He pulls out the application form and stares at Jinwoo's photo. Every detail on the paper confirms that this kid isn't just lucky, he's an anomaly. Park realizes the gravity of the situation as he stares at the paperwork. To wake up and instantly adapt to a world filled with monsters and magic takes more than just guts. He stands frozen on the sidewalk while people walk past him. His colleague asks if everything is okay, but he's too deep in thought to give a real answer. He tells the person on the phone that he'll be taking over as the examiner for this round. He refuses to explain why, but it's clear he's found someone he needs to see in person. He hangs up the call, staring at his phone with a mixture of disbelief and excitement. The skyline of the city looms behind him, bright, and indifferent. To Park, it's one thing to survive an accident, but it's another to register as a player the moment you open your eyes. That kind of adaptability is something you can't teach. A smirk tugs at the corner of his mouth as he looks at the screen. He's convinced that Jinwoo has the potential to become an extraordinary talent for the country. The scene shifts to the sleek interior of the Player Association headquarters. Modern architecture and bright spotlights give the place a high-stakes, professional feel. A pair of polished dress shoes clicks against the floor as someone walks inside. Jinwoo has arrived, and he's clearly impressed by the scale of the facility. He knew it would be busy, but the sheer volume of applicants is still a lot to take in. Lamba is perched on his head, looking around with wide eyes at the competition. The hallway is packed with people waiting for their turn, the air buzzing with nervous energy. Everyone here is vying for a chance to officially join the ranks of players. Jinwoo passes a girl holding a small, armored summon, both of them looking ready for a fight. He observes the crowd, realizing just how much people are willing to go through for this status. He finds a seat and gets comfortable, crossing his arms with a confident smirk. While everyone else looks stressed, he feels like he's just waiting for a game to start. The sound of heavy footsteps signals the arrival of the instructor. The noisy hall goes quiet in an instant as everyone turns their attention to the stage. Jinwoo looks up from his seat, noticing that things are finally getting underway. Lamba settles onto his hair, sensing that it's time to pay attention. His eyes go wide as he recognizes the man stepping up to the podium. It's the same guy he met before, and he didn't expect him to be the one running the show. Park Chang-seok stands tall before the crowd, introducing himself as the examiner for the headquarters. He announces that the pre-written exam training is officially starting. The scene cuts to a private, sunlit room where the two of them are sitting alone. The tension from the auditorium is gone, replaced by a more personal atmosphere. Park laughs, calling their meeting a twist of fate. Jinwoo sits across from him, admitting he never would have guessed a high-ranking official would be his examiner. Park leans back with a grin and asks how the training session went. Jinwoo looks away, trying to figure out how to be honest without being rude. A screen in the background shows diagrams of summon combinations and strategy maps. This is the advanced curriculum being taught to the next generation of players. Jinwoo looks completely unimpressed, while Lamba has literally fallen asleep on his head. To them, this lesson is about as exciting as watching paint dry. Lamba snaps awake with a tiny yawn, looking just as bored as her master. She's clearly not finding any of this top-tier strategy very useful. Jinwoo realizes why everything felt so familiar. The government is teaching the exact same strategies he shared on game forums years ago. He can't believe they're using his old speedrun tactics as official study material. He forces a smile and tells Park that it wasn't bad, though he's secretly annoyed. Park looks relieved, glad to hear that his star recruit found the material acceptable. Park gets down to business, mentioning the reward application they discussed previously. He leans in closer, his expression turning serious. Before they move on to the rewards, he admits there's one thing he's been dying to ask. Jinwoo watches him closely, waiting for the catch. Park rests his chin on his hands, his eyes narrowing as he studies Jinwoo's reaction. He asks point-blank if Jinwoo was ever a gamer in the past. Jinwoo looks confused, repeating the term as if he's never heard it used that way. He's trying to gauge exactly how much Park has figured out about his history. A hologram of a mobile game screen pops up, showing the Battle of Summoners login. In this world, being a gamer means you played the very game this reality is now based on. Park explains that nearly 3/4 of the top rankers in the country were gamers before the shift. He knows that anyone with that background has a massive head start in this new world. Jinwoo realizes it would be weirder if he knew all these specific summon buffs without having a background in the game. He decides to come clean, but only partially. Park looks validated, his eyes lighting up as he confirms his theory. He immediately asks the follow-up question, how long did Jinwoo actually play for? Jinwoo stares into the distance, carefully calculating his response. If he admits he was a 10-year veteran, he'll be put under a microscope that he's not ready for. Park waits for the answer, a bead of sweat rolling down his temple from the tension. He's desperate for any edge he can get for the association. Jinwoo lies through his teeth, claiming he only played for about a year. Park's reaction is explosive as he lunges forward and grabs Jinwoo's hands in shock. Jinwoo blinks, completely caught off guard by the guy's level of excitement. He starts to wonder if a year was still too much, but for Park, he's just found a diamond in the rough. Jinwoo keeps a straight face as he repeats his 1-year play history. Park's jaw practically hits the floor. To him, playing a dead game for that long is a massive achievement. Park is sweating as he processes the info. Most Korean rankers barely put in 6 months, so a full year of experience makes Jinwoo a walking encyclopedia in his eyes. He clears his throat and regains his composure. He tells Jinwoo that because of his expertise, they've prepared 2 exclusive reward options for him to choose from. Park holds up a finger, laying out the first offer with an air of importance. Using his authority, he can grant Jinwoo an immediate player registration, bypassing the usual red tape. He leans in, sweetening the deal even further. Not only would he get his license instantly, but he'd also be guaranteed a high-level position right at the association headquarters. Jinwoo just leans his head on his hand, looking completely unimpressed. To anyone else, this is a dream offer, but he seems to be thinking of something else entirely. Park moves on to the second option, which is a straightforward cash reward of 5 million won. He claps his hands together, expecting Jinwoo to struggle with the obvious choice of a government career. He gives a small, confident smile, certain that no one in their right mind would pick a bit of cash over a prestigious job. He emphasizes that getting into headquarters is harder than landing a gig at a major corporation. Before Park can even finish his pitch, Jinwoo interrupts him with a deadpan expression. He chooses the money without a second thought, leaving the examiner completely speechless. Park's head practically spins in a cartoonish daze as he stammers out a response. He tries to warn Jinwoo that normal player registration is a long, grueling process that he could skip right now. Jinwoo stands up and rests his hand on the table, looking determined to stick to his choice. He politely thanks Park for the concern, but insists he'll handle the registration on his own terms. He slings his bag over his shoulder and heads for the door, looking back one last time. He tells Park he doesn't want to be tied down to headquarters when he's already busy hunting for new summons. The scene shifts to the play zone entrance, where a swirling blue portal stands ready. A crowd of officials and guards watches as Jinwoo prepares to take the practical exam. The instructor confirms Jinwoo's identity as he approaches the gate. Tialgo, the hairy gorilla summon, stands loyally by his side, looking just as bored as his master. A woman in a suit explains the rules of the day-of-the-week dungeon. Since it's Tuesday, he'll be entering a time attack trial where speed is everything. From a distance, Park watches Jinwoo's back as he walks toward the shimmering light. He's still reeling from the fact that someone actually turned down his golden ticket. He stands with his arms crossed, his brow furrowed in confusion. He just can't wrap his head around why an unregistered player would prefer a small pile of cash over national support. His gaze sharpens as he focuses on Jinwoo's calm demeanor. There's something about the kid's confidence that makes him wonder if there's more to this than just a lack of ambition. In another room, technical analysts are staring at a stack of documents in disbelief. They're shouting that the insights in Jinwoo's pre-exam papers are absolutely insane. A man with glasses is practically weeping with joy as he clutches the reports. He's never seen anyone with such a deep understanding of runes and summons, claiming that Korea has finally found a true national treasure. Park looks on, sweating as he hears the experts' high praise. He realizes that if Jinwoo performs as well as he writes, he could easily break into the national rankings. Park bites his thumb, the gears in his head turning as he second-guesses his earlier negotiation. He wonders if his offer was actually too low for a talent of this caliber. Back at the portal, the instructor gives the final word that the explanation is over. She gestures for Jinwoo to enter the dungeon and begin his trial. Jinwoo takes a firm step forward, his sneakers clicking against the pavement. The portal hums with energy, ready to transport him into the maze. He steps through the light and finds himself at the entrance of a dark, stone-walled labyrinth. Lamba floats beside him, looking ready for action as the clock starts ticking. A wave of energy pulses through the air as the dungeon activates. Bright blue lines of code and mana flicker around them, signaling the start of the time attack. Jinwoo stands composed, surrounded by a glowing aura of light. Tialgo squats beside him, his eyes glowing yellow as he prepares to unleash his power. A system window pops up with a warning. The room is crawling with highly toxic slimes. The goal is simple: defeat the monsters and find the exit as fast as possible. Jinwoo doesn't waste a second and calls out to Lamba. She cheers back, spinning her staff to start stacking buffs on their gorilla companion immediately. Tialgo lets out a primal roar as green aura wraps around his massive frame. Multiple speed and attack stacks appear over his head, turning the slow summon into a high-speed wrecking ball. The screen explains the layout of the Tuesday dungeon, which is essentially a massive, confusing maze. Purple, crown-wearing slimes lurk in the shadows, waiting for unsuspecting players. A cartoon graphic shows a beginner player looking lost and crying, while a timeout alarm blares. Most people fail this exam because they spend all their time wandering in circles instead of fighting. Jinwoo just gives a cold smirk as he looks into the darkness of the maze. To him, this isn't a challenge. It's a speed run he's done 1,000 times before. Lamba points forward, leading the charge as Jinwoo commands them to ignore the slow slimes and keep moving straight. They dash past the toxic blobs without letting them land a single hit. Jinwoo thinks to himself that he's been through this dungeon so many times in the game that he could navigate it blindfolded. Finding the way out isn't even a concern for him. He spots a specific archway and points it out to his team. This is the shortcut he was looking for, one that cuts through the longest section of the maze. He leaps through the gap with a burst of speed, his coat fluttering behind him. He knows that taking this path will lead them straight to the heart of the dungeon. A bright red warning screen flashes across his vision. The boss monster appears. A piercing alarm echoes through the stone chamber as the floor begins to tremble. Jinwoo's expression turns predatory as he stares into the dark pit where the boss is hiding. He mentions that it's been a while since he's seen this thing in person, and he's more than ready to take it down. An enormous, gelatinous mass rises from the ground, dwarfing Jinwoo and his summons. The giant slime wears a jagged crown, its glowing blue eyes fixed on the intruders as it prepares to defend its territory. Baek Jinwoo smiles as he looks up. It's finally time for a real showdown with the boss. The great slime looms over them, a massive mountain of purple goo wearing a tiny crown. Jinwoo stands his ground, flanked by Lamba and his gorilla summon, Tialgo. Jinwoo gives the command to go all out. Lamba spins around with her staff, casting a swirling green buff as Tialgo lets out a deafening roar that shakes the dungeon walls. The buffed-up gorilla leaps into the air. Tialgo winds up a massive fist, glowing with the energy Lamba provided. The punch connects with a massive boom, sending slime splashing everywhere. The force of the impact craters the ground beneath the boss. Tialgo doesn't stop, unleashing a flurry of punches so fast they're a blur. Jinwoo watches with a smirk, knowing that Lamba's speed buff is basically a cheat code. Jinwoo crosses his arms, impressed by the carnage. Even an F-class summon becomes a beast when their attack speed is cranked up this high. The battle is over in a flash, and Tialgo beats his chest in victory while Lamba cheers. Jinwoo gives them a satisfied nod for a job well done. A blue system window pops up, confirming the boss monster has been defeated. Jinwoo looks back, slightly surprised by how quickly the notification appeared. The clear time is 5 minutes and 32 seconds. To Jinwoo, this feels incredibly slow compared to his old gaming days when he could clear it in under a minute. But then more windows pop up. He's just shattered the South Korean record. A special achievement notification flashes across his vision. Jinwoo stares in disbelief as rewards start pouring in. He just earned 3 advanced summoning scrolls for his effort. The loot keeps coming with 2 low-grade abrasives added to his inventory. He starts breaking into a cold sweat as the reality of what he just did sinks in. He can't believe that time is considered the best in the country. The bar in this world is way lower than he expected. Cut to the association monitoring room, where feathers of light seem to drift through the air. The piece is shattered when Yu Jia spots something impossible on her screen. Yu Jia shouts for her superior to come over, pointing frantically at the new data. The rankings for the Tuesday dungeon have just been turned upside down. Headquarters Agent A rushes over, his jaw dropping at the screen. He can't believe a new record of 5 minutes and 32 seconds was just set. Jia is stunned by the massive time cut. She wonders if a pro like Kang Jin-ho found a new secret strategy. The system pulls up the player's profile, and the name Baek Jinwoo flashes on the monitor. They've never seen this guy before. The agents look at each other in confusion. This new record breaker isn't even a registered ranker. They can't wrap their heads around it. An unknown player just took down the record of the #1 ranked professional. The news reaches the upper levels of the association. Jinwoo's face is plastered on the big screen in the high-stakes meeting room. Yu Jia stands by, completely dazed by the situation. She whispers that this man is truly incredible. Park Chang-seok sits at the head of the table, a mysterious smile playing on his face. He knows exactly what this means for their country. Park leans forward, declaring Jinwoo to be the real deal. He calls him a national treasure that they can't afford to lose. The congressman slams his hand on the table to emphasize his point. He's determined to secure Jinwoo at any cost. He warns the room that they must prevent him from leaving for another country. If South Korea wants to survive, they need talent like this. Park orders his staff to register Jinwoo as a player immediately. The other officials are taken aback, wondering if they should skip the usual matches. A ranking board shows how far ahead Jinwoo is compared to the rest of the nation. Time attacks are split into domestic and global categories, and he's just topped the first list. The previous top player in Korea, Kang Jin-ho, is now in second place with a time over 6 minutes. His silhouette fades into the background as his record is overtaken. But the global stage is a different story. The world's top player, Rachel, holds the first-place spot with a staggering time of just over 2 minutes. Jinwoo's image appears next to his summons as the association debates his potential. Surpassing the national record as a non-ranker makes a standard test seem pointless. Park argues that someone with this much talent deserves special treatment. He's not going to let bureaucracy slow them down. Later that day, outside the massive association building, the sky is clear and bright. A deep sigh of relief echoes through the air. Jinwoo is walking away, still processing the news. He's genuinely confused that a 5-minute clear was enough to break a national record. Suddenly, someone calls out his name from behind. Jinwoo stops and looks back as a man rushes toward him. It's Park Chang-seok, running with a huge grin and his arm raised. He shouts that he's been dying to meet the man who just made history. The congressman sprints across the pavement, sweating from the effort. He's clearly moved by the data he saw earlier. He catches his breath and tells Jinwoo how incredible that record-breaking run was. He's dying to know how he managed to do it in one single attempt. Jinwoo scratches his cheek, feeling a bit awkward about all the praise. To him, it felt as natural as a fish swimming in water. Park quickly reaches into his pocket and pulls something out. He tells Jinwoo he needs to take this right away. Jinwoo looks down at the card in his hand. It's an official player license. He's been fast-tracked and registered as a professional player on the spot. Park Chang-seok hands over the license, telling Jinwoo there's no more doubt about his skills. Jinwoo looks at his new ID, satisfied that things are moving along. The congressman then gets straight to the point, asking exactly how Jinwoo managed to break the record. Jinwoo keeps his eyes on the card, already calculating his response. Jinwoo lets out a small, non-committal sound as he thinks. He knows his response will determine how the government treats him from here on out. He grips the license tight, staring at his own photo. He knows that if he spills his secrets now, the power balance in the country would shift overnight. Jinwoo envisions a best-case scenario where he's treated like royalty. Sitting on a golden throne with money falling from the sky, he'd have all the wealth and honor he could ever want. But then he thinks of the worst-case scenario. He imagines being kidnapped and tied to a chair, with the government trying to squeeze every bit of information out of his head. Jinwoo narrows his eyes, deciding that total honesty might be a death sentence. He needs to play this smart to stay in control. He looks Park right in the eye and calls him out for being rude. The congressman looks taken aback, a bead of sweat rolling down his face as the tension rises. Park immediately lowers his gaze and apologizes for overstepping. He realizes he can't treat Jinwoo like a typical rookie player. He clenches his fist, explaining that sharing a gamer's strategy is a huge deal among top players. He knows he's asking for a trade secret. Park looks desperate as he pleads with Jinwoo to understand the situation. He explains that South Korea is currently starved for top-tier talent to compete globally. Jinwoo watches him closely, judging the man's character. He decides that Park doesn't seem like the type of person who would stab him in the back. He remembers that Park was quick to wire the reward money without any hassle. The guy is efficient and seems to have a decent personality for a politician. Jinwoo's lips curl into a slight smirk as a new plan forms. He thinks that if he plays his cards right, he can use the country's resources to level up faster than ever. The two stand on the street as the conversation shifts. Park suggests they find somewhere more private and official to talk things through. They move to a sleek, modern office space overlooking the city. The atmosphere is much more professional as they settle in to talk business. Park sits across from Jinwoo and gets right to the point. He bluntly asks for Jinwoo's full cooperation with the association. He explains that the headquarters is in dire need of the specialized knowledge Jinwoo possesses. Jinwoo listens in silence, looking completely unfazed. Jinwoo leans back and asks if they've already done a background check on him. His expression is sharp, letting Park know he's aware of their digging. Park looks a bit embarrassed but tries to justify it. He explains that any skilled, unregistered player is viewed as a potential security threat or even a gang member. Jinwoo crosses his arms and stares him down, looking genuinely annoyed. He tells Park in no uncertain terms to never let it happen again. Park breaks into a sweat, surprised by Jinwoo's intensity. He's used to people being intimidated by the state, but this kid doesn't show a single hint of fear. Jinwoo casually takes a sip of his coffee, acting like he's the one in charge of the room. Park realizes that the young man knows exactly how much leverage he holds. Jinwoo sets his cup down and asks what's in it for him. He wants to know the tangible benefits of helping the country. He asks about cooperation, as if the word itself is questionable. Park looks a bit stunned, realizing Jinwoo isn't going to be easily bought with empty words. Park laughs, trying to lighten the mood while admitting he holds a very high position in the association. He wants Jinwoo to know he has the power to follow through on his promises. He explains the political side of his job, showing a graphic of him on a podium. If he produces good results with Jinwoo, he gets more votes and more power to help. Jinwoo gives him a dull, unimpressed look. He realizes he's just dealing with a typical ambitious politician. Park clenches his hands on the desk, looking more serious than ever. He promises to provide every bit of support his authority allows. Park repeats his offer, emphasizing that his resources are now at Jinwoo's disposal. He's putting all his chips on this one player. Jinwoo narrows his eyes, thinking the offer is a bit too vague. Since Park is a civil servant, he knows there are limits to how much cash he can just throw around. Jinwoo taps his finger on the table, thinking it over. He finally tells Park that he has a specific condition in mind. He proposes a trial period of exactly 1 month. Park is visibly confused by the short time frame, asking for clarification. Jinwoo explains he'll focus on his own growth for a month and request help when he needs it. He wants to see if the association is actually useful to him first. If he's satisfied, they'll keep going. If not, he'll walk away. He even offers to return whatever resources he used or provide equivalent info if they part ways. Park can't help but smile at the sheer audacity of the kid. He realizes Jinwoo is essentially asking for a high-level secretary for a month. The congressman taps the table, accepting the terms with a smirk. He knows it's an audacious request, but he has no other choice. He thinks to himself that even if it's just for a month, there's a lot he can gain by staying close to Jinwoo. The potential payoff is just too big to pass up. They both reach out and shake on it, finalizing their 1-month agreement. The god of the old game has officially begun his climb in the new world. A fresh cup of coffee sits on the table, steam curling into the air. The meeting is just getting started. Baek Jinwoo leans forward, his expression dead serious. He tells the man across from him that there's something he needs to get straight first. He asks Park Chang-seok, congressman, to keep his record-breaking dungeon run a complete secret. He isn't looking for fame, he's worried about his own safety. Park Chang-seok, congressman, looks blindsided, a bead of sweat rolling down his face. He starts to argue that the association's headquarters would surely protect someone with his talent. Jinwoo doesn't buy it. He points out that if the headquarters can't even handle a petty street gang, there's no way they can protect him. The congressman clenches his fist on the table, conceding the point. He agrees to do everything in his power to keep the news from spreading. But he also issued a warning, stating that even with his assistance, the news might eventually leak out in small trickles. Jinwoo simply stood up and shrugged. A little bit of exposure didn't bother him at all. Jinwoo says his goodbyes and heads for the door. Outside, the city is bright and busy, a complete contrast to the quiet office he just left. As he walks away, Jinwoo pulls out his phone. He smirks to himself, satisfied that he successfully secured the congressman's silence for now. He stops for a moment to check the loot he picked up earlier. A small smile plays on his lips as he prepares to see what he's earned. He swipes his hand across the air, bringing up a glowing, holographic interface. The blue light reflects off his eyes as he scrolls through his inventory. The reward screen pops up, showing 3 high-grade summoning scrolls and 2 low-grade abrasives. Jinwoo stares at the items, surprised by the quality of the haul. He stands in the dark room, the blue screen casting long shadows behind him. It makes sense. A first-time achievement reward like this should be something special. Jinwoo taps his chin, weighing his options. Part of him wants to use the scrolls right now, but gambling with only 3 feels like a waste when he could sell them for a guaranteed profit. He pauses, his eyes widening as a new idea strikes him. Something about the market just clicked. He pulls up the Player Web app, the exclusive marketplace for registered hunters. This is where all the high-stakes item trading happens. He remembers Park Chang-seok, congressman, giving him a glowing recommendation for a specific trade station while setting up the app. It seems like the right place to start. Jinwoo taps on the Announcements tab to check the current market rates. He holds his breath, waiting for the list to load. He stares at the screen, frozen. He can't believe what he's looking at. His eyes go wide as he processes the numbers. The shock is written all over his face. The screen lists a single high-grade summoning scroll at 3 million won. Jinwoo's hand shakes slightly as he looks at the 5,000 won price tag for a low-grade scroll below it. Jinwoo clutches his head, trying to do the math. He just made 9 million won in a 5-minute dungeon run. It's absolutely insane. He stares at the phone, his face heating up as he thinks about the possibilities. If he keeps this up, the money is going to start piling up fast. He imagines dad, mom, and Baek Jinwoo crying with relief as they're surrounded by stacks of cash. He clenches his fist, determined to make sure his family never has to worry about money again. He starts planning his next move, tapping his chin thoughtfully. Since he already has top-tier summons like the drill instructor, he can afford to sell the high grades and buy a massive amount of low-grade scrolls instead. He looks at the 3 high-grade summoning scrolls sitting in his inventory one last time. They're his ticket to a much larger game. He goes back to the market listings, but something catches his eye. He stops mid-scroll, squinting at the screen. The price for low-grade scrolls is stuck at 5,001, despite there being way more sellers than buyers. It doesn't make any sense. He decides he needs some expert advice. He starts dialing a number, hoping to get some answers about how this economy actually works. He puts the phone to his ear and waits. "Hello?" he asks as soon as the line connects. On the other end, Baek Jinwoo is relaxing on the couch with a book. She sounds surprised to hear from him, asking what's up. Jinwoo starts laying out his questions about the scroll market. He needs her to explain the weird price floor he's seeing on the app. Ajin smiles, happy to help her brother out. She explains that the reason the price stays at 5,001 is because the headquarters buys them all up. Jinwoo looks confused, asking why on earth the headquarters would want to do that. It seems like a massive waste of resources. Ajin flops back onto the couch, explaining that they use tax money to buy them in bulk at a fixed price. It's a policy meant to support low-rank hunters so they can at least make a living. An infographic shows money raining down on a happy hunter. She notes that because the headquarters is a guaranteed buyer, nobody ever bothers to lower their price below 5,000. Jinwoo listens, still trying to wrap his head around the logic. "What? Why though?" he asks, needing more details. Ajin says it's a holdover from the early days of the system. Even though the headquarters doesn't need them and they're just piling up in storage, the policy stays in place. Jinwoo nods, finally getting the picture. He thanks her for the info and hangs up the phone, a new plan already forming. He looks at his phone's blank screen, his reflection staring back. If low-grade scrolls are that common and the headquarters is desperate to get rid of them, he's found his opening. The scene shifts to a luxuriously appointed office. The atmosphere is quiet and professional, waiting for the next move. Park Chang-seok, congressman, lets out a booming laugh, his face lighting up with a wide grin. He enthusiastically welcomes Jinwoo back into the room. Park Chang-seok, congressman, lets out a big laugh, leaning back as he teases Jinwoo for coming back to see him so soon. Jinwoo just sits there with a flat look on his face, waiting for the old man to finish. The congressman clasps his hands on the desk, his expression turning a bit more professional. He asks Jinwoo if he happens to need something specific. Jinwoo gets straight to the point. He wants to get his hands on some low-grade summoning scrolls. Park Chang-seok, congressman, looks genuinely surprised, wondering why he isn't asking for intermediate or high-grade ones instead. When asked how many he needs, Jinwoo doesn't hesitate. He tells the congressman he wants as many as he can possibly get his hands on. Park Chang-seok, congressman, rests his chin on his hand, a bead of sweat forming on his brow. He thinks to himself that since 50,000 of them come in every single day, giving them away isn't exactly a problem. He warns Jinwoo that he can provide them, but only if they aren't meant for resale on the market. Jinwoo quickly shuts that down, explaining that since the market is already flooded with them, he just plans on using them himself. The congressman narrows his eyes, watching Jinwoo closely. He's starting to realize that the young man definitely has a specific plan in mind for all those scrolls. Jinwoo sits there with a composed, neutral look while the congressman analyzes him. Park Chang-seok thinks to himself that Jinwoo really is a different kind of gamer compared to everyone else. The congressman agrees to the request, but raises a finger to signal a condition. Jinwoo's interest is piqued as a small chibi version of him pops up with a question mark. Park Chang-seok, congressman, leans in, asking for just a single piece of useful information in exchange for the scrolls. He's looking for a fair trade that benefits both of them. He explains the stakes. Since he's an elected official, just giving away items bought with tax money would destroy the public's trust in him. He needs something to show for it to cover his tracks. Jinwoo's face is reflected in the dark surface of his coffee as the congressman continues his pitch. He needs some kind of insurance to protect his own position while helping Jinwoo out. Jinwoo lets out a small smirk, thinking that this arrangement actually works in his favor. If he provides decent information, he knows the congressman will treat him accordingly in the future. He settles back into his chair and gives a simple nod of agreement. He's ready to play the game on the congressman's terms. Jinwoo raises a finger as he starts his explanation. He tells the congressman about a technique he calls shaving seconds off achievements. A small chibi congressman looks completely lost, a bead of sweat on his head. The concept of speedrunning achievements is clearly new to him. An infographic pops up showing a Chibai congressman celebrating a dungeon clear at 6 minutes and 20 seconds. It lists the reward as 3 high-grade summoning scrolls for taking the top spot domestically. The graphic changes to show Baek Jinwoo standing on a first-place pedestal with a faster time of 5 minutes and 32 seconds. He explains that if another player breaks that record later, they can also earn those same rewards. He illustrates the idea as a relay race, where players take turns breaking the record by only a single second each time. This way, the maximum number of people can claim the rewards before the time becomes impossible to beat. A massive stack of gold scrolls appears as Jinwoo notes that this method also significantly boosts South Korea's national power. It's a win-win strategy for the whole country. Park Chang-seok, congressman, rubs his chin thoughtfully, admitting that they've actually tried a similar method themselves. However, he points out that the current top rankers have only managed to receive the reward once each. Jinwoo points out that since there are still so many players who haven't even received the reward once, his plan won't cause any real issues. He's confident in his logic. The light catches Jinwoo's eye as he prepares to drop the big secret. He tells the congressman that the information he's releasing is specifically for the Tuesday dungeon. Park Chang-seok, congressman, claps his hands together loudly, satisfied that his suspicions were right. He's clearly excited to hear what Jinwoo has found. The congressman leans in with sparkling eyes, looking like a kid in a candy store. Jinwoo thinks to himself that the man wouldn't believe it even if he told him the truth about just memorizing the mazes. Jinwoo guarantees that with this method, anyone will be able to clear the dungeon in the 3-minute range. The congressman's jaw drops. He's completely stunned by that claim. Jinwoo holds up a hand to stop the old man's excitement before it goes too far. He tells him that before they get into the details, they need to settle on the price. He lays out his demands. Along with the low-grade scrolls, he wants 50 high-grade summoning scrolls. He watches the congressman's reaction closely as he names his price. Park Chang-seok was stunned, his head spinning as he processed that price. He nearly choked when Jinwoo proposed a figure as high as 150 million won. Jinwoo leans back, crossing his arms with a confident look. He argues that his price is actually a bargain, considering the rewards from his method can easily reach into the billions. A tiny Chibai congressman sweats profusely, trying to wrap his head around the massive numbers Jinwoo is throwing out. He's starting to feel the pressure of the negotiation. The congressman wipes a bead of sweat from his forehead, looking like he's just run a marathon. He lets out a long breath and finally gives his consent. He points a finger at Jinwoo, his expression firm but intrigued. He promises to transfer the 150 million immediately, but only if the information turns out to be legit. Jinwoo gives him a confident smirk, telling the congressman he won't regret it. He also makes sure to remind him about the 10,000 low-grade scrolls he expects every single day. The sun begins to set over the city, painting the sky in deep shades of orange and purple. A voice calls out to the congressman, letting him know that everyone has arrived. A group of men in crisp white shirts and black ties are gathered in an open field, surrounded by wooden barrels and gear. They're all wondering why they've been called for a sudden meeting at this hour. Park Chang-seok, congressman, laughs as he addresses the group, standing tall in the fading light. He tells them he's called them in because he has something very important he wants to test out. One of the men smirks, nodding that the congressman wouldn't gather them all for just any ordinary experiment. They're all curious to see what he's got up his sleeve. The congressman asks if they've heard about the Tuesday dungeon record being shattered recently. One of the men nods, remembering the name Baek Jinwoo being all over the news. A Chibai version of the congressman excitedly tells the group that he's managed to get his hands on a top-tier strategy from overseas. He mentions that he even tested it with Jinwoo himself, and the results were incredible. The men look at each other, stunned by the news. They ask if it's really true, finally understanding why he told them not to spread the word around. Park Chang-seok, congressman, gives a simple, confident nod. He's ready to show them exactly how it's done. Park Chang-seok, congressman, stands confidently in front of his people, the sunset glowing behind him. He declares that from now on they are going to totally crush the Tuesday dungeon. In a flash of blue light, a new summoned beast appears. It's a small, blue and yellow lizard with a long tail, identified as the key to clearing the dungeon. The congressman's subordinates look on in confusion. One of them asks if the little creature is just a spotted Komodo. On-screen text explains that the spotted Komodo is a monitor lizard-type summon, roughly the size of a human adult. It's typically categorized as a versatile unit capable of both tanking and dealing damage. A status window displays the B-spotted Komodo with a height of 170 cm. It reiterates its role as a balanced fighter in the dungeon. In a flashback, Jinwoo stares down at a tiny, unimpressive version of the lizard. He thinks to himself that it's a total dud, especially since its ambiguous stats usually make it a poor choice compared to other B-grade summons. The spotted Komodo's foot splashes into a pool of water with a heavy thud. Despite its reputation, it seems the users didn't know one crucial detail about its biology. A Chibai-spotted Komodo happily munches on a giant, dead blue slime. Its main source of food is giant slimes, which just happen to be the primary obstacle in the Tuesday dungeon. The scene shifts to the exterior of a massive, modern office building as the sun dips below the horizon. The deal with the congressman is already starting to pay off. System alerts chime as the national records for the lower-level Tuesday dungeon are repeatedly broken. Park Chun-sik's clear time drops from 5 minutes and 31 seconds down to 5 minutes and 29 seconds. The congressman's subordinates are ecstatic, their faces flushed as they pump their fists. They reach the boss room in record time, proving the effectiveness of the strategy. The team celebrates by tossing a little spotted Komodo into the air like a hero. Park Chang-seok, congressman, watches with a satisfied grin, knowing this summon is a real moneymaker. A few days pass, and the quiet interior of an executive office is shown. The blinds are drawn, casting long shadows across the room. A major news headline on a tablet screen reports that Tuesday dungeon records in Korea are being shattered one after another. It questions if Park Chang-seok is the mastermind behind the sudden surge. Another news piece highlights the congressman's claim that he obtained this valuable information cheaply from overseas. The public is buzzing with excitement over the possibility of new national records. Park Chang-seok sits at his desk, fingers interlaced as he contemplates the news. He realizes that Jinwoo's value goes far beyond just being a talented first-year gamer. The congressman's eyes narrow with determination. He decides right then and there to form a special team dedicated solely to supporting and managing Baek Jinwoo. He holds a stack of documents, the top one featuring a professional photo of Jinwoo. He begins to consider which members would be best suited for this new unit. Standing over his desk, the congressman spreads out several personnel files. He points at the documents, deciding that these 3 individuals will be the perfect fit for the task. Close-ups of the 3 selected resumes are shown, featuring 2 men and 1 woman. Each one has been carefully chosen to handle the unique needs of their star player. The focus shifts to an outdoor park area on a bright, sunny day. The sky is clear, and the atmosphere is peaceful. Jinwoo stares at his smartphone screen, his hand shaking slightly. His bank account balance has skyrocketed to over 167 million won. He's completely floored by how easy it is to make money in this world. Beside him, Lamba Wind Fairy is just as shocked, wondering out loud how much cream bread that kind of cash can buy. Jinwoo sits at a table with a laptop, a blue glow reflecting off his face. Despite his recent windfall, he hasn't forgotten his main goal. He opens his system inventory, which shows a staggering count of 10,000 low-grade summoning scrolls. These were delivered by a headquarters employee earlier that morning as part of the deal. A confident smirk spreads across Jinwoo's face. The congressman kept his end of the bargain, and now it's time for Jinwoo to get to work. He reaches for a bottle of water, twisting the cap off with a crisp click. He needs to stay focused for what comes next. Jinwoo looks over at Lamba Wind Fairy, who is fluttering nearby with a determined expression. He asks her if she's ready to begin. He pours a steady stream of water onto the dry ground. It's a ritual he's performed countless times before, a habit from his earlier days of summoning. Lamba claps her hands together and starts praying fervently to every deity she can think of. She begs for Jinwoo to finally pull a powerful summoned beast from the massive pile of scrolls. Jinwoo holds up a single scroll, which glows with an intense blue light. He's ready to dive into the long process of mass summoning. With a sharp rip, he tears the red scroll open. He knows this is only the beginning of a grueling, endless grind. Sometime later, Jinwoo lies flat on his back, surrounded by a mountain of low-level F-grade summons. Bunnies, bats, and slimes crawl all over him as he gasps for air. Sweat pours down Jinwoo's face as he stares up at the sky, his mouth hanging open in exhaustion. He's gone through 3,600 scrolls in a single hour and found nothing but garbage. Lamba Wind Fairy hovers above him, poking his cheek with a tiny, scolding finger. She doesn't seem to have much sympathy for his plight. She scolds him, asking if he really thought an X-grade summon would just pop out so easily. She reminds him that his luck was already spent when he summoned her on his very first try. Lamba continued to snap at him, shouting that her appearing on the first try was nothing but pure luck. He stood up, brushing off the dust as the summons vanished in flashes of light. He pauses, looking confused as Ramba mentions the summoning system. He admits he has no idea what she's talking about. Ramba sighs, looking at him like he's a hopeless amateur. She asks him if he really knows absolutely nothing about how the summoning mechanics actually work. An infographic appears, illustrating that there are exactly 10% as many summoned beasts as there are human players. With 8 billion people, that means there are over 800 million of those common horned caterpillars he keeps pulling. Ramba points her finger right between Jinwoo's eyes as she explains the catch. There is one very important detail he's missing. She explains that because they are currently under quarantine, there is only one specific individual of each type available. She strikes a pose, lecturing him on the rarity of certain summons. Baek Jinwoo is completely taken aback, shouting out in disbelief. Ramba, Wind Fairy, shakes her head with a resigned expression, admitting that even she doesn't know the reason for his unique ability. Ramba clarifies that Jinwoo is the only person capable of pulling quarantined X-grade summons. Jinwoo's face goes pale as he processes the staggering numbers involved, tens of thousands of beast types, each with hundreds of millions of individuals in the pool. A close-up of Jinwoo's eye reveals the sheer mathematical impossibility of his task, with a 0.0001% probability reflected in his pupil. He realizes he has to somehow draw the one and only X-grade from an ocean of nearly 1 billion common summons. Overwhelmed by the odds, Jinwoo collapses onto the ground in the middle of the park, looking utterly defeated. Ramba, Wind Fairy, hovers beside him, trying to put things into perspective by nodding that winning the lottery multiple times in a row would probably be easier. In a chibi-styled moment of comfort, Ramba hugs Jinwoo's shoulder and tells him not to lose heart just yet. She explains a key mechanic of the system. Once a summoned beast is pulled, it stays out of the pool until it is sold or discarded. A diagram illustrates her point, showing a massive pile of horned caterpillars with the final one, the 800 millionth, appearing at the top. She explains that if every single one of a specific type is summoned, they will never appear in future pulls again. Despite the explanation, Jinwoo remains slumped over, his head hanging low as he mutters that the task is still impossibly difficult. Ramba, Wind Fairy, floats silently near his ear, letting him process the scale of the grind ahead. A sharp close-up of Jinwoo's eye shows a spark of calculation returning to his gaze. He contemplates whether he should switch tactics and start using mid-grade scrolls instead of the low-grade ones. Looking out at the quiet park around him, Jinwoo quickly dismisses the idea, concluding that mid-grade scrolls are far too inefficient. They are too expensive, and their scarcity in the market makes mass summoning with them impossible. Jinwoo stands tall, his hands clenched at his sides as he makes a final decision. He acknowledges that while the probability is astronomically low, he cannot afford to stop now. With a determined shout, Jinwoo grips a glowing blue scroll and tears it open with both hands, releasing a burst of magical energy. Behind him, Ramba, Wind Fairy, cheers him on, her wings fluttering with excitement as the grind resumes. The sun shines brightly over the sprawling city skyline as Jinwoo's desperate plea for a high-grade summon echoes through the air. In the corner, a tiny Ramba pumps her fist, rooting for him to succeed against all odds. As the sun sets over the city, things are finally starting to move. Baek Jinwoo has spent the last 2 weeks in a brutal, soul-crushing grind, ripping through a staggering 140,000 low-grade summoning scrolls. The sheer repetition has turned him into a total zombie. He's currently crashed out in a cheap rental room, but Ramba isn't about to let him sleep in, floating over his head and demanding some cream bread. Jinwoo drags himself upright, knowing he's got to keep moving if he doesn't want to be a burden on his parents forever. Ramba doesn't care about the budget, though. She just wants her snack right this second. To make his next move, he heads over to the Synthesis Center, which used to be a fancy hotel back before the world went crazy. The place is packed with players all looking to boost their own summons. It still has that luxury vibe, but the famous buffet has long been replaced by high-tech synthesis pods. He grabs a number from the kiosk and settles in with the rest of the waiting crowd. Number 125. Looks like it's going to be a bit of a wait. Ramba is practically vibrating with nerves, lecturing him about not messing up the process. Finally, their number flashes on the electronic screen, and it's their turn to head in. They step into a futuristic room, dominated by a massive, glowing blue magic circle. Jinwoo tells Ramba it's showtime, as she flies out toward the center of the platform. He pulls up the interface to start dumping the mountain of resources he's gathered. He registers Ramba as the base unit, ready to feed her the thousands of trash summons he's collected from those scrolls. He hits the yes button, confirming the sacrifice of a literal army of F-rank monsters. A whirlwind of magical energy erupts as the spirits of countless lizards and bats are absorbed into the ferry. The volume of sacrifices is so massive that even Jinwoo is blinded by the spectacle. After a final flash of light, the system confirms that the synthesis is complete. Lamba emerges looking more refined and glowing with power, having jumped all the way to level 21. Jinwoo claps for her, though he's internally crying over the fact that 140,000 scrolls only got her this far. The little fairy is thrilled with the boost, flexing her tiny muscles and asking if she looks strong now. A few days later, the scene shifts to a massive corporate skyscraper downtown. Inside, an assistant is busy typing away, tracking their newest person of interest. He's reporting the latest developments to his boss, who's been keeping a very close eye on Jinwoo's progress. Congressman Park Chang-seok is leaning back at his desk, looking pretty satisfied with how his talent management project is going. He asks his secretary for a quick update on what the kid has been up to lately. The secretary informs him that Jinwoo hasn't slowed down at all. He's still just ripping through more summoning scrolls. Park is actually taken aback, wondering why he's still obsessed with the low-grade stuff. It turns out Jinwoo even asked if he could buy them at a discount, so he could get even more. The congressman realizes the kid is doubling down on a reinvestment strategy that no one else would have the patience for. He looks over the data, seeing a golden opportunity where others just see trash. His secretary is completely shocked when Park orders him to hand over the scrolls at half price. The politician just smirks, his wheels already turning on a much bigger play. He's already daydreaming about Jinwoo becoming a national hero, with himself standing right there as the man who discovered him. In his head, he's already being cheered by a crowd for his incredible foresight. He slams his hand on the desk and tells his assistant to just stop worrying and follow orders. This is about more than just scrolls. It's about securing his political future. He makes it very clear that this special treatment stays strictly between them and their core team. Meanwhile, a quiet Park sets the stage for the next phase of his plan. Back to the grind, Jinwoo is sitting in a literal wasteland of shredded paper as he hits scroll number 1558. Lamba is absolutely losing it, begging to know how much longer they have to endure this tedious process. But Jinwoo just tells her they're doing this until they're both dead. Their bleak marathon is suddenly interrupted by the sound of firm footsteps approaching on the pavement. Jinwoo looks up from the mess, startled by a voice calling out a greeting to him. A woman in a sharp business suit introduces herself as Yu Jia from headquarters, flashing a friendly, professional smile. Still a bit flustered by the visit, Jinwoo listens as she explains she's here regarding the matter of purchasing summoning scrolls he'd mentioned to the congressman. He's caught off guard by the sudden personal follow-up, wondering if his request was actually taken seriously. Jia explains that the team reviewed his recent contributions and decided to take a meeting to discuss his request. She drops a bombshell. They're willing to give him the scrolls at half price as a special exception, sending Jinwoo into a chibai state of pure worship for the congressman. But she's not finished with the good news just yet, signaling there's even more support on the way. Because of his potential, the team is also granting him an additional 100 million won for talent management, leaving Jinwoo completely stunned. She reminds him to keep the deal hush-hush, and the two of them agree with some very enthusiastic secret agent energy. Before she heads off, she locks eyes with him, stressing that this special treatment is all about building a solid relationship between them. With her job done, she gives a polite nod and starts to head back, leaving Jinwoo to process his luck. Jinwoo and Lamba watch her go, still a bit dazed by the sudden influx of cash and resources. Feeling the pressure to prove he's worth the investment, Jinwoo grabs another scroll with newfound determination, aiming to pull an X rank to repay the favor. The hours bleed into each other as the sun sets and night falls over the park, but the tearing sound never stops. Lamba eventually collapses into the pile of red scraps, crying out his name in pure exhaustion as he continues the relentless ritual. Jinwoo is starting to feel the physical toll too, but he refuses to stop until they land the specific units he's aiming for: the drill instructor and the explosion dragon. All he gets is a white snake F rank, and Lamba is practically screaming at the sound of more paper ripping. He's well past 1,000 pulls at this point, but now he's doing it out of pure spite, refusing to be beaten by the system's low drop rates. He whispers a quick prayer and rips into the next scroll with everything he has left. Suddenly, a massive crackle of golden lightning erupts from his hands, blowing back the surrounding debris. Both Jinwoo and Lamba are blinded by the flash, recognizing the unique effect of a legendary pull. The system notification confirms he's used a low-grade scroll, but the result is anything but common. Emerging from the flames of the summon is the X-rank Pakryang sorcerer, also known as the Explosion Dragon Mage, looking every bit the legendary hero. The two of them can't help but wail in relief and joy after finally breaking the streak of trash summons. Lamba is practically vibrating with excitement, while Jinwoo feels like he could finally rest in peace. But just as the fatigue starts to take over, he notices a spark in his eyes and catches himself. He tells a confused Lamba that they can't stop now because they've hit the the fabled drop moment. In gaming lore, when one good thing drops, you have to keep pulling while the luck is still hot. He immediately rips another scroll with a frantic look in his eyes, desperate to catch the next wave. His gamble pays off instantly as a second X rank appears. The drill instructor, Chunhyo. Jinwoo finally lets the tears flow for real, overwhelmed that his stubborn, soul-crushing grind actually worked out. Emerging from the light is a stern figure in a brown uniform, signaling that Jinwoo's team just got a massive power boost. He can't stop grinning, celebrating the fact that all those weeks of soul-crushing grinding finally paid off. It's the kind of high only a gacha player truly understands. But the luck doesn't stop there. Another summon appears right in front of him. It's the drill instructor, a serious-looking knight in dark plate armor who seems a bit confused about where he's just landed. Jinwoo is absolutely thrilled. He knows the true value of this guy isn't in his combat stats, but in what he can do for the rest of the team. See, the drill instructor is an absolute training fanatic. Behind that stoic knightly look is a man who lives for the burn and thinks everything can be solved with enough reps. His skills are specifically designed to push others to their limits. With his growth and charisma abilities, he can force other summons to train until they literally can't move. The real game changer is the instructor skill. It unlocks the hidden potential of any summon he trains, greatly accelerating their growth and turning even weaklings into monsters. The potential is almost terrifying, imagining a tiny, delicate fairy like Lamba being forced into becoming a muscle-bound powerhouse. The instructor doesn't see a fairy, he sees a project. Jinwoo's eyes practically turn into hearts thinking about the stat boosts, but poor Lamba is sweating bullets in the background. She definitely didn't sign up for a gym membership. Jinwoo gives the new guy a casual wave, greeting him like an old friend from his past gaming days. The drill instructor freezes, staring at Jinwoo as if he's seeing a ghost. That wave and that familiar nickname start to ring some very specific bells. He realizes he's standing in front of the legendary Jinwoo God. Jinwoo doesn't miss a beat, confirming his identity with a smug smile. The instructor doesn't even hesitate. He drops straight to one knee, the sound of his armor clanking against the pavement. He explains how he's been sealed away for reasons he doesn't even know, never thinking he'd have the chance to serve his lord again. Jinwoo watches, realizing these summons really do remember him. With his head bowed in total respect, the knight pledges his loyalty once more. For him, being back at Jinwoo God's side is the highest honor imaginable. Then a soft voice calls out the name as a pair of red shoes steps into view. The red-haired girl is slowly approaching, looking a bit shy. Pakryong's sorcerer looks up at Jinwoo with wide, curious eyes, trying to make sure this is really the master she remembers. Jinwoo is actually stunned. This is the first time he's ever heard her speak. Back in the game, she was just a silent unit with a cool design. Most people thought Pakryong's sorcerer was just a failed, unpopular D-rank mage. But they were dead wrong. She's an X-rank powerhouse with hidden depths. Deep inside her heart sleeps an ancient explosive dragon. When it wakes up, she becomes a walking inferno capable of massive burst damage. Her Pakryong wave fires a dragon-shaped blast of fire, but its true power is locked away. It needs a special touch to reach its full potential. If the drill instructor awakens it, she gains the Devour skill. It's a broken ability that permanently increases her damage every time she takes down a boss-class enemy. Because you need the instructor to bring that skill out, almost no one in the game knew how to use her right. Jinwoo was the only one who actually figured out the meta. Knowing she's finally back with the one person who understands her, Pakryong transforms into an absolute powerhouse of destructive fire. She's practically glowing with excitement, cheering about how much she missed him. Jinwoo's feeling the love, enjoying the praise from his elite summons. Jinwoo gets a little bashful, telling them both to stop it with the Jinwoo God stuff. He's trying to stay under the radar, so he asks them to just call him Jinwoo. The summons agree, though the instructor still keeps his formal, disciplined stance. Jinwoo tells them both to keep his secret identity quiet when they're around other people. With the group settled, Jinwoo decides it's time to call it a night. He's been grinding for 2 weeks straight and he's completely spent. He heads back through the city streets under the moonlight, looking forward to a real bed and some much-needed sleep. He finally makes it back to his quiet room, where the lights are already dim and the world feels still. Jinwoo lets out a massive yawn and flops onto the bed, out cold before his head even hits the pillow. The guy is truly running on empty. But while he sleeps, the summons stay awake, gathered in the middle of the room like a secret council. They've got a lot of catching up to do. Pakryong sorcerer and the drill instructor exchange a look, both of them realizing it's been an eternity since they were last together under their lord. Tiny Ramba floats over, looking curious about her new teammates. She asks the instructor if she should just call him by his title. The instructor isn't really interested in being friendly. He reminds Ramba that since he was active long before her, he's technically her senior. His expression turns dark and intense as he shifts gears. He's done with the small talk and has only one thing on his mind. He tells the others that their current strength is a joke. In his eyes, they're far too weak to be of any real help to Jinwoo. He slams his fist into his palm, looking like he's ready to start a boot camp right there in the bedroom. He's not going to let a second go to waste. He declares that even while their lord is sleeping, their training must continue. He points right at Pakryong's sorcerer, making her the first target of his regime. He orders her to sit down and focus entirely on sensing her mana, promising to unlock her devour skill first. Pakryong just nods, too intimidated to argue. Then he turns his glowing, terrifying eyes toward Ramba. The poor fairy looks like she's about to pass out from the pressure. He tells her she needs to build up her strength and orders her to start training with him immediately. Ramba's jaw drops, wondering why on earth a fairy needs to do strength training. Drill instructor leans in, his face shadowed. He's asking the sweat-drenched summon if they really want to be of any help to their lord. He points to the wall of kitchenware. Since it's only the first day, he's keeping it light with a mere 5,000 swings of a frying pan. Ramba's head pops into the frame, her eyes spinning in absolute shock. The number alone is enough to make a fairy's wings go limp. A hand reaches out, trembling and weak. Ramba is barely clinging to life after her light morning workout. The drill instructor marches down the hall, dragging a half-dead Ramba by her wings while she begs Jinwoo for help. Meanwhile, the man himself is still out cold, dreaming about anything but training. We shift to the city as a new day begins, the morning sun reflecting off the glass of the high-rise buildings. Inside a high-end office, Congressman Park Chang-seok gets hit with some frustrating news. His supply of low-grade summon scrolls has been cut off. Yu Jia, his sharp-eyed assistant, delivers the official notice. Apparently an order just came down from the director himself. Congressman Park is baffled. He can't understand why someone that high up is suddenly concerned with a minor resource like trash-tier scrolls. He clenches his teeth, clearly irritated by the blatant interference. Yu Jia explains that Assemblyman Lim Hee-soo is the one pulling the strings behind the scenes. Park realizes his rival is nitpicking every single decision he makes. If the management office won't issue more scrolls, he's got nothing left to give Jinwoo. He sits at his desk, deep in thought about how to handle the situation. It's almost time for the next scheduled delivery. His phone suddenly buzzes on the desk. He looks down and sees a message notification from Baek Jinwoo. He's surprised, wondering why the kid is reaching out now. Yu Jia watches him closely, waiting for his reaction. Yu Jia looks on as Park reads the message. Jinwoo says he doesn't think he'll be needing any more low-grade scrolls. The congressman's eyes narrow as he reads the text. The supply problem might have just solved itself. Jinwoo's message is short and confident. He's already gotten what he wanted. Park realizes he still needs to settle things with Lim Hee-soo. The scene shifts to Gwanakson Mountain. It's a beautiful day, far away from the stuffy political offices. A foot steps firmly onto a rock, signaling the start of a new mission. Baek Jinwoo stands at the base of the mountain in his tracksuit, looking ready for action. He's finally arrived at his first normal dungeon. In the world of Biosio, there are 4 main types of dungeons. First are the daily dungeons, where players gather materials based on the day of the week. Then there's the Tower of Trials. It's a massive gauntlet that pushes players to their absolute limits, far more dangerous than any standard dungeon. Third is the Chaos Demon Dragon. It's a high-stakes raid against a massive beast where the rewards are incredible, but the chance of death is just as high. This type of raid-type dungeon usually requires a full party. Jinwoo notes that some of this info hasn't been updated in this world yet, so he'll explain more later. Everything else falls under the category of normal dungeons. A blue portal swirls with energy in front of him. Back in the game, these were just called stage dungeons, but in reality, they appear randomly. This is exactly where Jinwoo is heading now. His phone shows a list of players looking for parties, but Jinwoo isn't interested in joining a group. He puts his phone away with a confident look. With his X-rank summons, he has no reason to go looking for help. He walks toward the blue portal, which is blocked off by yellow, no entry, tape, and guarded by a security officer in a suit. Jinwoo knows he needs to be quick. If a dungeon stays open too long, a dungeon break occurs, and monsters start spilling out into the city. The security officer stops him. explaining that he needs to check his license before anyone can enter. Jinwoo reaches into his pocket and hands over his official hunter license. The officer checks the card and confirms that everything is verified. He steps aside and tells Jinwoo to stay safe. Jinwoo walks right up to the edge of the swirling blue portal. Everything goes white as he steps through, the transition between worlds taking place in an instant. On the other side, Jinwoo is greeted by crackling blue energy. He looks around, taking in the new, dangerous environment. A spear suddenly flashes through the air, clashing against a shield in a shower of sparks. Jinwoo finds himself in the middle of a war zone. Armored knights are locked in a brutal struggle with massive, green-skinned monsters. It's a subjugation dungeon, where a whole army of monsters is sieging a castle. The scale of the battle is unlike anything he's faced so far. The defense lines on the castle walls are barely holding as a massive swarm of orcs begins their climb. Commanders shout desperate orders to rain arrows and boiling water down on the invaders. The sounds of battle are deafening, filled with the roar of monsters and the screams of soldiers fighting for their lives. As an arrow finds its mark in an orc's skull, Baek Jinwoo watches with a detached focus. Back when he played BOS, this was just a series of pixels on a screen, bloodless and distant. But here, the weight of a blade and the spray of blood are far too real to ignore. It's no longer just a game for him. A knight collapses with a jagged hole in his chest, his comrades screaming for a healer that isn't coming fast enough. The carnage is visceral and immediate. Watching from the battlements, Jinwoo finally accepts the gravity of the situation. This isn't a dungeon raid he can just respawn from, it's an actual war. He takes a deep breath to steady his nerves, pushing aside the shock. To survive, he just needs to fall back on the same strategies he's mastered 1,000 times before. With a flick of his wrist, the air begins to crackle as blue geometric patterns materialize around him, signaling the arrival of his true power. His elite squad of X-rank summons stands ready, their presence alone shifting the air. He tells the team to get ready for the real work. He fills out his ranks by calling upon a Golden Fairy and Mini Kong, filling the gaps in his support and frontline roles. Every piece is now on the board. Jinwoo starts barking orders, directing Lamba to cast a speed enchantment on the drill instructor to maximize his killing efficiency. Ramba's cheerful response contrasts with the surrounding gore. The explosive dragon mage prepares her incantation, her eyes burning with intensity as she readies the covering fire for their advance. Mini Kong lets out a roar, leaping from the wall on Jinwoo's direct command to bypass the rank-end file and hunt down the boss. For a pro gamer like Jinwoo, this dungeon follows a predictable pattern. He just needs to cut the head off the snake to end the struggle. A massive shockwave ripples through the orc ranks as his summons make first contact, their power erupting across the battlefield. The giant orc boss looms over the battlefield, but to Jinwoo, he's just the final objective standing between him and a clean clear. The hulking monster roars, hoisting its massive mace high to crush the small monkey summon that dared to challenge its authority. Steel meets bone as the boss swings with everything he's got. The impact sends sparks flying across the dusty ground, echoing through the air. Lamba cheers from the sidelines, while the drill instructor's eyes glow with a cold, lethal light. It's time for the professional to take over. The drill instructor becomes a blur of motion, his blade carving through the orc ranks with surgical precision. He leaves nothing but a trail of blood and severed limbs in his wake. Jinwoo is impressed by the sheer raw stats of his X-rank unit. The power gap compared to a standard summon is simply absurd, making the base forms look like jokes. With the Golden Fairy providing constant support from the air, the battle is becoming much easier than Jinwoo originally anticipated. The surviving human soldiers can only watch in shock. They're saved by these mysterious, incredibly strong allies who are systematically dismantling the orc army. Mini Kong launches another relentless assault, his strength boosted by a constant stream of HP recovery spells provided by the Golden Fairy. Lamba treats the battle like a playground, darting through the air and mocking the orcs as their clumsy axes whistle past her harmlessly. Jinwoo snaps at the fairy to stay focused, while the drill instructor executes an orc that had the audacity to throw an axe at his lord. The explosive dragon mage narrows her eyes, her mana pooling into a blinding, scorching light at the tip of her staff. She releases the stored energy, her voice steady as the air begins to heat up to a lethal degree around her. It's showtime. A massive dragon made of pure flame roars to life, surging forward with enough force to incinerate an entire legion. The firestorm consumes the orcs where they stand, turning the battlefield into a charred graveyard in a matter of seconds. The orc boss stands alone among the ashes, his entire army wiped out by a single overwhelming spell. The fear in its eyes is clear. Before the beast can even process the loss, The drill instructor closes the distance with a single, thunderous step that cracks the ground. With one swift, decisive stroke, the boss is brought down. The battlefield falls silent as the threat is finally eliminated. The Golden Fairy celebrates their victory as the system confirms the dungeon has been successfully cleared. Another one for the books. The explosive dragon mage beams as she feels her power grow, her level reaching 5 and her intelligence stat ticking up. Even the stoic drill instructor sees an improvement in his combat capabilities, his critical hit rate increasing as he gains experience. Jinwoo's eyes widen as he sees the rewards, an intermediate summoning scroll that's worth 500,000 won on the market. That's a serious jackpot for 2 minutes of work. Instead of celebrating, he immediately starts planning his next move. He needs to find the next dungeon and maintain this momentum to keep the money flowing. He clenches his fist, realizing he's found the perfect loop. He can level up his elite team and build his fortune at the same time. This is the moment everything changes. Jinwoo is ready to grind his way to the top and leave his old, struggling life behind forever. Far away from the dungeons, the headquarters of the player management office looms over the city, where the consequences of Jinwoo's actions are starting to be felt. Inside, Congressman Park Chang-seok hangs his head in exhaustion. The high-stakes political gambling happening behind the scenes is starting to take its toll. Yoo Jae-ah watches the two men argue, her expression one of utter disbelief at the recklessness on display. She questions where the congressman found the audacity to make such a high-stakes gamble with his career. The conference room is thick with tension as the mediator tries to keep the peace between the two rivals. Lim Hee-soo sits on one side, radiating arrogance, while Congressman Park Chang-seok seethes across the table. Lim lets out a dismissive snort, hiding his malice behind a thin veil of helpful advice. He mocks the congressman for what he calls a blatant waste of the national budget on a losing cause. The insult hits home, and Congressman Park's face turns a deep shade of crimson as he tries to contain his rising rage. Lim doesn't stop, questioning how anyone could call this a talent management team when they can't even foster a decent recruit. Every word from Lim is like a physical blow, leaving the congressman reeling in his chair. Lim's mocking avatar in the corner points out the harsh reality. None of Park's talents have ever been good enough for the national team. Lim leans back, laughing at the sheer absurdity of the situation. He asks if the congressman is really getting this worked up over a single trivial record from a midweek dungeon. Congressman Park's eyes narrow, his vision tunneling on the man across the table. He's reaching his breaking point, and he's finally ready to give Lim a piece of his mind. Lim remains unfazed, crossing his arms with the confidence of a man who knows he's winning. He reminds everyone that his recruits are the ones who fill the national team rosters year after year. The congressman grits his teeth, acknowledging that despite his attitude, Lim has the results to back it up. But he's done being the punching bag, and he throws a counterpunch. What happens if Jinwoo actually makes the national team? Lim's grin only widens as he smells blood in the water. He laughs and asks if the congressman is brave enough to put his money where his mouth is with a formal bet. Lim proposes the wager, his eyes glinting with predatory interest. Since the national team only has 10 spots, he wants to see whose talent can reach a higher rank by the end. The decision is made in an instant. Congressman Park looks Lim dead in the eye and accepts the challenge without a single shred of hesitation. The room practically ignites with the intensity of the bet. The loser has to publicly admit defeat and resign, but the real kicker is the 1 billion won penalty for anyone who tries to back out. Back at the office, Jae-ah tried to ground the congressman, noting the huge gap between a gamer and a pro. To her, Jinwoo was just an unproven amateur compared to the elite. Fully understanding Jae-ah's point, he simply nodded as the weight of the bet began to press down on him. With a long, weary sigh, the congressman propped up his heavy head in his hands. He stares at his hands, his mind racing through the massive risks he just took. The silence in the office is heavy, but his inner resolve hasn't wavered yet. He looks up, a new light in his eyes as he reaffirms his faith in Jinwoo. He's convinced that with the right backing, the kid will provide intelligence that's worth every penny of the investment. Yoo Jae-ah is about to argue when the door is thrown open with a violent crash. An assistant bursts into the room, shouting for the assemblyman with panic in his voice. Both Park and his secretary are jolted out of their conversation, staring at the intruder in shock. They can already tell that something significant has just happened. The assistant is gasping for air, clutching a report like his life depends on it. He explains that he finally got the data on the mysterious player who's been tearing through D-rank dungeons lately. The room goes dead silent as the identity of the player is finally revealed. Congressman Park's jaw drops, It was Jinwoo all along. Yu Jae's composure completely shatters, her eyes bulging at the figures on the page. She can't believe a rookie who's only been registered for a month is clearing D-rank dungeons in under 5 minutes. The shock on the congressman's face quickly transforms into a massive, triumphant grin. He lets out a booming laugh, his massive gamble finally starting to pay off in spades. He starts celebrating right there in the office, practically glowing with the feeling of total vindication. He shouts about how he knew Jinwoo was da bomb, leaving his secretary to cringe at his outdated slang. Congressman Park is fist-pumping the air, his trust in the young player fully restored. He's finally got the objective evidence he needs to shove it back in Lim's face. Meanwhile, back in the real world, the subject of all this drama is just finishing another routine run. Jinwoo steps through the exit portal, his movements calm and practiced as he leaves the dungeon behind. He stands tall in his tracksuit, looking every bit the rising star the congressman believes him to be. It seems the assemblyman's eye for talent was indeed spot on from the beginning. Back at his modest apartment, the ordinary surroundings hide the fact that a new millionaire is living inside. Everything looks the same, but the situation has fundamentally changed. Jinwoo stares at his phone screen, a soft chuckle escaping his lips as he looks at his updated bank balance. He's officially sitting on a total of over 26 million won. He collapses onto his bed, a dazed, happy grin spreading across his face as the reality sinks in. He can't believe he managed to pull in 16 million won in pure profit during this grind. He thinks back on the past 4 days, a blur of non-stop effort where he cleared a staggering 160 dungeons. He really did go crazy with his clear times and efficiency. His summons were like an unstoppable machine, tearing through enemies so fast the system could barely keep up with the carnage. It was a brutal, perfectly executed slaughter. A chibi version of Jinwoo is practically drowning in stacks of cash, the sheer volume of money making his head spin. Most of it came from selling the high-tier scrolls that dropped during his spree. He holds his phone up like a sacred relic, tears of joy streaming down his face as he contemplates his newfound wealth. While he calls it his blood, sweat, and tears, his summons in the corner feel like they did all the actual work. He gets to work organizing his finances, deciding to split the money into different dedicated accounts. First up is the living expenses fund to make sure his daily life is fully covered. He imagines his bank book as a gateway to a better life, even thinking about setting up a family account to spoil his parents and sister. No more scraping by for the Baek family after this. He envisions his family finally being free from financial stress, crying tears of joy as he sets aside 10 million won for a long-term savings plan. The rest is for him to enjoy for now. He can already see the future headlines in his mind. The unemployed nobody who became a high-earning player overnight. Making money has never felt this easy or this satisfying. But even with all the cash, he hasn't lost sight of what really matters in this world. His eyes sharpen as he considers the final, most important part of his plan. He opens one last account on his phone, the player account, where he's keeping 6 million won specifically for his career advancement. Investment is key. This money is strictly for business, buying the best cards and runes to make his summons even more powerful. He knows he needs to reinvest his profits to keep growing at this rate. Jinwoo looks at his phone with a confident, satisfied smile. Money is a great motivator, but his true value lies in his strength as a player, and he's only just getting started on his journey. Jinwoo reviews the status of his core summons. Lamba, the Blast Dragon, and his Armored Warrior have all successfully reached level 30. He realizes it's finally time to equip them with high-tier runes and begin the enhancement process. Back in the safety of his room, Jinwoo checks his phone, his mind already calculating his next moves. He knows that to truly dominate the daily dungeons, he needs a more specialized roster of summons to increase his efficiency. He navigates to the player web marketplace, hopping to find the specific summoning scrolls he needs for his expansion. The local market is the easiest way to get results if the price is right. His eyes widen as he scrolls through the current listings, the sudden sweat on his brow reflecting his absolute disbelief at the current market prices. Even for a high earner like him, the numbers are daunting. The screen displays astronomical prices for even basic C-grade summons like the Thunder Bat, which is listed for a staggering 20 million won. It's an expensive hobby for anyone without serious backing. Jinwoo slumps back on his bed, the harsh reality of the market hitting him like a ton of bricks. With B-grade summons averaging 200 million and higher tiers being completely absent, his current funds feel woefully inadequate. He lets out a heavy sigh, acknowledging that the low drop rates for high-grade scrolls make these exorbitant prices a necessary evil in the player economy. Without a bit of luck, progress is going to be slow. Despite the initial sticker shock, a confident smirk slowly plays across his lips as he hatches a new plan to bypass the system. He's not one to let a little thing like money stop him. His fingers fly across the screen as he begins typing out a message to the one man who can help him bridge the massive financial gap he's facing. It's time to cash in on some favors. Jinwoo makes the call, leaning back with a satisfied grin as he leans into the secret connection he's been carefully cultivating. The play is finally in motion. In a different part of the city, an assistant bursts into a private office, his voice cracking as he shouts for the assemblyman in a state of pure panic. The sudden intrusion shatters the quiet of the room. Congressman Park Chang-seok looks up from his paperwork, his expression one of mild annoyance at the sudden interruption. He has little patience for drama that doesn't yield results. The assistant reports that a new, urgent request has just arrived from Baek Jinwoo. The news hits Park like a lightning bolt, snapping him out of his lethargy and into a state of high alert. The congressman's professional mask crumbles, replaced by a look of pure, unadulterated excitement. He grabs the assistant's hands, his face flushed as he celebrates what he already considers a brilliant achievement. Once he calms down, Park stares at his phone, his profile set in a serious line as he reads through the details of the request. The stakes are much higher than he initially anticipated. The message contains a comprehensive sum and purchase list filled with high-priced C and B-grade units, totaling hundreds of millions of won in a single order. It's a shopping list for a legend in the making. Park's eyes practically pop out of his head as he realizes the sheer scale of the investment Jinwoo is asking for. It's a massive sum of money for anyone to request so casually. He scratches his head in confusion, wondering why a player of Jinwoo's obvious caliber would even bother with C-grade summons at this stage in his career. There must be a deeper reason for the choice. His gaze sharpens as he reads the final part of the message. Jinwoo is offering the secret method for a time attack on all the daily dungeons in exchange for the investment. The value of that information is immeasurable. The assistant is equally stunned, questioning if Jinwoo really means he can optimize all the daily dungeons in general, not just a specific one. It would be a total game changer for the entire country. Congressman Park stands tall, hands on his hips, impressed by the sheer audacity of the move. He knows a bold move when he sees one, and this is as bold as it gets. A shark-like grin spreads across Park's bearded face as he weighs the potential rewards of this unprecedented trade. He can smell the success from here. He crosses his arms, his mind made up about how to proceed. He decides he'll take the proposal directly to the director, certain they can't afford to pass up such a tactical advantage. The meeting clearly didn't go as planned, as Park later slams his desk in a fit of pure, unbridled rage. He screams insults at the stupid old geezer in the back room who had the nerve to reject the deal. He throws his hands up, papers flying everywhere as he laments the absolute lack of vision in his country's leadership. The assistant and Yu Jia watch the tantrum with varying levels of silent concern. When the assistant asks about the director's final response, a frustrated Park explains that the old man demanded hard evidence or a live demonstration before approving such a large request. Bureaucracy at its worst. Park seethes at the impossibility of the situation, shouting about how Jinwoo is supposed to provide proof without the very summons he needs to perform the task. It's a catch-22 that's driving him mad. He's convinced that Jinwoo's information is a massive jackpot, and he can't believe the headquarters is too blind to see the opportunity sitting right in front of them. Their stupidity is a national tragedy. He eventually deflates into his chair, looking genuinely disappointed that such a perfect plan has hit a bureaucratic wall. All that potential, wasted on narrow-minded leadership. Yu Jia speaks up from behind him, her voice cool and composed despite the chaos. She suggests that selling such valuable, jackpot, information for a mere 1.3 billion won is actually far beneath its true worth. She leans in with a knowing smirk, her finger pressed to her lips in a playful but dead serious gesture. She's tired of seeing the assemblyman struggle with incompetent superiors. She shocks both men in the room by casually offering to provide the necessary funds herself, bypassing the government's red tape entirely. She has the resources to make this happen without their help. Congressman Park is left speechless, his jaw dropping as he looks at his aide in a completely new light. He knew she was capable, but this level of financial freedom is unexpected. The truth of her identity is finally revealed against the backdrop of the massive Daeseong Group headquarters. Yu Jia isn't just an assistant. She is the fourth granddaughter of South Korea's #1 conglomerate. Having been groomed with an elite chaebol education since her childhood, she possesses a keen eye for high-value investments that others might overlook. She's been playing a different game this whole time. While others her age were focused on boring corporate management rights, she found herself much more interested in the unique potential of the players themselves. They were the true assets of the future. And currently, the player she finds the most intriguing is, of course, Baek Jinwoo. His rise has been nothing short of miraculous, and she's determined to see where it leads. She watches the data on him with a sharp, analytical gaze, noting that his knowledge base and negotiating tactics are far beyond what any beginner should be capable of. He is an anomaly that needs to be secured. She recognizes his audacity in negotiating directly with the nation itself, a move that shows he knows his true worth. It's a quality she respects and is willing to pay for. Park and Jae-ah finalize their secret alliance with a firm handshake, illuminated by the bright future of their new private venture. Park's vision shifts toward creating a completely independent management agency for the star. Park looks at his assistant with newfound determination, ready to invest boldly and harvest the profits that are sure to follow from this partnership. It'll be a completely different approach from the old team. Despite her generous offer, Yoo Jae-ah remains analytical, asking the congressman if he's truly prepared for the sheer amount of money they are about to sink into this project. There's no turning back once they start. Yoo Jae-ah adopts a playful, smug expression, her chibai form standing atop a mountain of gold coins with a small crown perched on her head. Beside her, Congressman Park Chang-seok is visibly flustered, cold sweat beading on his brow as he struggles to comprehend her staggering wealth. Returning to her professional stature, Yoo Jae-ah adjusts her suit jacket, her posture radiating an air of absolute financial security. She makes it clear that the massive funding required for Jinwoo's request is a non-issue, but she has her own conditions to settle first. Surrounded by an aura of blooming white flowers, Yoo Jae-ah smiles with a sharp, predatory confidence. Her eyes sparkle with a newfound resolve as she declares her intention to meet Baek Jinwoo in person once again. Yoo Jae-ah waits patiently in a high-end traditional restaurant, looking perfectly composed. She exudes an aura of authority as she prepares for the high-stakes meeting. Baek Jinwoo arrives at the private room, greeted by a respectful attendant. Just hours earlier, Jinwoo had received a message from Jae-ah, eager to discuss his recent requests. He was stunned to find himself at such an elite venue, one that outclassed even five-star hotels. The level of service is overwhelming, with a small army of staff catering to his every need. Jinwoo realizes that providing valuable information definitely has its perks. Yoo Jae-ah greets him with a professional smile, looking every bit the genius heiress he researched. He looked her up beforehand. Early Stanford MBA graduate and granddaughter of the massive Daeseong Group. Her reputation is stellar, known as a once-in-a-century talent who joined the player headquarters with top marks. Jinwoo hadn't expected someone with her background to be working directly at headquarters. They settle in, and Jae-ah asks if he's come alone today. The heiress clarifies that she's the one handling the business with him personally, not the organization itself. As the elaborate meal is served, she drops a bit of unfortunate news. Headquarters won't be providing any further direct support, citing significant internal pushback. Apparently, despite the assemblyman's best efforts, too many people within the bureau oppose the deal. Jinwoo plays it cool, stating he'll just take the top spots on his own and keep his secrets to himself. That's when Jae-ah leans in, revealing she has a completely different proposal in mind. She sets her glass down and makes her move. Her plan is to establish a solo management agency dedicated entirely to managing Jinwoo's career. The idea of having his own private agency is a massive step up from being just another player. Jinwoo weighs the options. A private corporation can move much faster and more aggressively than a government bureau. Above all, he needs someone who will pay top dollar for his knowledge and has the resources to back him up. Jae-ah promises the full backing of the Daeseong Group to give him whatever he needs. To him, it's the perfect arrangement since talent and money are a natural fit. She's already looking ahead, planning to visit the vacant lot for their new headquarters as early as tomorrow. Jinwoo is stunned by her speed. They haven't even signed a contract yet and she's already moving. Jae-ah smiles, admitting that preparations were already underway regardless of his final decision. She tells him to simply accept it as a gift, radiating confidence. Sometime later, the scene shifts to a quiet park where Jinwoo is training. Nearby, his sister Baek Jinwoo is wandering through the woods, grumbling about her brother. She's annoyed that he's been out of contact and apparently got himself a separate place without telling her. Her frustration vanishes when she spots an incredibly beautiful woman nearby. Something about that face is familiar, like someone she's seen on social media. Ajin checks Instagram, and her eyes widen as she finds the woman's profile. It really is Yoo Jae-ah, the famous heiress, standing right there in the park. Deep in the trees, The sound of intense physical training and heavy breathing breaks the silence. A drill instructor's voice bellows for more effort, demanding his trainees push past their limits. Chunhyo is putting the summons through hell, with Ramba and Blast Dragon barely hanging on as he pushes them through another lap. Suddenly, the instructor's combat instincts flare as he detects someone nearby. Chunhyo immediately orders the summons to shut up and hide, sensing an intruder approaching their training spot. Jinwoo wipes sweat from his face with a towel, completely unaware that his sister is about to walk right into his session. Yu Jia arrives at the park just as Jinwoo is wrapping up his intense morning workout. She notes that he's already been hard at work training alongside his growing team of summons. Jinwoo confirms they're his primary squad and tells them to finish their drills while he handles some business. Jia wants to start things off with a gift, her hand beginning to glow with a soft blue light. A system notification pops up in front of Jinwoo, catching him completely off guard. It's a formal trade proposal from Jia, prompting him to review the terms before accepting. The world's trade system works much like a game, allowing summoners to exchange units with ease. It's a strictly regulated market, where any attempt to scam another player is met with severe consequences. Trying to cheat the system is a death sentence, as the curse of the system window can literally strike a player down with lightning. Jinwoo scrolls through the offer, and is stunned to see every single summon he asked for sitting right there in the list. Without a second thought, he reaches out to confirm the massive transfer of rare units. The trade completes in a flash of blue energy, and Jinwoo clenches his fist as he feels his roster's collective power surge. He bows respectfully, truly floored by such a generous and valuable contribution to his strength. But the real business is just beginning, as Jia pulls out a stack of formal documents to finalize their partnership. She officially unveils the name of their new agency, Ubik, a name formed by combining both of their surnames. The share distribution is almost too good to be true, giving Jinwoo a massive 70% majority stake in the company. She explains that Assemblyman Park Changseok will stay embedded within headquarters to act as their inside informant. She's even managed to poach some of the Bureau's top staff to serve as their first official employees. Apparently, she convinced them to quit their jobs that very morning by simply offering to triple their previous salaries. Jinwoo is left staring at the papers in disbelief, sweating a bit as he realizes the scale of her commitment. He questions if taking such a huge cut is even fair, while his summons lie exhausted on the grass in the background. Jia is confident in her bet, believing that her 25% share will be worth a fortune if she can maximize Jinwoo's potential. For her, formal voting rights aren't as important as maintaining a solid relationship with a talent like him. She's focused on setting aside immediate greed to build something far more durable and profitable. Jinwoo makes it official, pressing his thumb onto the seal and signing his future over to the new agency. They share a handshake on the bench, officially marking the start of her tenure as his CEO. The quiet moment is suddenly shattered as Chunhyo snaps his head toward the nearby bushes. The drill instructor's eyes sharpen as he detects a presence that definitely shouldn't be there. Jinwoo and Jia look on in confusion as something rustles violently in the thick foliage. A terrified scream rips through the park as someone is forcibly flushed out of their hiding spot. Chunhyo moves with military precision, diving into the brush to catch the eavesdropper. He emerges holding two girls by their ankles, dangling them upside down like a pair of rabbits caught in a trap. Jinwoo's jaw drops when he realizes the spy is none other than his sister, Ajin, who was caught red-handed. Jinwoo sits on the bench and cuts straight to the point. He asks her if she recognized Yu Jia and followed them just because she's a fan. Ajin stays quiet, kneeling on the grass like she's waiting for a lecture. A few leaves are even stuck in her hair from her spying mission. She tries to defend herself, claiming she didn't follow her. She just went after them out of curiosity. A tiny Chibai Jia floats nearby, nodding that she actually left first. Jinwoo points out that following someone out of curiosity is still just following them. It's a direct hit to her pride, shown by her health bar losing a heart. He doesn't stop there, dropping a truth bomb on her. He knows she started spying the moment she realized he was there. Ajin finally snaps and shouts that he's got her. She looks frustrated that her brother saw right through her. She immediately grabs him by the jacket and starts shaking him. She demands to know how a guy like him could possibly know someone like Yu Jia. She's inches from his face now, screaming for answers. To her, there's no logical reason they'd even be in the same room together. Jinwoo knows this is getting messy. He recalls a family clause in his contract, knowing they'd eventually meet, but he didn't expect it to happen this soon. Ajin imagines a dream scenario where the legendary Yu Jia shows up to greet their family like an angel. It's too much for her to handle, and she collapses on the ground. Jinwoo realizes he can't let that happen yet. He needs a cover story, and he needs it fast. Ajin isn't done yet, throwing a full-blown tantrum and charging at him again. She demands the truth right now. She finally settles down and sighs, looking a bit skeptical. She's ready to listen, but her guard is still up. Jinwoo takes a breath and starts his explanation. He tells her the truth is actually pretty simple. He claims he used to be a somewhat well-known gamer. He adds that he's actually the one who recently broke the record for a low-grade dungeon. He explains that he's been heading to headquarters because of his new fame, and that's where he met Jaya. Ajin looks him over, trying to see if he's actually telling the truth. She starts thinking back, wondering if he's actually serious. The wheels are turning in her head as she tries to connect the dots. Ajin remembers him playing some old mobile game all the time and asks if that was the one. Jinwoo looks panicked, realizing he can't let slip that he's actually the legendary Jinwoo God. He quickly denies it, waving his hands around. He claims he's been playing Battle of Summoners for about a year now instead. Ajin's eyes light up when she hears the name of the game. She can't believe he spent a whole year playing what she considers to be a total trash game. She starts poking fun at him, joking that his obsession with games finally paid off. Jinwoo just sits there, letting her have her moment. She laughs, completely buying into his lie. It's not that he doesn't trust her, but he has a good reason to keep the full truth hidden. He remembers being in a coma, looking at his own hand hooked up to an IV. There's always that slim chance of danger returning. His family took care of him for 3 years while he was unconscious. He's determined to never let them get dragged into danger again. To him, his secret identity comes second to their safety. He needs to get strong enough to protect them before he reveals who he really is. Ajin asks why he's only telling her now, and he just tells her he was going to tell her anyway. He tells her to keep it quiet, and he'll explain everything to their parents later. In the background, his summons are watching the sibling drama play out. Even the shadow elf looks stressed out by the intense conversation. Chunhyo, the drill instructor, looks on while the shadow elf cowers nearby. Jinwoo shifts the topic to his sister's summon. The shadow elf is shown hiding behind a fence, looking nervous. Ajin is confused, wondering why her summon is acting so strange. Jinwoo explains that if she wants to keep raising the shadow elf, she needs to get a shadow wolf to pair with it. A massive, multi-eyed wolf appears in his explanation. He demonstrates how much better the summon would be with a partner. Without the wolf, she won't even reach 10% of its true potential. Ajin checks her phone, looking for information on this shadow wolf. She's never heard of a summon that pairs like that before. She looks at the screen, frustrated that she can't find what she needs. Getting a B-grade summon isn't exactly easy. She continues scrolling through the marketplace, her face lit by the screen. She's starting to realize just how expensive this efficiency is going to be. She looks over at him, her voice trailing off. She asks her dear brother if he's actually serious. She holds up her phone, showing the price tag for a B-grade shadow wolf. 500 million won. She's horrified, thinking it would take her 20 years to save that much. Jinwoo just smiles and tells her to wait. He seems completely unfazed by the massive price tag. He promises her that he'll get it for her within a month. Ajin's face lights up with joy, hardly able to believe her luck. She quickly changes her tune, laughing and telling him to forget it. She jokes that he's trying too hard to act cool now that he's a gamer. Jinwoo just smirks as he gets ready to leave. He knows exactly what he's doing, even if she doesn't believe him yet. He looks back one last time and tells her not to cry when he actually hands it over to her. Ajin watches him go, looking a bit stunned. Jinwoo waves goodbye as he walks away with his summons trailing behind him. Ajin is left sitting on the bench, feeling like something is just off. Ajin is stunned to see her loser. Brother has become a top-tier summoner. 1 week later, the team reaches the Monday Dungeon, also known as the Lick's Tomb. A massive red portal swirls at the center of the play zone. Jinwoo stands ready with Jaya and her staff, finalizing preparations for his recorded debut. Staff hand Jinwoo a sleek black tactical vest. He's surprised to learn this is now his mandatory gear for every dungeon run moving forward. Jaya explains that their first product is information. She's certain high-quality clear footage will be a goldmine for other players. These exclusive videos will be sold at premium prices to VIP members. To Jaya, information is the most powerful currency in this new world. The high-tech vest isn't just for protection. It's a sophisticated 3D recording device. It is the key to creating their high-value data products. Equipped with 3D tech, the vest captures everything around him. Jinwoo feels like he's walking onto a movie set rather than a deadly dungeon. Though impressed by the lightweight material, Jinwoo feels a bit awkward having a dozen cameras tracking his every move. The crew signals that recording is live. The pressure hits Jinwoo, making him mutter that this is more stressful than the actual fight. Approaching the portal, Jinwoo mentions it's his first time here, so it might not be a clean run. Jaya tells him to just play. They can edit out the boring parts. Jinwoo pauses, then asks if it's okay to just break the national record right now. His eyes flash with confidence. He's aiming to make history. Jaya is shocked, wondering if the billion-won investment is putting too much pressure on him. But looking at Jinwoo, she knows he isn't joking. She tells him to relax and go at his own pace, just like his gaming days. Jinwoo gives a reassuring look, insisting he is perfectly fine. With a final nod, Jinwoo steps into the red light. The hunt officially begins, promising a performance that shatters all limits. Inside, Jinwoo recalls the national record is around 7 minutes. To him, that number is just a milestone meant to be crushed. He smiles confidently. The dark skis of the Lick's tomb don't faze him. A blitz strategy has already formed in his mind. Before him lies a desolate graveyard filled with broken swords. This chilling atmosphere is the perfect stage to showcase his power. This dungeon is famous for being the only source of rare, attack runes. Since rankings depend on speed, everyone is obsessed with time. In Battle of Summoners, attack runes are the soul of strength. Without them, players eventually hit a wall they cannot pass. While others complain about trash defense runes, Jinwoo is aiming for the real prize, pure offensive power. This is a defense dungeon, where players usually hunker down and survive waves. But Jinwoo has no intention of waiting around. Normally, players must endure 30 minutes against the relentless undead. It's a brutal test of stamina for any standard team. The global leaderboards are dominated by the US and China. The only way into the top ranks is to ignore the fodder and kill the boss. The final boss, Evil Lick, looms over his Dark Legion. The moment he falls, the entire dungeon run is immediately cleared. Targeting the head is the strategy of the elite. Jinwoo checks his gear, ensuring everything is perfect for a record-breaking video. A hologram appears, allowing him to summon up to 3 teams. Jinwoo has carefully pre-configured his lineups for every scenario. He quickly selects Team C, the unit optimized for daily dungeon efficiency. His best cards are now on the board. With a confident smile, Jinwoo begins the summoning. The air crackles with magical energy as a massive power surge erupts. X-grade drill instructor Chunhyo and the combat sheriff appear first. These are his heavy hitters, ready to tear through anything. Next, Mini Kong, the priest, Golden Nugget, and Lamba join the fray. A perfectly balanced team makes Jinwoo unstoppable. A system alert warns that the undead are swarming. Instead of waiting for backup, Jinwoo takes the fight directly to them. The countdown starts at 30 minutes, but Jinwoo wants to end this before the timer even makes a dent. Hordes of skeletons shriek and charge like a white sea of bone. But to Jinwoo's team, they are nothing more than target practice. Mini Kong roars, smashing through the undead ranks with massive fists. The ground shakes beneath the gorilla's furious assault. The summon grabs a skeleton and obliterates it instantly. The first wave is decimated within a matter of seconds. Looking at the shattered bones, Jinwoo remains cool and collected. He knows the real fight starts now and signals the next phase. Jinwoo waves his hand. "Let's move, everyone!" The powerful squad charges into the heart of the tomb, ready for an impossibly fast clear. A massive lick looms over the dungeon, its pink cloak billowing as an army of skeletons swarms the ground below. Baek Jinwoo checks in with his team, signaling that it's time to start the run. Hunkyo gives a silent nod, ready to move to higher ground. Jinwoo leads his summons forward, nodding how Hunkyo immediately stayed quiet once the recording started. He sprints toward the skeleton horde with about 28 minutes left on the clock. Only 2 minutes into the dungeon, and he's already deep in the action. The Priest of Radiance holds the line, while the mobs start trailing behind them. Hunkyo cuts through the front line with clinical precision. Nearby, Tialgo grabs a skeleton by the skull and completely crushes it. The massive gorilla lets out a roar, completely dominating the fodder skeletons. Hunkyo continues his relentless assault, clearing a path through the undead. Watching his summons work, Jinwoo can't help but feel satisfied with their performance. He turns his attention to the boss, knowing the next phase of the plan is critical. He calls for the combat sheriff to get into position and prepare his rifle. On paper, the sheriff's damage is so pitifully low that most players just ignore him. People used to joke about leaving him on auto battle for days and still failing to get a kill. But in this specific low-grade dungeon, the boss doesn't actually have that much HP. Jinwoo tells the sheriff to hold his fire for just 1 more second. He orders the Priest of Radiance to cast his blessing. The sheriff keeps his target locked as the light from the spell begins to flare. The blessing's effect is simple. It completely strips away the Lick's dark shield and ranged immunity. With the defenses down, Jinwoo gives the signal to start the real damage. The combat sheriff peers through his scope, lining up the perfect shot. Hunkyo remains on guard, eyes glowing with intensity as the battle shifts. The swordsman leaps into the fray, slicing through any skeletons trying to interfere. Tialgo slams his fists into the ground, creating a shockwave that shatters the surrounding undead. The gorilla makes quick work of the trash mobs, keeping them away from the ranged unit. The priest continues to channel his power, maintaining the debuff on the boss. Lamba assists the priest as they keep the area illuminated. The combat sheriff finally opens fire, shells flying as he starts pelting the boss. Jinwoo watches the exchange, acknowledging that the damage per shot looks pretty sad. Each bullet only chips away a tiny bit of health, making the lick look more confused than hurt. But the sheriff doesn't stop, landing hit after hit in rapid succession. The lick starts to panic as it realizes its health is steadily dropping, despite the low individual damage. The timer hits 26 minutes, and the boss is clearly feeling the pressure. Tialgo holds the front line, soaking up hits while receiving constant healing from the backline. A skeleton tries to jump the gorilla, but Jinwoo stays calm, watching the battlefield from behind. Tialgo tanks the attack head-on, barely flinching as more skeletons swarm him. Jinwoo knows that while this strategy is considered inefficient by most, it's perfect for his setup. That common knowledge only applies to average players, not someone with his team, because Jinwoo has Hunkyo, a summon that completely changes the game's math. With the right skill setup and Hunkyo's potential unlocked, the national record is as good as broken. The combat sheriff lines up a final shot, confident that even a high-level lick can't survive this hit. A massive burst of energy slices through the air, completely overwhelming the dungeon boss. The lick lets out one last sound as it begins to dissolve into shadow and light. Silence falls over the clearing as the dungeon's presence begins to fade. The system updates immediately, confirming the boss is defeated with an incredible clear time of just over 4 minutes. Jinwoo's summons stand tall among the remains of the undead, looking completely unfazed by the fight. A flood of notifications appears, announcing that a national record has been shattered and special achievements have been unlocked. Jinwoo jokingly calls it the spoon murder tactic, using a low-damage unit to bypass complex boss mechanics. Back at the office, Yu Jia and her team stare at the leaderboard, realizing the world record has shifted. Jia notes that it's only been a week since they provided him with the support summons. One of her assistants agrees, but he can't hide the total shock on his face. She wonders if Jinwoo is actually serious about coming for every single dungeon record in the country. Her assistant admits that while breaking one record is impressive, clearing the others is a different beast entirely. They look at the current rankings, where the name Kang Jin-ho has sat comfortably at the top for a long time. Jia listens silently, her mind already racing with the possibilities. Her staff member looks worried, fearing that Jinwoo might just be bluffing about his future plans. Jia brushes it off, reminding them that she used her own funds to start this venture. She reassures her team that even if things go south, she'll take the hit so it doesn't ruin their careers. To her employees, she looks like an absolute saint, literally glowing with an angelic aura. They're moved to tears, declaring this the absolute dream workplace and vowing their loyalty. But behind her calm expression, Jaya's eyes sharpen as she realizes she finally has the leverage she needs. Jinwoo remains the picture of confidence, standing with Lamba as if breaking a national record was just a light warm-up. Deep in the dungeon, a hidden treasure chest remains tucked away, a secret only he seems to know. He exits the portal with a relaxed smile, asking if breaking the record so soon was actually a problem. A golden key turns in the lock of destiny, signaling a massive shift in the power rankings. The office erupts into chaos as the staff realizes the impossible has just happened. The official report confirms it. A low-grade Monday dungeon cleared in 4 minutes and 12 seconds. The control room staff are losing their minds. Shaving 3 minutes off the previous record is unheard of. Jinwoo's face pops up on the monitor, cementing his status as the new person to watch. The assistants are left speechless, staring at the name Baek Jinwoo at the very top of the rankings. The entire room is buzzing with excitement as they realize their gamble actually worked. Jaya's hands start to tremble, not from fear, but from the sheer adrenaline of the win. She clenches her fist, knowing deep down that her business is now a guaranteed success. A small, triumphant smile plays on her lips as the weight of the achievement sinks in. She looks ahead with fire in her eyes, confident that this is only the beginning of a massive jackpot. Baek Jinwoo stands with his summons on a cliffside, watching the sun set over the valley. A blue, swirling portal opens up on the path ahead of them. He tells the team he's got one last thing to finish before they head out. He reaches up and clicks a small button on the collar of his jacket. A system window flickers to life as he gives a satisfied little smile. The screen asks if he wants to initiate an auto battle for the current squad. Since he's already cleared the dungeon once, the game lets him run it on repeat automatically. Chibai Lamba looks thrilled, sitting on a massive pile of coins and loot that just keeps growing. He taps the screen to send his drill instructor, Chunhyo back into his inventory. In his place, he summons Ramba, the X-rank wind fairy. He tells her she's in charge of the daily grind now, which catches her completely off guard. He explains that Chunhyo needs to go train the others, unless she wants to join that session instead. Ramba immediately has a nightmare flashback of the drill master literally on fire while she struggles to keep up. Even the shadow elf is suffering in the back, totally broken by the instructor's intense regime. Just the memory of that drill master's heavy fist is enough to send shivers down her spine. She drops to her knees and starts begging, saying she'll gladly do the dungeon loop forever if it keeps her away from him. Jinwoo's glad she's on board. He plans to stack rewards through auto-hunting while the rest of the team levels up in training. He's pretty proud of this zero-waste routine he's built for his summons. He gives Ramba a quick wave, telling her he's counting on her before he heads out. He steps back through the rift and returns to the real world. Yu Jaya is already there waiting, clapping for him with a big smile on her face. He hands over the black recording vest, confirming all the footage is stored safely inside. Her assistants bow in gratitude, while Jaya asks if there's anything else he needs. She promises to keep the news quiet so he doesn't have to worry about making headlines. But Jinwoo catches her off guard, saying he actually doesn't mind if the world record goes public. He has one big condition. She needs to put everything into protecting his family. Since her agency is managing him exclusively, he knows they can provide much tighter security. Jaya stares at him for a moment, processing how serious he is about this request. She nods and promises to use every bit of her influence to ensure they stay safe. Inside the dungeon for Tuesday's run, the team is already hard at work. A giant-spotted Komodo summon lunges forward and gulps down a monster hole. The clear time stops at exactly 3 minutes and 10 seconds. Jinwoo smirks at the result. He only used the Komodo because he was recording, but it's still enough for a world record. He figures if he slots in some speed runes and a falcon buff, he could clear this in under a minute. He reaches down and clicks off the red light on his recording device. Tuesday's footage is in the bag, and he heads through the exit portal. Next up is the Wednesday dungeon, a place famous for its defense runes. He steps out into a literal frozen wasteland, where the snow is waist-deep. The cold is so brutal it actually debuffs his movement speed, making it hard to even walk. Shivering, he pulls up his summon list to bring out some help. A frost cat and a wind falcon materialize in the freezing air. He finishes the squad by summoning a titanium golem and a horned fairy. He brings out his heavy hitter, the X-rank Pakryang sorcerer, right alongside the titanium golem and a horned fairy. A white frost cat pops in, adding some much-needed cold resistance to the squad. Shivering in the snow, Jinwoo notes that having a summon that can handle the freezing temps is absolutely mandatory here. He looks out over the white landscape, ready to get things moving. Suddenly, a group of Yetis starts leaping down from the snowy peaks. Jinwoo doesn't miss a beat and calls for the titanium golem to step up. He orders the golem to crank up its shield as the machine-like giant begins to glow. Next, he summons a wind falcon into the fray. He tells the falcon to apply a speed buff so the whole team can move through the blizzard much faster. With the buffs active, the team hitches a ride on the titanium golem's massive hand. The golem starts sprinting across the frozen valley at high speeds, but the ride is way rougher than Jinwoo expected. Both he and Pakryang sorcerer are struggling with some serious motion sickness as the golem barrels ahead. More Yetis launch themselves from the cliffs, trying to intercept the giant. The golem just keeps charging through the snow, ignoring the monsters lunging from every side. Looking down at his ride, Jinwoo thinks the titanium golem is the ultimate tank, but he's not just using it for defense. He's got a much faster route in mind. The golem stomps down hard, shattering the ice under its weight. It leaps across a massive ravine, taking a shortcut that only a powerhouse like this golem could manage. As they approach the end, Jinwoo tells Pakryang to get ready for the final blow. The sorcerer looks dead serious, focusing her power for the coming fight. The golem sticks the landing with a massive shockwave. A red warning screen flickers to life. A giant boss Yeti has appeared. The beast lets out a deafening roar as it blocks their path. Jinwoo immediately calls on the horned fairy to take action. A flurry of ice spikes erupts from the ground, pinning the boss in place. Seeing his opening, Jinwoo shouts for Pakryang to let loose. She channels a massive amount of fire mana into her staff. A giant dragon made of pure flame roars to life and lunges straight for the boss. The dragon connects in a massive explosion, engulfing the entire area in fire. A system notification pops up. The boss is down, and the dungeon is cleared in 4 minutes and 22 seconds. Jinwoo pumps his fist in the air, ecstatic with the result. The whole team gathers in the snow as the clear screen fades out. He checks the timer again, realizing he just set another personal best. But the victory is short-lived, as the whole team starts losing their lunch from some serious golem sickness. News of his achievement spreads like wildfire, with articles asking who exactly this Baek Jinwoo guy is. People on the streets are glued to their phones, trying to find out more about the new record holder. At a cafe, a woman wonders if this is the same guy who just broke the record for Tuesday's dungeon. From that moment on, all of South Korea had its eyes locked on Baek Jinwoo. People in a cafe are buzzing about a name they've never heard before. Who exactly is this Baek Jinwoo guy? Apparently, he's the one who just smashed Kang Jin-ho's record on the community boards. A quick check on the phone confirms it. This nobody just swept the time attacks for 3 days straight. The newspapers are having a field day, with headlines everywhere about Jinwoo shattering every record in sight. Corporate bigwigs are slamming their desks in disbelief as the Thursday dungeon looms, wondering if he'll finally hit a wall. The director of the bureau stares at the news, finally connecting the dots to that name Assemblyman Park brought up before. He realizes this is the guy who offered to trade info for summons, the one Assemblyman Lim Hee-soo voted against. Back then, the bureau played hardball, refusing to pay up unless he handed over the goods first. Leaning back in his chair, the director has to admit that the kid's information was actually the real deal. He lets out a heavy sigh, feeling the weight of a massive missed opportunity. Lim Hee-soo and his crowd might have had their reasons, but they were clearly playing the wrong hand. In the world of politics, results are the only currency that matters, and Jinwoo is currently the richest man in the room. If they had just backed him from the start, they'd be swimming in public praise and a fresh mountain of votes. Instead, the director is left shaking his head at the thought of kicking away a golden goose that literally landed in their lap. He snaps out of his regret and calls over his secretary. The order is simple: track down Baek Jinwoo and reach out to him again personally. They might have thought he was a fraud before, but now they need to reel him back in, whatever the cost. Meanwhile, the daily grind continues, starting with the Monday and Wednesday dungeons that drop essential runes. Then there's the Tuesday dungeon, which is the prime spot for farming abrasives. And of course, Jinwoo is out in the field with his summons, sticking to his efficient weekly schedule. Thursday is all about the skill books, which are vital for powering up. While they don't give the summons unique skills, they can unlock latent ones that only the drill instructor can tap into. Even without the unique stuff, they're plenty useful, making the farm well worth the effort. The best part is it saves them from the nightmare that is the Sunday dungeon, which also drops skill books but is way more of a headache. Jinwoo kicks back with a drink, enjoying the fact that Thursday's run is a total breeze in comparison. With the hard work out of the way, they've officially declared Sundays as their day off. So what makes this easy Thursday dungeon tick? The moment you step inside, it's a boss rush, and a massive monster is already waiting for a fight. This dirt golem boss has a defense stat so high it's basically stupid. The textbook strategy is to bring in a bunch of B-grade white wolves and just spam defense down skills until it softens up. That's honest work, but Jinwoo isn't really interested in playing by the rules. He stands his ground as his summons prepare to unleash chaos. A heavy hit connects, shaking the very ground beneath them. Why bother with debuffs when you can just brute force the whole thing with raw, overwhelming power? After the dust settles, Jinwoo realizes there's a bit of a problem with his performance. He's basically steamrolling the content with maxed out summons, which makes for a terrible tutorial video. He thinks about sticking to the standard meta next time just to make it relatable, but where's the fun in that? He signals his massive titanium golem to step up to the plate. The plan is simple: let the golem tank while everyone else focuses on the boss's weak point in its head. It's a clash of titans, as the two golems lock horns in the middle of the arena. To finish things off, Jinwoo calls in a wind falcon to dive straight for the kill. Lamba focuses her magic, light swirling around her staff, as she prepares her next move. Jinwoo points toward the boss, issuing a command to his top-tier summons. He knows exactly where the weak spot is. He tells them to aim straight for the head. A massive stone fist connects with a bone-shattering crunch, sending shockwaves through the arena. The impact is so violent that the boss's rocky exterior starts to crumble under the sheer force. Chunhyo doesn't waste a second, charging forward with his blade drawn to keep the pressure on. The drill instructor looks completely unfazed, even with a mountain of a monster looming right behind him. With a series of lightning-fast strikes, the boss's defense is completely shredded into pieces. Now that its vulnerable blast dragon steps up, her staff glowing with an intense, burning heat. She looks terrifyingly calm as she focuses all her mana into a single, high-output spell. A colossal fire dragon erupts from the magic circle, roaring as it lunges toward its target. The entire screen turns white as the boss is swallowed whole by the inferno. When the flames die down, there's nothing left but the scorched, crumbling remains of the dirt golem. Blast Dragon touches down gracefully, her work finished in a matter of seconds. System notifications flood the screen, confirming the clear time is a staggering 5 minutes and 10 seconds. Jinwoo checks the timer with a smirk, They just shaved a full minute off the national record. He watches the drill instructor walk away, realizing just how broken his summons actually are. For now, he decides to keep him on the bench for the final dungeon. He doesn't want to show his full hand just yet. Honestly, he thinks he could clear most of this content with just a properly leveled blast dragon. She catches him looking and beams with pride, looking like the happiest mage in the world. Jinwoo gives her a quick pat on the head, already calculating how much faster his next run will be. While his summons relax, he starts prepping for another round to maximize his efficiency. He's not one to waste time. It's time to dive back in and break another record. As he steps out of the portal after his grind, he's immediately intercepted by a couple of men in suits. They approach him with professional smiles, asking if he's the famous player Baek Jinwoo. He turns to face them, curious about who's bold enough to stop him right outside a dungeon. One of the men pulls out a business card, revealing they're from the headquarters director's office. Jinwoo takes a quick look at the card, his expression staying completely neutral. He asks them what they want, though in his head, he thought he was done dealing with the bureau. The agent acts like he's doing Jinwoo a huge favor, mentioning they finally reviewed his old proposal. He keeps talking about their positive review, but Jinwoo cuts him off before he can finish the pitch. With a wave of his hand and a relaxed smile, he tells them to just forget about the whole thing. He mentions he's already gone over everything with Yu-Jia, which clearly wasn't the answer they expected. The agent tries to backtrack, stressing that they're willing to review it favorably now that he's shown results. Jinwoo doesn't budge. He tells them once more to just let it go. The agents stand there in stunned silence, unable to process being rejected so dismissively. Jinwoo can't help but smirk at their sudden interest now that he's actually famous. In his mind, it's a no-brainer. Jia offered him a fair deal, while the Bureau just wants to exploit his results. He finds it almost insulting that they think he's stupid enough to fall for their corporate doublespeak. The agent starts to sweat, realizing they might have completely misread the situation. Jinwoo picks his ear, looking bored as he tells them he's already signed with another company. He waves goodbye and walks off, leaving the agents shell-shocked by the mention of Yubik. One of the junior agents looks confused, asking his senior exactly what this Yubik company is supposed to be. The senior agent is visibly shaken, realizing that Jinwoo has already partnered with Yu-Jia from the massive Disung group. Jinwoo doesn't stick around for the fallout, walking away and leaving the city skyline behind him as he heads to his next destination. Standing alone on a wide rooftop, Jinwoo prepares himself for the next step in his training. He decides that this open area should be far enough from prying eyes to test out his new flying mount. He's gearing up for the Friday dungeon, which he knows operates on completely different rules than the ones he's conquered so far. While other dungeons are all about summons doing the fighting, the Friday dungeon requires the player to physically run to the finish line. Jinwoo pulls up his system interface, determined to start practicing his movement skills before the real challenge begins. A flash of blue light erupts from the menu as he activates a new summoning card. A massive, blue-scaled shy wyvern materializes in the air, its wings kicking up a powerful gust of wind around the rooftop. Jinwoo watches as the B-grade summon settles down, its golden eyes fixed on its new master. Looking out over the sprawling city below, he admits that even though the system blocks fall damage, the height is still a bit intimidating. He approaches the beast and gives it a name, calling it Sky, as he reaches out to pet its neck. The wyvern lets out a soft trill, seeming to accept Jinwoo's touch as he prepares to mount the creature. With a confident grin, he climbs onto the wyvern's back and asks if it's ready for their first flight. "Let's head to the East Sea," he commands, and with a powerful flap of its wings, Sky launches them into the sky. The sudden burst of speed catches him off guard, making his eyes widen as the ground rapidly disappears beneath them. He holds on tight, realizing that the sensation of flying is way more intense than anything he had imagined. After the initial shock wears off, a look of pure joy spreads across his face. This is actually a lot of fun. He lets out a cheer as they soar through the clouds, leaving the skyscrapers of the city far behind. It doesn't take long for them to reach the coast of Yangyang, where the sparkling blue water stretches out to the horizon. They touch down on a secluded beach, where the drill instructor and blast dragon are already waiting for them. The drill instructor starts clapping enthusiastically, praising Jinwoo's natural talent for learning to fly so quickly. Jinwoo tries to play it cool, though he's clearly a bit embarrassed by how much they're hyping him up. Blast Dragon joins in, mentioning that even they struggled with wyvern riding back in the day, recalling a memory of them tumbling through the air. She looks up at him with pure adoration, calling him a Jinwoo god who is truly worthy of being their master. Jinwoo laughs it off, giving a casual thanks as the drill instructor sulks in the background, wishing he got that kind of praise too. He checks the schedule for the next part of his training, confirming that Sky Dolphin riding is next on the list. He tells his summons that he's counting on them to show him the ropes, since learning from their experience is the most efficient path. A few days later, Jinwoo stands at the entrance of the Friday dungeon, ready to put his new skills to the test. He calls out a winged falcon, knowing its movement speed buff will be crucial for the trial ahead. The bird summon screeches in response, swirling around him as the system announces the start of the player sprint. Jinwoo gets into a starting crouch, his eyes narrowed and focused on the track full of obstacles. The countdown appears in the air, glowing a bright red as it ticks down to 2 seconds. Just 1 second remains, and Jinwoo is a blur of concentration, his muscles tensed and ready to explode into motion. The GO signal flashes, and he takes off like a shot, leaving a trail of wind in his wake. He's moving so fast that the world around him starts to blur into streaks of light and color. He dodges through a barrage of incoming projectiles with ease, his reflexes sharper than ever before. With another quick movement, he leaps over a set of obstacles, maintaining his incredible momentum. He realizes that doing this himself is 1,000 times better than just watching a character on a screen. A smirk plays on his lips as he spots a specific path opening up ahead of him. Now is the perfect time to break away from the main track and enter the dungeon's first hidden route. Jinwoo looks out over the course, noting that, while the standard path requires crossing the water and running forward, he has something else in mind. He launches himself off the platform, a burst of energy erupting from his feet as he breaks away from the intended track. He freefalls toward the ocean below, the wind whistling past his ears as he executes his unconventional strategy. With a wide grin, he calls out the name of his next aquatic companion, Sky Dolphin. A shimmering blue shy dolphin materializes midair, its body glowing as it prepares to dive into the waves. Jinwoo lets out a satisfied hup as he prepares to submerge, holding onto his new C-grade summon for dear life. They crash into the water with a massive boom, sending white foam flying in every direction. Once underwater, he realizes his plan is working perfectly. He can easily bypass all the complex obstacles cluttering the surface above. He keeps his eyes peeled as they zip through the depths, the bubbles from the dolphin's speed surrounding him in the blue abyss. Suddenly, they breach the surface like a torpedo, and Jinwoo shouts for his next mount, Sky Wyvern. He leaps from the dolphin's back in a display of incredible agility, catching the dragon's scales as it swoops in to meet him. With his new vantage point, he looks down at the remaining hurdles, knowing it's just a straight shot to the finish line from here. The checkered flag of the goal line looms ahead, and he guides the wyvern down toward the final platform. Nailed it, he shouts, his face lighting up with victory as the system confirms he's reached the destination. Standing tall as the dungeon run concludes, he watches the clear time of 2 minutes and 16 seconds flash across his screen. Confetti rains down on the pair as the system announces that Jinwoo hasn't just cleared the dungeon, he's broken the national record. After clearing the Friday dungeon, Baek Jinwoo moves straight onto Saturday. The landscape is left in total ruin, with smoke rising from the scorched earth. His team of summons tears through the environment like a natural disaster. Fire consumes the trees as they systematically dismantle every monster in their path. A system notification confirms that all monsters have been eliminated. The clear time is an absurdly fast 3 minutes and 40 seconds. Sunday doesn't stand a chance either. The dungeon is cleared with the same mechanical efficiency, leaving the boss defeated before it can even mount a defense. Jinwoo stands back while his summons coordinate their final attacks. The knight, the sorcerer, and the wind fairy strike all at once, ending the raid in a flash of light. The absolute master boss, a massive primate with glowing yellow eyes, is finally brought down. Its form slumps forward as the last of its HP vanishes. The system confirms the victory with a booming notification. Jinwoo stands triumphantly with his squad as the dust settles around the fallen boss. The team regathers, with Lamba the wind fairy resting right on the knight's head. Jinwoo gives them a brief nod of approval for a job well done. Jinwoo wipes his forehead, letting out a tired sigh of relief. He's finally finished clearing out all the low-tier dungeons on the map. A notification pops up that stops him in his tracks. He just broke the South Korean national record. He cleared the entire thing in only 14 minutes and 50 seconds. He looks up at the massive tower of trials looming in the distance. He knows he'll need much better stats and high-tier runes before he's ready to tackle that monster. He estimates it'll take at least 2 years of consistent grinding to get where he needs to be. In the background, his summons are already getting back to their usual bickering. He turns his focus to his inventory, scanning through the mountain of loot he's collected. Managing all these rewards is becoming a job in itself. The high-grade summoning scrolls are valuable, but the rest of the clear rewards are a bit overwhelming. He needs a better plan for selling them off. Meanwhile, at Yu Jaya's office, the atmosphere is electric. The CEO is already looking over the latest developments. The entire world is losing its mind over Jinwoo's record-breaking run. News outlets and online communities are calling him the unprecedented rookie. Yoo Jae leans back in her chair, a confident smile playing on her lips. She isn't surprised. She knew he was special from the moment she met him. She calls out to Kim Byung-jin, her lead editor, to check on the progress of the Dungeon Clear videos. Byung-jin looks completely exhausted, scratching his head as he stares at the editing software. He's clearly been working through the night. The junior employee next to him looks just as stressed, waiting for his boss's next move. They've never seen footage quite like this. Byung-jin pulls up the final edit and asks Yoo Jae to take a look. He admits that even while making it, the strategies seemed hard to believe. Following Jinwoo's specific request, they left out the footage for the Thursday and Sunday dungeons to keep his best tactics a secret. Yoo Jae leans forward, her eyes narrowing as she watches Jinwoo handle an underwater swarm with ease. The precision is terrifying. The video shifts to an aerial shot of the dungeon, showing the sheer scale of the monsters Jinwoo is systematically wiping out. The footage is pure chaos, showing Jinwoo moving at speeds that shouldn't be possible. The staff can't help but gape at the screen. When the clear notification flashes after he uses the blue dragon as a high-speed mount, the staff is speechless. It looks less like a dungeon raid and more like a circus show. Byung-jin notes that Jinwoo's strategy and execution are on an entirely different level. It's practically impossible for a normal player to replicate. He worries that if they sell this info, they'll just get cursed at by buyers who find it too difficult to follow. But Yoo Jae sees a different opportunity. She realizes that this just proves how incredible Jinwoo actually is. Her mind is already spinning with a high-stakes plan. Before they sell the videos to the public, she decides they need to make a massive move behind the scenes first. She orders her team to buy up every single type of summon that appears in those strategy videos. If people want to copy the meta, they'll need the same units. Byung-jin realizes she's trying to corner the entire market in advance. It's a ruthless play that could yield massive profits if it works. He starts to worry about their current budget, but Yoo Jae isn't slowing down. She tells him to ignore the cost and just buy them all. She's so confident that she's willing to take out massive loans under her own name if the company funds run short. She knows this gamble will pay off. The office turns into a frenzy of activity. Fingers fly across keyboards as the staff starts scouring the summon market. Yoo Jae monitors the transactions with a smug grin. She's watching the supply of B and C rank summons vanish from the listings in real time. The banks are in a panic as massive amounts of capital are moved around. A branch manager is practically screaming at the scale of the operation, but Yoo Jae has them right where she wants them. The bank representatives are falling over themselves to process her requests and give her whatever she needs. With the loan secured and the market supply officially cornered, Yoo Jae's trap is set. She smiles to herself as she completes the final purchases. Now it's time for the final phase. She gives the order to release the strategy info to the public at last. The listings go live on the official player boards, selling the high-speed clear tactics for millions of won. The bait is officially on the hook. The junior employee wonders if they're selling the info too cheap, but Yoo Jae just laughs. The real profit isn't the videos, it's the summons they're about to resell for 10 times the price. Yoo Jae tells her staff it's fine if the strategy info is cheap, since it'll help the growth of hunters across the country. Kim Byung-jin, her lead editor, asks the real question. What price should they set for all the summons they've been hoarding? Yoo Jae gives a predatory smile, knowing exactly how much profit they're about to squeeze out of the market. She tells him to list the C ranks for 200 million and the B ranks for 1 billion won each, prices that are 10 times the current market rate. Byung-jin is stunned, wondering if anyone would actually be crazy enough to pay that much for standard summons. But Yoo Jae knows better. As soon as Baek Jinwoo's strategy becomes the new meta, these specific summons will be in high demand, driving the price up naturally. Since they've cornered the supply, players who want to replicate the record-breaking runs will have no choice but to buy from them. With everything in place, she hits the register post button to set the plan in motion. Cut to the Yoo Jae office building, where a massive shift is about to happen. The staff stares at the screen in complete shock as the sales figures start to roll in. The revenue tracker hits a staggering 377 billion won almost instantly. Byung-jin and the junior employee are practically having a meltdown, unable to believe the amount of money they just made. They only invested 1.3 billion into the summons, and the return is already beyond their wildest dreams. Yoo Jae takes a deep breath to keep her composure, while her staff literally collapses on the floor from the excitement. She stands up and declares that the viability of their business model is officially proven. With a smug look, She asks the team if they should go out and buy a whole new building for their headquarters. The staff is still a complete mess, kneeling on the floor and thanking Jinwoo for the grace he's brought to the company. Meanwhile, Jinwoo is sitting on a park bench, catching his breath after a workout. He checks his phone and sees a balance of 54 million won from his recent loot sale. He's genuinely thrilled, already calculating exactly how many cream buns that kind of cash can buy. Lamba, the wind fairy, is hovering nearby, eagerly asking if any X-rank summons came out of his recent rewards. Jinwoo gives her a tired, deadpan stare, clearly not in the mood for her gacha-obsessed chatter. He has a sudden, haunting memory of all the low-tier junk he's pulled in the past, accompanied by a mountain of groaning monsters. He remembers the literal fire and exhaustion of trying to get something decent and failing every single time. He realizes that even after going through tens of thousands of attempts, the high-tier stuff never showed up. Instead of wasting more time on luck, he decides it's better to just focus on leveling up the squad he already has. While he's at it, he figures he should finally sell off all the miscellaneous junk items he's been hoarding from his grinding. He looks through his contacts and lands on Baek Jinwoo, his sister, who mentioned she used to sell runes. Since the loot is only going to pile up from here, he thinks it's a good idea to just leave the management of it all to her. He starts typing out a message, his fingers moving quickly across the touchscreen. He knows she worked hard to cover his hospital bills while he was in a coma, and he's been looking for a way to share his success with her. He remembers her bright smile from back then, always trying to stay positive despite their situation. He sends a text asking if she can meet up at the empty lot for a bit. He smiles to himself, realizing that now is the perfect time to finally start repaying her for everything. Over at a cafe, the place is buzzing with the sounds of a typical afternoon hangout. Ajin is sitting with her friends, who are currently bragging about their boyfriends being players. They talk about B-rank and C-rank summons like they're the height of luxury, unaware of the level Ajin's brother is playing at. One friend mentions her boyfriend might even gift her a rune soon, making the others practically swoon with jealousy. Ajin just lets out a quiet sigh, listening to the conversation without letting on how much she knows. Her friends notice she's a bit quiet and ask if something is wrong, thinking she's feeling down about her own situation. They tell her she can talk to them about anything, acting like she's the one who needs comfort. Ajin gives them a small, appreciative smile, touched by their kindness even if they're totally off base. Baek Jinwoo stares at the towering office building of Ujaya in her mind, thinking of the incredible wealth and fame her brother has suddenly acquired. Money falls around a silhouette of Baek Jinwoo in her imagination, a visual representation of the legendary player everyone is talking about lately. Back at the cafe, her friend's casual mention of a player boyfriend makes Ajin grit her teeth in frustration. She wonders how she could possibly tell them that her brother didn't just become a player. He even set up a company to sell his top-tier information. Ajin clutches her head, her hair messy from the internal struggle of wanting to burst out with the truth. She knows Jinwoo must have his reasons for staying low profile, but the weight of the secret is becoming almost too much for her to bear. Her friends, misinterpreting her distress, offer sympathetic looks and ask about her brother's well-being. They imagine him as the frail, sickly person they remember, unaware of the powerhouse he's truly become. The frustration boils over in her mind, a metaphorical fire raging behind her as she laments having to keep the secret even from their own parents. She knows she can't just blurt it out, no matter how much she wants to brag about him. A sharp notification from her phone snaps her out of her dramatic inner monologue. She blinks, looking down at the device as her friends continue their conversation in the background. The screen shows a message from Mom's son, her brother's contact name. Jinwoo is asking if she can meet up for a second at their usual vacant lot if she has the time. Ajin's eyes go wide, her heart skipping a beat as she stares at the text. She wonders if he's finally about to reveal something even bigger, or if he just needs her help with something else related to his new life. Without a second thought, she abruptly stands up from the table, leaving her coffee and half-eaten snacks behind. Her friends look up in surprise at her sudden departure. She bows and apologizes profusely, telling them she has to go first because her brother just called. They were supposed to have dinner together, but she can't let this opportunity to see him pass. One of her friends stands up, concerned, and asks if her brother is doing all right after his recent recovery from the coma. Ajin just gives a quick, slightly forced smile and promises to tell them all the details later as she rushes out the door. She runs through the city streets, her bag swinging at her side and her pink hair trailing behind her. She shouts back a final apology, promising to pay for the bill the next time they all hang out. Behind her, the friends watch her go, wondering aloud if Jinwoo's brother has become handsome now that he's healthy again. The scene shifts to the quiet vacant lot, a secluded area with a tall rock wall and a few benches, tucked away from the main city bustle. Ajin arrives at the entrance, her expression one of pure confusion. She stops in her tracks, panting slightly from the run as she tries to process the scene in front of her. The lot is filled with a bizarre assortment of summons: a fiery red dragon, a small white bird, the combat sheriff in his mask, and several small fairies. They are all engaged in training, creating a surreal and powerful spectacle. Standing tall among them is the drill instructor, his arms crossed over his bronze-armored chest. He blows a sharp whistle, directing the summons with a stern, authoritative presence that makes Ajin realize these aren't just for show. Ajin stands there stunned, her breath hitching as the drill instructor turns his head to look at her. The intensity of his gaze and the sheer power radiating from him leave her momentarily speechless. The instructor gives a sharp blow on his whistle, seemingly ignoring her as he continues to manage the summons. Ajin tentatively speaks up, asking if her brother is here. She looks further into the lot and spots Jinwoo. She calls out to him, still trying to wrap her head around the mini-army of creatures he's gathered. Jinwoo turns around, shirtless with a white towel draped around his neck, sweat glistening on his muscular torso. The transformation from the thin man she knew to this powerhouse of an athlete is staggering. Ajin points a trembling finger at him, her face a mask of disbelief. She can barely form a coherent sentence as she stares at his new physique, wondering what on earth has happened to him. She has a brief flashback to the hospital, where Jinwoo was just a skeleton of a man living off IV drips. His stats were practically non-existent, and he could barely lift his own phone, making his current state seem like a miracle. Jinwoo wipes his face with the towel, asking her if she's okay with a calm, casual tone. He seems completely unbothered by his dramatic change, which only adds to her confusion. Ajin gestures wildly at the summons surrounding them: the golem, the priest, and the sheriff. She demands to know what they are, her voice rising in excitement and disbelief at seeing such high-level creatures. She pulls up the current market prices on her phone, showing that the value of these specific summons has skyrocketed to hundreds of millions, and even $1 billion. They're incredibly rare and in high demand because of a total lack of supply in the player market. Her eyes go narrow as a thought strikes her. She pauses, looking at her brother with a newfound suspicion and awe as she connects the dots. She notes that these exact summons appeared in the strategy video sold by the Yu Jia company, which has been the talk of the player community. She stands in front of a giant holographic building representing the company's massive success. She looks at Jinwoo, who has a small, knowing smirk on his face. She whispers the name Yubik, finally putting the pieces of the puzzle together. Her face is pale with shock as the realization hits her full force. She stammers that it can't be possible, her mind racing with the implications of her brother being the one behind those legendary records. She asks him directly if he's the one who set the daily dungeon records with those summons. Jinwoo simply nods and gives a short one-word confirmation. Yeah. Ajin is completely floored by his nonchalance. She demands to know where he could have possibly gotten all of them, especially considering their astronomical cost. Jinwoo brings up a memory of Yu Jia, a beautiful woman with long, dark hair. He asks Ajin if she remembers her from back then, implying she played a big role in his current success. Ajin stares at him, her eyes wide. He tells her that Jia gave them to him, a statement that seems to defy all logic to her. She practically screams, asking if she really gave him such incredibly expensive and rare summons as if they were nothing. Jinwoo explains that they don't belong to the company, they were personal gifts for him. Ajin is left in a state of catatonic shock, her mind blanking out as she tries to calculate the total value of those gifts. Jinwoo comments that she got to the park remarkably fast. He gets straight to the point, asking her if she's still in the business of selling runes. Ajin blinks, shaking off her stupor to answer his question. She confirms that she just sold some yesterday and asks why he's interested. Jinwoo brings up his inventory screen, his hand glowing with a blue light as he prepares to show her something. With a massive eruption of light and sound, a literal mountain of loot spills from his inventory. Gems, runes, and books pile up high, glowing with a variety of colors in front of a stunned Ajin. Ajin stands before the glowing mound of rewards, her mouth hanging open. Jinwoo casually explains that these are just the rewards he's accumulated from clearing dungeons and invites her to check them out. She kneels down and picks up a small blue stone, identifying it as a swiftness rune. Her professional instincts start to kick in, but she's still clearly overwhelmed by the sheer quantity and quality of the items in front of her. Baek Jinwoo leans in close, inspecting a small blue stone. Her eyes light up as she realizes it's a cleave rune with a critical hit probability stat, a rare find that will surely fetch a high price. Baek Jinwoo stands behind her, arms crossed over his bare chest, watching with a small, knowing smile. Ajin continues her careful examination, holding another rune up to the light. Jinwoo is impressed by her expertise, nodding that she must sell runes every day to be this knowledgeable. Jinwoo watches Ajin work against the backdrop of a large holographic marketplace display. He realizes she doesn't just have a good eye. She's clearly memorized the effects of even the rarest low drop rate runes, showing a dedication that's truly impressive. He imagines her practically living in the marketplace, her small form silhouetted against the bright displays. A flashback shows a younger, tired-looking Ajin sitting on the floor next to a small shadow elf summon, a sign that says, "Sleeping less saves the family," taped behind her. Jinwoo calls her name, drawing her attention away from the pile of loot. Ajin looks up, still clutching a thick skill book in her hands, her expression one of curiosity and slight confusion. He directly offers her all the items, asking if she wants to try selling them for him. Ajin's eyes widen, her mouth dropping open slightly as she processes the magnitude of the task and the trust he's placing in her. A close-up of Ajin shows her momentary hesitation before a look of determination crosses her face. She gives him a sidelong glance, her confidence quickly returning as she declares she's sure she can sell them well. Jinwoo thinks about her natural business sense, recalling her success even in the past. In his mind, he sees her as a successful young lady, confidently handling customers at a storefront while older businessmen look on in defeat. He remembers how, even when they were kids, she was always more interested in the economic side of gaming. A flashback shows a young, short-haired Ajin holding her phone, asking him to send her a heart so she can keep playing a tycoon game. He knows she's always found trading and management more fun than the actual hunting and combat. The scene returns to the present, focusing on the literal mountain of loot Jinwoo has provided, a mountain that would put any professional farmer to shame. Ajin looks at the pile of items, her mind already calculating their total value. She wonders if it wouldn't be better to just focus on selling from now on, since she only started farming in the first place because she needed things to sell. Jinwoo looks at her, a single lock of his black hair falling over his forehead. He waits for her to voice whatever concern is on her mind. Ajin looks up at him, a nervous bead of sweat on her cheek. She gets down to the business side of things, asking him how much of a commission she'll be receiving for handling such a massive amount of high-value inventory. A tight focus on her eyes reveals the seriousness of the situation. She knows she can't just do this for free every time. She has to think about her own future and the professional nature of their arrangement. Jinwoo smiles warmly, his expression open and friendly. He throws the question back at her, asking her how much she thinks is fair for the work she'll be doing. Ajin looks down, her eyes closed as she recalls the standard industry rates. She explains that large wholesalers typically take a commission of about 8 to 10% of the final sale price. She then slowly lifted her hand up. Ajin looks at him, her hand slightly raised in a gesture of modesty. She tells him that since they're family, she'll just take 5%, offering him a significantly lower rate than she would anyone else. Jinwoo closes his eyes and gives a small shrug, his smile remaining. He questions her 5% offer, implying that it's not quite what he had in mind for their partnership. Ajin stops, her expression one of surprise. She wonders if he thinks 5% is too much, her mind racing to adjust her expectations. Jinwoo holds up 2 fingers in a V sign, his hand steady against the bright sky. He declares that they should make the commission 20% instead. Ajin is completely taken aback, her eyes going wide as she stares at his hand. She can barely believe the number he just said. Jinwoo gives her a wide, confident grin, his eyes sparkling with amusement and brotherly affection. He tells her he'll generously give her 20%, so he expects her to do her absolute best to get the highest prices for everything. Ajin's face is a mask of pure shock, her mouth a large O and her eyes wide and blank. She can only repeat the number 20% over and over in her head, overwhelmed by her brother's incredible generosity. Baek Ajin's jaw hits the floor as she looks at the haul. Baek Jinwoo just gives her a breezy smile, telling her to keep the deal between them while she spirals over the sheer value of what he's handed her. As Jinwoo starts walking off with a towel over his shoulder, he mentions there's plenty more where that came from. It dawns on the girl that this isn't just a one-off favor. He's looking for a long-term partner to move his massive inventory. Ajin does the mental math on the 20% commission he offered. Managing the sales for a high-tier player like him would mean more money than she ever dreamed of making. Her hands tighten as the reality of the opportunity settles in. This is a chance to finally stop struggling and actually support her brother on his level. She stands there watching him head back toward his training. The dynamic between the siblings has completely shifted in a single afternoon. Jinwoo glances back over his shoulder as his sister tries to wipe away her tears. With his current clear speed and the quality of the loot he's pulling, her days of scraping by are officially over. She beams through the tears, finally finding her own path. She isn't just a bystander anymore, she's going to be a professional merchant. Baek Jinwoo stays behind as Pakryong sorcerer clears the way through a D-rank dungeon. After handing over all his loot to his sister, he's focused purely on getting his mage to the next level. Her staff glows with a dangerous heat, the red orb at its center pulsing like a miniature sun. With a shout of explosive dragon wave, she summons a massive serpent of fire that tears through the cavern, incinerating a pack of monsters in seconds. Jinwoo stands coolly behind a protective barrier, watching the absolute destruction with a satisfied nod. The red-haired sorceress stands amidst the smoke, her expression focused. Jinwoo knows that for any player to be truly strong, they need a damage dealer this reliable. He walks over as the dust settles, simply telling her she did a great job. He gives her a rewarding head pat, nodding that she could probably clear these dungeons with her eyes closed by now. She looks up with a slight blush, thanking him for the praise. Jinwoo rests his hand on his chin, realizing it's been a while since he started doing solo runs with just her. He figures Chunhyo is back at the training grounds, probably working the rest of his summons to the bone. He recalls the convenience of the system. Summons can wander for hours on their own, or just reverse summon themselves whenever they're done. As they continue walking through the cave, a thought crosses his mind. He asks her if there's anything in particular she wants, since she's been working so hard. A goblin leaps from a ledge with a feral screech, swinging a crude club at them. Before the monster can even land, Pakryong's magic flares, and a burst of fire turns the creature into a pile of ash midair. She wonders what she could possibly want, mentioning how the other summons like Chunhyo and Lamba have their own things. He thinks of his other team members, Chunhyo, who lives for training, and Lamba, who is absolutely obsessed with cream bread. He tells her not to hold back, and that she should feel free to ask for anything. She gives him a soft smile, saying she's already happy enough just being able to help him. Her pure-hearted loyalty hits him right in the chest, and he finds himself getting surprisingly touched by the sentiment. He won't let her off that easy, though, giving her more head pats and insisting she pick at least one thing, like something special to eat. He knows that while summons don't actually need to eat to survive, they still enjoy it. He spent plenty of time sharing meals with his human type summons back at the apartment. Seeing Lamba go crazy for cream bread or his mage enjoying a slice of pizza proved they definitely have a sense of taste. He can't just go out and eat delicious food by himself while leaving his hard-working summons behind. As she goes quiet to think it over, he tries to guess what she'll pick. Given how shy she is, he assumes she'll ask for something sweet, like a nice strawberry cake. Finally, she looks up at him with a serious expression, ready to name her reward. To his utter shock, she asks for chimek, imagining a giant platter of fried chicken and a cold beer. Jinwoo nearly chokes, unable to believe his innocent-looking mage has such a craving for chicken and beer. A screen detailing the explosive Dragon Secret Arts stages appears, showing Link, Transform, Flame, and Destroy. He offers her a deal. If she can master the next stage of her training, he'll give her a special break from her duties. He promises that on that day, they'll have a massive chimek party for the whole team. She's suddenly more motivated than ever, though Jinwoo realizes she's actually more excited about getting to rest than the actual food. He doesn't mind. As long as she has the drive to work hard, the motivation doesn't really matter. Meanwhile, out in the city, massive excavators are already at work on a vast plot of land. Yu Jia stands at the site with her assistants, explaining she bought this land from her grandfather to build her new headquarters. She gestures to the empty lot, laying out her vision for the Yu Jia building, complete with offices and exclusive staff apartments. She adds that she's planning to build bunkers underneath every single structure, which leaves her assistants looking a bit concerned. Her focus is entirely on keeping her promise to Jinwoo, to ensure his family is fully protected no matter what. She looks out over the construction, her long hair whipping in the wind. Knowing Jinwoo's preference for wide-open spaces, she decides the training grounds have to be placed exactly right to keep him happy. Yu Jia asks her assistant if he managed to secure the summon she wanted. The junior employee confirms, looking slightly tired from the task. From a swirl of dark blue energy, a massive creature begins to materialize. It's a shadow wolf, crackling with a spectral aura. The team stands before the beast in an empty lot. The junior employee, looking at the creature, asks why they needed this specific summon. Yu Jia crosses her arms with a knowing smile, simply saying she has someone special in mind to give it to. The scene shifts to a high-end Korean barbecue restaurant, the atmosphere bustling with customers. Thick cuts of marinated meat sizzle on a grill, the smoke drifting up toward the vents. Baek Jinwoo laughs as she treats her friends to the expensive meal, telling them to order whatever they want. Her friends are completely impressed, commenting on how top-tier players are really on another level to afford a place like this. Ajin smiles, knowing that all of this is only possible because of her brother's generosity. She thinks about the sheer volume of high-rank items Jinwoo has been dumping on her, and even SS-rank gear that's worth a fortune. Since she started selling his loot, her customer base has exploded, with high-level players practically begging her for first dibs on new drops. As she eats, one of her friends mentions that Baek Jinwoo has been going viral lately. Her friend goes on about how he's been breaking all his own records, her eyes sparkling with admiration for the famous player. Ajin just puffs out her cheeks, feeling a bit smug that everyone is talking about her brother. She agrees that her brother is pretty amazing, her face glowing with pride. But then her friend leans in, asking if he's just as handsome in person as he is in the videos. The other girls start swooning, convinced he must have a girlfriend and feeling incredibly jealous of whoever she is. Ajin's face goes blank as she listens to them gush about how handsome he is, wondering if they're even talking about the same person. One of her friends suggests checking his social media, following to see if he's linked to anyone special. Ajin just keeps chewing her food, skeptically watching as they pull up their phones. They pull up a profile, eyes widening as they scroll through the following list. They gasp, asking Ajin if this specific account is hers, and why a celebrity like Yoo Jae-ah would be following her. Ajin nearly chokes on her rice, frantically pulling out her own phone to check the notifications. Her heart hammers against her ribs when she sees the name. It really is Yoo Jae-ah, the famous CEO herself. She stares at the screen in disbelief, wondering when a person like that would have even noticed her account. She tries to rationalize it, thinking maybe it's just because she's related to Jinwoo. Her friends are leaning in close now, their eyes practically glowing as they wait for an explanation. They start shouting questions at her, making so much noise that the other customers start looking over in annoyance. Suddenly, a ding notification rings out from Ajin's phone. Her friends clamor for her to tell them what it is, while she tries to keep them back. She freezes when she sees a direct message from the CEO herself, introducing herself simply as Yoo Jae-ah. The message asks if Ajin has any time to meet tomorrow, leaving her completely stunned. She lets out a piercing scream that echoes through the entire restaurant, causing everyone to jump in their seats. The next day, a sleek, black luxury car pulls up on a city street. The front of the black Volvo gleams under the streetlights as it comes to a smooth stop. Ajin stands on the sidewalk, clutching her hands together in nervous anticipation. The window rolls down, and Yoo Jae-ah gives her a friendly wink, telling her to get in. The door opens, inviting the stunned girl inside the expensive vehicle. Once they're moving, Ajin sits stiffly, her hands sweating as she tries to find the right words to say. Yoo Jae-ah smiles warmly, acknowledging that she wanted to meet Jinwoo's family since he's been so busy lately. She explains that she initially asked Jinwoo if she could send some gifts to his family under her company's name. Ajin's eyes well up with tears of pure shock when she realizes the CEO is planning to deliver these legendary gifts in person. As they drive through the city, Ajin watches Yoo Jae-ah from the passenger seat, marveling at her dedication. She wonders just how much the CEO must care for her brother to come all this way in person. Ajin can't help but feel a twinge of jealousy toward her own brother. She grumbles to herself about how Jinwoo doesn't even deserve such special treatment. Yoo Jae-ah keeps her eyes on the road, her hands steady on the steering wheel. She asks if Ajin's parents will be comfortable with her dropping by without any prior notice. Ajin waves off the concern with a bright smile, explaining that she already told them to stay home today for a special guest. She is clearly excited to make the introduction. Ajin thinks back to her parents, who have remained blissfully unaware of Jinwoo's skyrocketing fame. They still worry about the small things, like whether he's eating well. Leaning back in her seat, Ajin laughs at the thought of her brother's oblivious nature. She tells Yoo Jae-ah that Jinwoo is probably the most clueless person in the world when it comes to his own status. Inside their home, the parents are shown in a stylized vision, looking confused and slightly frantic about what Ajin might be up to. They can sense something big is coming. The sleek car pulls up in front of a modest apartment complex. The afternoon sun casts long shadows across the building's facade. They reach the 5th floor, and Ajin leads the way to their front door. Yoo Jae-ah stands behind her, maintaining her professional and composed demeanor. Ajin pushes the door open and announces her arrival with a cheerful shout. As they step inside, Yoo Jae-ah scans the small living area, taking in the humble surroundings. The apartment is modest and lived in, with a small dining table and a television cabinet. It stands in stark contrast to the luxury Yoo Jae-ah is accustomed to. Yoo Jae-ah takes a moment to appreciate the warmth of the home. She realizes that despite its size, It's a place filled with the genuine energy of people living their lives. Baek Jinwoo's parents appear from the other room, looking surprised to see their daughter back so soon. They immediately notice the elegant stranger standing behind her. Yoo Jae-ah offers a radiant smile, her presence lighting up the dim entryway. The parents are momentarily stunned by her beauty and professional aura. With a polite gesture, Yoo Jae-ah introduces herself, stating her name and her affiliation with the company. The air in the room suddenly feels more formal. The parents exchange confused glances, the names Yoo Jae-ah and Yoo Jae-ah not immediately clicking for them. They look to Ajin for some kind of explanation. The parents are depicted in a chibai style, looking completely overwhelmed by the presence of such an important guest. Ajin tries her best to keep things calm. A freshly brewed cup of coffee sits on the low table, steam rising gently into the air. The initial shock has passed, and everyone has moved to the living area to talk. The father leans forward, his face etched with disbelief as he hears about his son's fame. He can hardly believe that Jinwoo has become such a high-profile player. Yoo Jae-ah confirms the facts, explaining her role as the CEO of the company managing Jinwoo. She speaks with a calm authority that commands respect. The parents break into a comedic, over-the-top reaction, shouting about how a precious guest has come to their humble home. They are clearly out of their element. Ajin watches her parents' antics with a mix of embarrassment and amusement. She realizes this is exactly how she must have looked when she first encountered the CEO. Turning her attention specifically to the father, Yoo Jae-ah addresses him directly. He jumps slightly at the sudden focus, looking nervous but attentive. She explains that the company has a contractual obligation to ensure the well-being of Jinwoo's family. Her expression is serious, emphasizing the importance of this commitment. The parents are bewildered, wondering why such a high-level company would be focusing so much effort on them. They look at each other, seeking some kind of clarity. Yoo Jae-ah places a formal document on the table, the Yoo Baek logo clearly visible on the cover. She asks them to read over the terms of the support package. She lists the various forms of support the company will provide, including security, a new home, living expenses, and medical care. The scale of the offer is immense. A close-up of the document highlights the monthly allowance for living expenses. The figure, 10 million won, is bolded and clearly meant to impress. The parents are stunned into silence by the sheer amount of money being offered. Even Ajin, who knew something was coming, looks shocked at the final number. Yoo Jae-ah smiles warmly, dismissing their shock by stating that this is only a minor contribution. She reminds them of Jinwoo's massive achievements as a player. The parents are shown in another comedic chibai scene, looking like they might faint from the overwhelming generosity. They are struggling to process the life-changing news. Yoo Jae-ah gestures toward a holographic display that flickers into existence. She mentions that Jinwoo told her about his father's fondness for summons. The father's face lights up at the mention of summons, his eyes wide with anticipation. He looks at the holographic menu, curious about what gift she has prepared. Yoo Jae-ah taps one of the icons on the screen, and a surge of blue energy begins to coalesce in the center of the room. The light is blindingly bright. As the energy fades, a powerful creature is revealed in the middle of the living room. The family watches in awe as the summon takes shape. A B-rank diamond golem stands before them, its crystalline body sparkling in the light. It is a formidable and impressive summon, far beyond what they are used to. In a stylized graphic, a Chiba Yoo Jae-ah explains that despite its small size, the golem is incredibly powerful. The father looks on with pure joy, practically sparkling himself. Yoo Jae-ah then turns to the mother, presenting her with a separate gift. The mother looks surprised, not expecting to be included in the gift-giving. The gift for the mother is a B-rank rainbow snail. It's a rare and specialized summon, known for its unique properties. The mother cradles the small snail in her hands, her expression softening as she looks at the cute creature. The snail, complete with tiny sunglasses, looks back at her. Yoo Jae-ah explains that the rainbow snail is highly effective for skin care, with its slime providing numerous anti-aging benefits. The mother is clearly delighted by the thoughtful gift. Ajin watches her parents with a wide grin, happy to see them so well cared for. She comments on how lucky they are to have such a generous benefactor. Yoo Jae-ah turns her attention to the younger sister, telling her that there is a special gift for her as well. Baek Ajin freezes in place, her hand flying to her mouth in pure astonishment. A powerful shadow wolf materializes, its white fur shimmering with a dark blue spectral aura. The creature possesses 6 glowing eyes and a distinct diamond-shaped mark on its forehead, radiating an air of ancient power. Ajin is completely overwhelmed, her face flushing as she looks at the magnificent creature. She stammers, wondering if she's finally lost her mind and entered a dream world. In a stylized, comedic scene, Ajin wails with joy as she realizes she is standing in front of a 500 million won summon. Yu Jia watches with a warm, satisfied smile, nodding that Jinwoo was right about her liking the wolf. Ajin throws her arms around the shadow wolf, weeping tears of gratitude as the wolf looks on with a calm expression. Her parents stand behind her, their eyes wide as they struggle to accept the magnitude of these gifts. Yu Jia covers a soft laugh with her hand, clearly pleased that her surprise visit has gone so well. The atmosphere in the room is bright and filled with newfound hope for the family's future. In a brief transition, the mother insists that they cannot simply accept so much without offering something in return, suggesting they share a meal. Yu Jia quickly agrees, already having a perfect location in mind. The scene shifts to a high-end, traditional Korean restaurant, its classic wooden architecture and tiled roofs standing elegantly against the clear blue sky. It's a place of quiet luxury and tradition. Inside the restaurant, the family sits around a table laden with traditional dishes. The father reflects on how Jinwoo's years of playing games, which they once worried about, are finally starting to pay off. The parents smile at each other, acknowledging their son's stubborn persistence. They remark that once Jinwoo finds something he loves, he never lets go of it. Ajin laughs while eating, suggesting that everyone is overhyping her brother after just 1 year of active playing. Yu Jia listens intently, her expression neutral until a specific detail catches her attention. Yu Jia's eye widens in a sharp, sudden realization. The casual mention of 10 years from the parents strikes her like a physical blow, breaking through her professional composure. Startled, Yu Jia leans forward and asks for confirmation about the 10-year timeline. Ajin also looks surprised, not having realized the full extent of her brother's gaming history herself. The father crosses his arms, thinking back to the beginning of it all. He recalls a time when Jinwoo was just a middle school student, completely absorbed in his hobby. In a flashback, the father stands in the doorway of a dark room, illuminated only by the glow of a phone screen. Jinwoo is slumped over his desk, having fallen asleep in the middle of a gaming session. A close-up reveals the title on the bright screen, Battle of Summoners. It's the same game that would eventually become the foundation of Jinwoo's extraordinary abilities. The father looks at his sleeping son with a mixture of worry and pity, wondering when the boy will ever take his studies seriously. He has no idea that he is looking at the future of the world. Back at the table, Ajin is stunned as her father admits his memory might be a bit fuzzy, but he's fairly certain of the timeline. The magnitude of the revelation begins to sink in for the two women. Yu Jia and Ajin exchange looks of profound seriousness, their minds racing to connect the dots. The only person who would have played such an unpopular game for 10 straight years is a legend they both know well. A dramatic, cosmic-like backdrop frames the two as they realize the impossible truth. The identity of the person they've been looking for is standing right in front of them in the form of Baek Jinwoo. The truth is finally unveiled. Baek Jinwoo is the legendary player known as God Jinwoo. Behind the ordinary young man in a tracksuit, a towering, hooded figure of immense power looms, confirming his secret status. A view of a modern school building under a bright, cloud-dotted sky. Inside his room, Baek Jinwoo sits cross-legged on the floor, focused on a translucent blue holographic menu. His inventory is a collection of leveled-up units, ranging from the C-rank combat sheriff to a high-flying sky wyvern. He realizes his summons have gotten quite strong through the daily dungeons, and wonders if it's time to move up to the intermediate ones. He decides his first step is to get in touch with his partner at Ubik, Yu Jia. Tapping away on his phone, he asks if she's busy and lets her know he plans to start intermediate dungeons next week. Jaya's response is immediate and ecstatic, her text bubble practically vibrating with excitement. Jinwoo notes with a wry smile that she doesn't even bother asking if he can handle it anymore. She just assumes he will. She's already got a full marketing plan drafted, showcasing Jinwoo leading his team of summons into battle. The promotional poster is bright and aggressive, offering massive, CEO is crazy, discounts to anyone who buys the Dungeon Clear packages today. Jinwoo can only sweat at the sheer speed of her business instincts. She definitely doesn't do things halfway. He sends back a quick, sounds good with some thumbs-up emojis, confident that he's chosen a business partner he can trust. He thinks back to the visit she made to his home, where his sister Ajin was overjoyed with the shadow wolf Jia gave her. It was a shock to see the powerful CEO of Ubik sitting at their table and drinking coffee like an old friend. His parents were moved to tears by her kindness, especially when she promised to take special care of his sister. Seeing how much she cared for his family made Jinwoo realize how different she was from the cold government bureaucrats. He smiles at his phone, feeling satisfied that joining her company was the best choice he could have made. 1 week later, the scene shifts to a scorched dungeon filled with embers and rising smoke. A system message flashes across the screen, "Dungeon clear," with a staggering time of just 6 minutes and 27 seconds. Standing with his arms crossed, Jinwoo looks pleased with the new national record he's just set for intermediate clears. The news is already blowing up, with headlines across every media outlet asking the same thing. Who is Baek Jinwoo? He doesn't pay much attention to the viral fame, keeping his eyes solely on his next target. However, he's noticed something strange about his main, Summon's performance lately. He keeps a close eye on Pakryong as they walk through the burning ruins, sensing a dip in her usual efficiency. She stops and looks down, admitting that she's having a hard time getting the hang of her new link skill. Jinwoo stares at her with a flat, skeptical expression, finding it hard to believe she's actually struggling with it. Later on, Hunjio crosses his arms and bluntly states that Pakryong is just playing tricks on him. Sitting on a bench, Jinwoo is skeptical until the combat sheriff explains that her mana control is actually high enough to master it instantly. Hunjio notes that the only reason the skill isn't manifesting is because she's intentionally suppressing it. Jinwoo is genuinely puzzled, wondering why she would ever want to sabotage her own growth. The sheriff asks if Jinwoo has been taking only Pakryong into the dungeons recently. When Jinwoo confirms it, the sheriff reveals his theory. Pakryong is simply enjoying the solo time with him. He explains that all summons have an instinctive desire for their players' undivided attention. The realization hits Jinwoo as he watches Pakryong from a distance. She's afraid that growing too quickly will change things. She's worried that once she masters the skill, Jinwoo will stop taking her into dungeons alone and bring the others along. Jinwoo looks up at the sky, mulling over the complicated emotions of his most powerful summon. He can't help but laugh at the absurdity. It's a bit of a headache, but he finds the whole situation touching. He looks at Hunjio and asks for a way to fix the issue, hoping for a more effective training method. The sheriff gives a confident grin, claiming he has a perfect idea to get her back on track. Back in the field, Lamba perches on Jinwoo's head as a blushing Pakryong comes running up to them. A system window displays her stats as an X rank, isolated, summon, noted for having game-breaking abilities. With a wide, cheerful smile, she holds her staff up and happily announces that she's finally learned the link skill. Hunjio's plan actually worked, much to Jinwoo's surprise. He stands under a twilight sky, Lamba the fairy resting on his messy hair. Jinwoo recalls the conversation where the combat sheriff suggested a bit of tough love. He had his doubts about threatening to leave Pakryong behind, but the results speak for themselves. Standing together in the fading light, the two of them reflect on the successful training session. Hunjio's insight into summon psychology was far more accurate than Jinwoo expected. The protagonist watches the horizon, with Lamba still perched comfortably on his head. He's starting to realize just how much depth his summons actually have. He leans down to pat Pakryong's head, giving her the validation she was clearly looking for. She beams at the praise, her red hair catching the glow of the sunset. Jinwoo watches her with a soft smile. He could have been annoyed that she was faking her lack of progress, but seeing her this happy makes it impossible. He knows she only held back because she wanted to keep spending solo time with him. It's a bit of a headache, but he finds it more touching than frustrating. With a grin, he holds up a finger and announces that it's time for their promised reward. Since she mastered the skill, training is officially over for the day. He pulls out the sleek, black credit card Yu Jia gave him earlier. It's time to see what a 1,000,000,000 limit can actually buy. He holds the card high, announcing a chimek party to the absolute delight of Pakryong and Lamba. Even the little fairy looks like she's ready to feast. He remembers Jaya handing him the card for living expenses, casually mentioning its massive yearly limit. At the time, he didn't think he'd be using it to host a party for monsters. The news of a break hits Hunjio like a physical blow. The combat sheriff looks completely lost at the idea of stopping the grind for even a single evening. While Pakryong celebrates, Hunjio slumps over in despair, his world seemingly collapsing at the mention of rest. He's clearly not used to taking time off. Jinwoo clears his throat, deciding it's time to establish some ground rules for the team. He wants to make sure everyone stays motivated and happy. He declares that from now on, every new skill learned will be celebrated with a day off and a party. The news sends Pakryong and Lamba into another round of cheering. Hunjio tries to protest, looking at his lord with a mixture of confusion and duty. He's a workaholic through and through. Jinwoo just crosses his arms and tells him that resting is a vital part of training. He explains that they need to recover to stay sharp for the next challenge. The idea of unity being a form of training sparks a light in Hunjio's eyes. He immediately snaps to attention, fully on board now that it has a tactical purpose. The rest of the group just stares at him, realizing the sheriff is surprisingly easy to win over with the right logic. The celebration kicks off with a massive toast, mugs of beer clinking together in the golden light. It's the first real moment of peace the team has had. The entire summon roster joins in, from the blue dragon gnawing on a giant bone to the gorilla stuffing his face with chicken. Even the spectral shadow wolf gets a special treat. Pakryong happily munches on a drumstick, while the others continue to drink and laugh. It's a chaotic, lively scene in the middle of the wilderness. Jinwoo stands back and watches his team, a satisfied smile on his face. He checks in to make sure everyone is enjoying the feast. Lamba gives an enthusiastic thumbs up, her cheeks stuffed with food. She's definitely making the most of the day off. As the sun sets, Jinwoo looks out over the landscape, feeling that the minimum preparations are finally complete. He's ready for something bigger. His expression hardens as he considers his next move. The era of easy dungeons is over. He sets his sights on the Tower of Trials, the ultimate challenge in this world. It's a place where only the strongest dare to tread. The tower is known as the peak of endgame content, filled with treasures that make regular dungeons look like child's play. But the cost of those rewards is high. The tower is a literal graveyard, having claimed the lives of countless ambitious players. Later, in a sleek corporate office, Yu Jia is nearly speechless. She can't believe he's already planning to enter such a death trap. Jinwoo calmly confirms his plan, mentioning he'll just start with the first 10 floors for now. He treats the dangerous climb as a routine task. Jia points out that even the nation's top rankers avoid the place, calling it literal hell. She recalls a time they shared coffee, marveling at how different he is from other hunters. She's visibly sweating, worried that his confidence might lead him into a disaster. She knows better than anyone how high the stakes are in the tower. They sit across from each other in the boardroom, the tension palpable. Jinwoo simply tells her that this was always part of his plan. Jia watches him closely, her anxiety turning into a different kind of realization. She starts to see the legendary figure behind his calm demeanor. She knows now that he really is God Jinwoo, the legendary player from the game. To someone who already conquered 100 floors in the past, the lower levels probably feel like a walk in the park. She thinks back to their agreement to keep his past life a secret. She knows how much he values his privacy. She recalls a dinner meeting where they decided to protect his identity from the world and his family. It's a secret they're both committed to keeping. Back in the meeting, she looks at him with newfound respect and promises to be waiting for his return. Jinwoo just gives her a slightly awkward, sideways glance. He informs her that he won't be wearing any recording equipment this time. Jia is stunned that he's willing to pass up the fortune he could make selling that information. She stares at him, speechless. He's truly playing by his own set of rules. Clasped hands and a firm gaze, Baek Jinwoo God Jinwoo considers the proposition. He speaks a quiet no, his expression unreadable in the soft office light. His mind drifts to his core summons, Lamba the fairy, the powerful Pakryong sorcerer, and the stoic Hunjio. To conquer the Tower of Trials, having X ranks like them at his side is non-negotiable. However, a Chibai-style internal visualization highlights a major hurdle, the lack of clear communication. Lamba is shown, muted, and crying out in frustration, while Jinwoo sweats at the sheer inconvenience of it all. He knows that if his team can't communicate effectively, their progress through the floors will be severely hindered. It's a logistical nightmare he needs to solve. Across the desk, Yu Jia watches him with a thoughtful expression. She acknowledges that there are plenty of other ways to profit besides information, deciding to prioritize Jinwoo's wishes for the time being. In a series of cheerful icons, she tells him to do whatever makes him comfortable. Jinwoo offers a small smile, grateful for her understanding. The atmosphere shifts as Jia clasps her hands tightly on the desk. She leans in slightly, preparing to ask for something in return. Her gaze turns serious, a hint of hesitation in her eyes. She asks if she could request a favor from him as well. Jinwoo looks up, his brows raised in mild surprise at the sudden request. She explains that the national representative selection is only 2 months away. Jinwoo repeats the name, his interest piqued by the formal event. A stylized montage depicts the high-stakes tournament designed to pick the national team for the World League. It shows pixelated hunters and monsters in the heat of battle. Success in the tournament grants the right to participate in the prestigious end-of-year league. A golden shield trophy glows brightly, representing the ultimate prize for top-tier players. Jinwoo leans back in his chair, crossing his arms over his chest. He asks if membership in a guild or the Bureau's headquarters is a requirement for entry. Jia smiles broadly, explaining that an official guild isn't necessary. A simple recommendation from a council member is enough to secure a spot. A playful chibai illustration shows Jinwoo and Jaya whispering about examiner Changseok while being surrounded by disgruntled monsters. Jinwoo's expression softens into one of contemplation. He's confident he could pass the selection easily, but he wonders if the effort is truly worth it. A vision of elite world rankers appears behind him, standing tall in a dark, desolate landscape. He realizes that with his current specifications, competing on the world stage would be a genuine challenge. A faint, confident smile touches his lips. The prospect of a real fight isn't entirely unwelcome. He considers Pakryong's sorcerer's potential, visualizing her wreathed in intense flames. If she can master predation in the coming months, she might even be a match for the world's best rankers. Jaya beams at him, clapping her hands together enthusiastically. She assures him that the government provides massive support to anyone selected for the national team. "Yeah, really?" Jinwoo asks, his interest deepening as the conversation turns toward practical benefits. He admits to himself that he's been needing extra funds to summon another X-rank. The government's backing could be the shortcut he needs. Jaya mentions that the rewards vary, but they often include a significant number of high-grade summoning scrolls. An image of overflowing parchment stacks highlights the potential haul. Jinwoo's eyes widen, his pupils dilating at the mention of the scrolls. The possibility of obtaining supreme-grade items is a massive draw. He knows that supreme-grade summoning scrolls are practically priceless in the current market. A devious, toothy grin spreads across Jinwoo's face as he imagines all those scrolls belonging to him. He agrees to give it a try, prompting a delighted reaction from a surprised Jaya. Overjoyed by his acceptance, Jaya reaches out and grabs his hands across the desk. She gives him a radiant, genuine smile, thanking him for agreeing to help. Jinwoo blinks in shock, looking down at his hands caught in hers. He wasn't expecting such a physical display of gratitude. The two of them remain in the office, the deal struck. Jinwoo gives a simple yes, formalizing his entry into the upcoming selection. A title card marks the passage of 1 week later. The focus shifts to the Pakryong sorcerer's staff, glowing with a fierce red light amidst swirling embers. Inside a dark dungeon, the floor is littered with the severed heads of large, reptilian monsters. Jinwoo and Pakryong stand amidst the carnage. Jinwoo turns to her with a casual smile, asking if she's finally gotten used to using the Yon skill. Pakryong looks down, a bead of sweat on her forehead. She blushes deeply, her gaze fixed firmly on the ground as she struggles to find her words. Finally, she looks up at him, her expression a mix of guilt and resolve. She tells him there's something she needs to confess. Her hands tremble slightly as she grips her staff tighter, the wood creaking under the pressure. With a pained expression, she admits that she enjoyed their solo dungeon run so much that she deliberately pretended she couldn't learn Yon. Jinwoo stares at her, completely silenced by the unexpected revelation. Tears well up in Pakryong's eyes as she looks down again, overwhelmed by her own guilt. A chibai version of Jinwoo reflects on the situation. He knows he should probably scold her for the deception, but seeing her so upset makes it impossible. He reaches out and places a comforting hand on her head, his touch gentle. Jinwoo gives her a warm, reassuring smile. He tells her not to blame herself and that he's actually thankful she was honest, reminding her that she's the one he needs most. Pakryong's sorcerer stares up in wide-eyed shock, her face flushed deep red and a single tear brimming in her eye. Baek Jinwoo, God Jinwoo's words echo. It's only natural that he spends the most time with her. With a gentle, warm smile, Jinwoo rests a hand on her head, patting her hair. Pakryong looks up at him with a mix of disbelief and hope, stammering a quiet "Ah, really?" while he confirms with a simple "yeah." He leans in slightly, his expression soft as he continues to explain the reasoning behind his special attention. In a chibai-style visualization, Pakryong clasps her hands together and weeps tears of absolute joy. Jinwoo bluntly reminds her that she's an X-rank summon, the most valuable member of his team. A playful montage shows a cheerful Jinwoo surrounded by his other companions. A blue bird, the shadow wolf, and a miniature Lamba. He laughs, calling them rascals, and insisting he cherishes his daily dungeon companions too. However, he adds a quick caveat with an awkward grin, nodding that his affection for them isn't quite at the same level as an X-rank. Behind him, his other summons look on with varying degrees of sass and demand for more attention. The scene transitions back to the present with small chibai icons of the pair. Jinwoo asks if she's finally comfortable with the Yon skill, and Pakryong gives an enthusiastic confirmation. Standing tall in his black tracksuit, Jinwoo looks toward the horizon with a look of quiet determination. He declares the day's training over, his mind already moving to the next objective. Looming against a dark, churning sky, The Tower of Trials stands as a massive, multi-tiered monolith of stone. The time has come to take on its daunting floors and face whatever challenges lie within.